Taking pole position, Khalid Al-Kabazi, David Heinmeier Hansen, and Klaus Bachler. Congratulations, gentlemen. Khalid, a bit different conditions to what you're used to here at Silverstone.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to have rain, but we're not getting it, so it's fine. We'll take the sunny weather.
Okay, good stuff. Congratulations, pole men for the GTM category, the Abu Dhabi Proton Racing number 88 Porsche. And now time for the GTE Pro category. Yeah, of course, number 71 Ferrari, David Regon and Sam Bird. Sam, back at your home circuit, must be a real pleasure to see such filled grandstands and a big grid wall.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you everybody for turning up to the opening round of WEC. We hope as a family to give you guys a great show. So thank you for turning up and I hope you enjoy the race.
David, you're looking forward to a good fight with your teammates and the rest of the GT Pro category?
Yeah, for sure. We try to do our best today, just that. And thanks to Cummins, a lot of people, and support us, our 71.
Good stuff. Well done, gentlemen. Pole position for GT Pro, the 71A, of course, Ferrari. And now to the LMP2 category. It's the G-Drive Racing, number 26, Orica Nissan of Romain Routenov, Nathan Berton and René Rast. Romain, you went out first in the car yesterday in tricky conditions. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I think it will be not an easy one, but I think we have a good car, good team, so we just try to manage it.
And René, your first time in LMP2, out in qualifying. Looking forward to the race?
Yeah, obviously. It's a great atmosphere, so many people are here, and just looking forward to the race. It's going to be an exciting one.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. The pole men, the G-Drive, Orica Nissan of Romain Routenov, Nathan Berton and René Rast. And now the overall pole, the first time we've seen an Audi on the pole position since 2013. Audi Sport Team US number 7, Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Trellier. Marcel, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it was a really long time, and we're happy now to be back.
How cool does this brand new car look, Benoit? It's such an aggressive-looking machine compared to years before.
Yeah, it's really brutal car design and really nice to drive, powerful, so everything is in to make it really happening.
And Andre, a man that loves a bit of history, look at that trophy, the tourist trophy that you're fighting for. You've got your name on it twice already. You want it again today, right?
Of course, let's put it back on. Let's get the show started. Thanks for coming.
Good stuff. The LMP1 and overall pole, the number 7 Audi of Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Trellier. And that is your driver presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Good night, everyone. Wherever you are around the world, the 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship is about to get underway. At the now traditional venue for the start of the season, we're at Silverstone, right in the centre of England. An extended calendar this year, as the fifth round, the 6 Hours of Mexico, is new to the calendar in the first week of September. Slots in nicely between the Nürburgring and our now annual trip to Austin, Texas for the Circuit of the Americas. The sunshine is very much welcomed here at Silverstone. At this time yesterday we were in the midst of a snowstorm. I am not kidding you, don't cart me off, I have not gone bonkers mad. It was extremely cold yesterday. Don't be fooled by the sunshine, springtime weather for sure, but it is very cool indeed. And talking to the tyre technicians this morning on our way in, they are a little concerned about how their drivers will switch on the tyres in the early part of racing. The good news is that everyone has plenty of tyres, plenty of dry weather tyres, slick tyres to spare. The worrying start is at the start of the drop of the green flag, or the lights, that we might just get one or two people spinning up the rear wheels. Just under 6 kilometres, around 18 corners. It is the full circuit, what's called the arena circuit here at Silverstone when the Grand Prix cars are running. We had a 39 yesterday, which would have been quick enough to take the fastest race lap. Will we see that today? Possibly. And don't forget, this is a 6-hour race, timed exactly, although we've done 201 laps here before. And now we've got a real star down on the grid. Here's Louise.
Yes, you join me on the grid just as Gerard Neveu comes along and bumps into our Hollywood star Patrick Dempsey. It's so lovely to see you here, not racing this year, but still involved in the championship and with the team.
Yeah, it's a little challenging not being in the car, but at the same time it's fun being an owner and being a part of the team again, and on a different capacity. And it's just really nice to get the season started.
And so you had last year racing. How much experience do you think you learned from that, and how much passion have you kept for this championship in particular?
Oh, the passion is still there. I mean, it was an incredible experience to be able to run most of the season. We just missed the last race, which was rather difficult, but I was working, so that was good. But I've learned a lot from this that has really makes a big difference in one's life, and just sort of the discipline and being around a team like Porsche, and the quality of just focus and the sense of what is the process like makes a big difference in my life, so it's good.
Have you cancelled out racing completely, or can we see you back in the car maybe sometime?
I would love to be back. I think this year, with my work schedule and everything that's going on, to commit to it at this level, it just wouldn't happen. And that was a really long, hard discussion to have when we were in China last year about, okay, what are the reasonable expectations of this season? What can we do? What we can try to achieve? And it made sense to be an owner for this season, and maybe next year be back in the car.
Great, thank you. We look forward to seeing you.
It's great to be here.
Thanks.
See you guys. Thank you.
It's the new Bridget Jones movie, of course.
Well, as we saw, it was very close yesterday in qualifying, so let's take a look with the highlights.
Thanks, Louise. The new Bridget Jones movie, keeping Patrick Dempsey away from here at Silverstone. Very different conditions for qualifying here on Saturday at Silverstone. Good variety of cars in GTE, including some brand new manufacturers. And as the cars went out, the crowd wrapped up against the worst of the very wintry conditions. Khaled El-Khabazi managed to snatch the pole position for GTE AM. In the GTE Pros, well, split fortune for the two brand new Ferrari 488s, one needing an engine change, the other going very well indeed. And a surprise third position for Ford? I think so. Better than they might have expected. Porsche in second position, but the 71 Ferrari of Davide Rigon and Sam Bird on the pole position. Sam Bird now with 3 pole positions in 3 different classes here in the FIA World Endurance Series. The LMP2 category prototypes looking very strong and very competitive in 2016. The 43 team with Bruno Senna doing his work. The form team at the moment from around the world is ESM. They've won at Daytona and Sebring, but they weren't quite quick enough for the defending champion G-Drive team, who take pole position with the 26 car. And so to the battle of the big guns. Audi, Toyota, Porsche. Toyota not having the best of runs, down on power, so surely it would be a Porsche benefit, and when the number 8 Audi made a mistake, it looked that way. But when the checkered flag dropped, it was the third place only for the defending champions, second for the Audi number 8, and wrapping up an all Audi front row, Andre Lotteris, number 17. And the Audi's locking out the front row. Graham Goodwin, editor of Daily Sports Car, alongside me, has the facts and stats. Broke an astonishing run of front row starts for Porsche.
It would have been, had they set pole position here, a 12th consecutive pole position for Porsche. And Audi's last pole position in the WEC, you have to go back a further year. It would have been Fuji 2013 Audi, and for Kota 2013 before the last time we saw an Audi 1-2. So an astounding turnaround. Was it Audi hitting the sweet spot? Is there something in the locker there for Audi to actually bring the fight?
Will we run out of question marks before the end of the sentence?
We will. As for Toyota, down on power, maybe, but the main issue was basically they made a mistake. They've not done any running in this the kind of weather we saw yesterday, which was extraordinary, and they basically got the car to talk to itself in the wrong way. And what do I mean by that? The systems that deploy the hybrid power and with the traction control simply weren't programmed in the correct way, so the drivers can exploit that. We heard on the team radio, John, from Anthony Davidson, no boost. It simply wasn't getting into the zone where they could deliver it. And so, yeah, they made a little bit of a mess of qualifying yesterday, but they're here in much better conditions today. It is still going to be pretty green out there, I think. We had 4 hours of racing yesterday for the European Le Mans Series in pretty skittery conditions. It's going to be a very interesting and possibly a quite dramatic start to this race. As John said, the 51 Ferrari starting to the back of the grid, sandwiched in the middle of the two rebellions, both of which had woes yesterday in qualifying. 13 car not setting a time, and the 12 car don't think set a second session time. So there's going to be a couple of cars trying to make their way through a snarling pack of GT cars in a grid that was pretty mixed up with the weather conditions in qualifying. We've got LMP cars in amongst some of the GTs, but what a good looking grid we've got for the 33 cars that are full season entry for the 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship. It's good to be back. It really, really is. And it's great to be looking across the start-finish straight here at Silverstone Circuit to an almost completely full main grandstand, which is filling more and more by the moment. There is a big crowd here at Silverstone, John.
There were cars coming in before 8 o'clock this morning. I believe the gates might have been opened early this morning. Normally it's 8 o'clock. We came in slightly before 8 o'clock to go and get our breakfast, and there were already spectators coming in. The car park yesterday, despite the horrible conditions from our aerial cameras, was absolutely packed. And just to the right of the picture there, you can see some of the cars parked up behind the paddock here. That's the media car park. Now, here is just underlining exactly what we were talking about earlier on, with the sunshine bringing out a huge crowd for the open pits. Of course, access here to the international pit lane, which is used as Formula 1, not usually able to be done for the general public, for the fans, for the enthusiasts, but here it's an open door policy. And I've got to say, all of the drivers I spoke to this morning are very complimentary again about the size and the knowledge as well as the good manners of the Silverstone crowd. We've got a new DJ this year as well.
Excellent.
Yes, yeah.
Gerard not doing it this year then?
No, indeed. This is the band, the pipes and drums of one of the Coventry bands that's come down from the centre of England to us, about 15, well, a little bit more than that, half an hour away. Coventry, part of, right in the middle of the former car industry in the UK.
One-off livery this year for the number 97 Aston Martin.
And you just caught a quick glimpse there of some of the bespoke wings that are on the Aston Martin.
It's beautiful, beautiful enamelled wings with the national colours at each race of the nation where we are racing. So the red, white and blue of the United Kingdom. adorns the factory Aston Martins. The Valero flat blue and yellow livery will be Silverstone only, we believe, for the moment. After that, the car will revert.
Audi supporters from all over the world with us here with their flags out for Andre Lotterer, Marcel Fessler, Ben Trellier and Lena Gade, who, of course, this will be her last time engineering the Audi at Silverstone.
It will. Just 3 races to go for Lena, her career as an Audi race engineer. News revealed this week that as this meeting got underway, that Lena will be leaving Audi Sport after the Le Mans 24 Hours. She's handing over to her replacement, the 4 GT, one of, if not the biggest story for this year. The aero on that car, John, is just amazing.
It's very clever. It's very clever. It's aero that you wouldn't be allowed some of that on a P1 car.
And confirmed, by the way, that they have been given a waiver for the homologation, which has been agreed to by all the GTE Pro teams to run that car ahead of the production car being available in October.
Yes, but that's the only way we should say
absolutely.
That. Here's the
GT Pro car.
GT Pro car in second position GT. What we should say is the waiver's been given for the production of the road cars. It's not been given for anything technical on the race car. There's a very, very big difference there. So it has to comply with all of the technical regulations that the Porsche, the Aston Martin, the Ferrari and, of course, the Corvette, which we'll see at Le Mans.
Sight there of the second place car in qualifying in GTE Pro. Different colours, different team, but the same driver squad this year for the single Porsche in the GTE Pro class. Rickard Leitz and Michael Christensen. Rickard taking the championship last year, of course, for Team Monti.
God save our gracious Queen. Long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save our Queen.
I think we give that one a 9.5, in particular for the riff in the middle. We quite like that.
The Rolling Stones riff in the middle.
The Queen's always been a bit rock and roll.
Well, Brian May did the national
Jubilee.
anthem at the Jubilee.
He did indeed.
From the top of Book House, did he
That's
not?
Queen and the Rolling Stones
Yeah,
with a bit of a link there.
absolutely.
I think
Like
at
that lot.
9.5, though, we like to score our anthem singers.
Do you think 9.5?
I think 9.5, very good. Not quite up to the standards of the lady at the Nürburgring.
Oh, that was
last year. That was
and the Japanese national anthem
was
of
very
Fuji
good.
was brilliant.
That was very
Here's
good.
the top 3 in GT Pro, just to confirm there. Look at the difference in times. Remember, it's an average of 2 drivers, 1 lap each.
This is the pole-sitting car. This is the number 71 Ferrari 488 GTE.
It does not look a massive amount different from the 458s that are in the GT Am field. Remember, the GT Am cars must be a year old. You can't have the new style of cars in that.
The one thing it will be, though, John, is it sounds different. It's 458, that ear-splitting wail from the normally aspirated V8. Close your eyes as the 488 goes by, and you could be back into the 1980s to 1990s and Group B rallying.
Oh, very much so.
Fabulous sounding thing, but very different sounding thing. There is only one of the 2 Ferraris at the front of the GTE Pro grid. That, as John said a little earlier, because the number 51 car, having set the fastest time of the session in the hands of James Collado, the engine, I'm afraid, then developed a terminal problem. Just as Jimmy Bruno is getting aboard, that car requiring an engine change overnight and will start from the back of the grid because it didn't set a time and it's had an engine change.
The grid being cleared of all unnecessary personnel. Here's a brand new team. This is the Manor team in the orange, black and white. I'll give you that, it is orange. I said red yesterday. I knew Graham Loudon, who's a staunch Newcastle United supporter, would not have a red, white and black car. The colours of local rivals Sunderland, both winners yesterday.
So Loic Duval just wandering down the middle of the
red
there.
Yep. Yeah, welcome to Graham Loudon, John Booth, and the 2 Manor cars, one for the whole season including Le Mans, the other one for the whole season excluding Le Mans. Graham telling us at the prologue at Ricard, it seems an age ago now, but actually only less than a month ago, isn't it, that rather surprised at how easy it was, relatively speaking, to get the budgets raised for the 2 cars, and wished he'd put the 2 car entry in right at the start. There's the SMP racing car. This is the BR01 chassis. Last season of competitive racing for this. It's been, unfortunately, I think, legislated out of the championship next year when only 4 chassis are allowed, and this isn't one of them. Vitaly Petrov will start that car.
We'll be able still to compete in Asia with that chassis. We'll be able to compete actually here, but not competitively.
If that makes sense, yeah.
Because there will be the possibility of grandfathering these cars. These have got somewhere between 460 and 500 brake horsepower from the all Nissan V8s this year. No Honda engines for ESM, they've changed over. But next year that 500 brake horsepower will not be enough, because the new spec engine for LMP2 next year is a Gibson, UK-based technology company, nay Zytec, for those familiar with endurance racing, or indeed any racing, and they'll have another 100 ponies under the bonnet, so that's going to make it tricky for any grandfather car to be in any way competitive.
A lot of Twitterage about the national anthem there. At Specutainment, at DSC Editor, will get you to us here in the TV booth. We're just to the left of that picture there, now to the right, sorry, we've switched round. We are just beyond the finish line, not the start line. Here's the 3rd place machine in LMP2, the RGR Sport by Morand. It seems that matte finishes are the cause célèbre this year.
Absolutely, and this car important in several ways. It's a cracking driver squad, but also big promotional effort behind the brand new for 2016 6 Hours of Mexico. Ricardo Gonzalez, the promoter of that race, and very proactive indeed in this paddock in promoting that race. And amongst the many things they're bringing to that party is the promotion team have acquired Pucker LMP car, an LMP3 Ligier, which is going to be fitted with 2 seats and will be used for, my guess is, some pretty eye-opening promotional opportunities for media and key stakeholders. That's a good phrase, isn't it? 31 car here. Now here's a story. This is Tequila Patron ESM. This is the American team, now based in France for this effort, moving over to Nissan Power and coming here, John, on a run already this year.
Oh, massively so. 36 hours of racing in the IMSA competition. Race just having taken place actually yesterday on the streets of Long Beach, but the first 2 Enduros, both run by ESM, albeit not with that chassis, but that team. The chassis that they won Daytona and Sebring with is in Europe. It will be going to Le Mans, crucially, not for that team. We have a really interesting statistician's joyous situation in that we may have a single chassis winning the top 3 endurance races in the world in a single year. We could have a single team winning it, but not both.
Yep. Brief shot there of James Rotter, another returnee to the FIA WEC for the first 2 rounds this season with the Bicolis team. Their CLM chassis, new chassis, brand new, very different aero. Here's another car with a new chassis and very different aero from last year. This is the number 5 Toyota TS050. It is Sebastian Buemi, who is aboard, one of 10 ex-Formula 1 stars to actually start this race. Not in the overall order, there's more than that, but 10 of them will actually take the start. The TS050, I think quite a retro look to something which is a very 21st century package. This is the sister car, the number 6 Toyota.
I think, I'll be honest now, I think these guys are looking at 1 race win this year, and that is Le Mans.
Well, we'll see. Mike Conway will take the start.
I mean, sorry, I don't think they'll only get 1 race win, but I think that is where their focus is right now.
You know what? I think they take that at this stage. This is the number 2, 4th on the grid for the number 2 Porsche. The car that just could not get a break last year. It's going to be Romain Dumas that will take the start aboard this car. There's Romain, gives a bit of a wave with the silver and grey helmet, the red trim. The number 1 car, the defending world champions, and it will be none other than Mark Webber will take the start.
They weren't happy.
No.
They were not happy.
They were glum, weren't they?
Brendan had put in a great team. Now, this is an RAF Tornado.
It does look like a Tornado.
I didn't think there was any of those still flying. So we get the fleet. It is a Tornado. Multi-role combat aircraft, MRCA, with the swing wings moving back into full supersonic position. Very clever aircraft, miles ahead of its time. Rather thought our helicopter pilot got a decent view of that as it
I bet he did. That may be the first fly past we've had at a WEC race.
We were meant one year, weren't we, to have
we went into Lagos with the Ayrton Senna tribute team.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's certainly the first one we've had here.
Absolutely.
So there is the e-tron Quattro with Everyone now with lithium-ion batteries. There is the view from our helicopter. Now that I like.
That's a view. Looking down
right,
at the tornado.
That was not an RAF livery on that.
I think it is an RAF. It's one of the ones with a tribute livery.
Ah, got you.
And here, the pole position car. It is Andre Lotre that will take the start. Black and white helmet for Andre. Blitzed it. It looked all Porsche, didn't it? And all of a sudden, the laps came banging in and just got better and better. The smiles grew in the Audi garage and disappeared in the Porsche garage. It was not what they expected.
Well, there are the onboard cameras at the front of the field. The final pieces of information being passed backwards and forwards between the teams.
And this is the kind of service you can expect from the revised app this year for the WEC. Lots of things you can do to get a bespoke experience, viewing experience of the FIWC this season, including, for the first time, video on demand for the first 3 weeks after the race. So we're about to see the 1 minute board. It is going to be 2 formation laps for this race. Will help a little bit with tyre temperature. Very difficult to get the temp into the tyres in these cold conditions. Better than perhaps we've had for the last couple of days here, but they're still going to struggle. Rear view there of the Ligier, the RGR. Bruno Senna taking the start in that car. Very neat and tidy looking paddock again for the FIWC, very professionally put together. 1 minute until the start of 2 formation laps. And start your engines. A little less screamy this year, with just one Ferrari 458 on the grid, and the end, of course, at the end of last year of Toyota's normally aspirated V8, replaced this year by twin-turbo 2.4-litre V6. No shortage of ponies, but certainly shorter on the decibels. More efficient, that's what it's all about. Patrick Dempsey gets ready with the red flag. He'll enjoy this moment. I bet he'd wish, though, that he was at the wheel of one of these cars as we're about to get the cars underway on the first of 2 formation laps.
Graham, this time last year, I said to you, I've got a bit of a tingle. I had a bit of a goosebump moment, and that was the start of possibly, I'm sure you did, the season opener turned out to be basically exactly what we'd hoped for. And what's more, it set the tone for the whole season. Are we going to see the same again?
Let's take a moment to remember last year, John, because what we witnessed was quite extraordinary. One of the very best 6-hour races in history, and it was only bettered actually since then by the one that came next. But the way that these cars performed, the huge leap forward in tech that we saw deployed reliably by these cars, was a world-class eye-opener. And to see the different ways in which that tech was deployed and the pace was deployed was absolutely mesmerising. If we get half that entertainment today, it will be the best race of the year so far worldwide, and I think we're going to get rather more than that.
Let's head down to Louise. A moment or two ago, she stuck her head in through the World Champions door and asked for some last-minute thoughts.
Last moments, just dialing in there. What are you feeling, thinking, going into this with the Audis ahead of you?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, obviously, the first stint. Being on the second row here, we're going to see how the pace settles down in the dry conditions. Obviously, yesterday was wet in quali, so Audi were quicker than us in those conditions. So we're now looking forward to seeing what the pace is like in the dry. So obviously, it's a long race. I want to try and see if there's any opportunities early. We'll see how the tyre warm-up is as well. So the first few laps will be a bit new because we haven't had a dry run so much in a while. But as the race goes on, I feel confident we can do a good job.
Cars making their way behind the brand new Audi R8 V10. Pace car, new to the WEC this year. We're going to hear now, just before the cars go underway, from Lou with Andre Lotre, pole position man.
Andre, Andre, it's been a while since you've been in this position, starting a WEC race. What are your thoughts going into it?
Yeah, very motivated. It's very nice for the team to be back on the top with a new car, with a lot of work to develop it. So a nice reward for yesterday and great to start from P1 today, but 6 hours to go and have to keep this position. It's not going to be easy.
Thank you.
Weaving, weaving, weaving. Get what heat you can, because it's going to get very fast and very furious indeed. In just one rolling lap's time, the car number 26, the leader in the P2, the pole position car in P2. Being told to close up. Mike Conway is going to be talking to Louise just before he took to the track for these formation laps. Here he is aboard.
Mike, home race, issues yesterday in qualifying. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts? There's a lot to learn going into this one.
Yeah, no, the car was good on the reconnaissance lap, so I think we'll be okay. But yeah, it's going to be a learning curve in terms of what our competition have against us.
Here they come. The world's best field of sports cars, as is completely appropriate for what is an FIA World Championship, growing in stature, growing in strength, and with amazing technology, amazing cars, astonishing drivers, and a pure team sport. Strategy matters, pit stops matter, and of course the driving matters. Cars will move into grid formation, turn 14, going past the old national pits now, where the ELMS cars were stationed yesterday. Anxious faces wait in the pit garages. Everybody looking to get the 2016 season off to a productive start. Juicy Lucy apparently is the name of the number 1 Audi R18. Dropped the e-tron Quattro moniker this year. Still features, of course, a hybrid drivetrain. We're looking through now at the grid.
Well, Silverstone has been the traditional start to the World Endurance Championship for the last few years, the 2016 Championship season. It's no different. It's John Hindhaugh and Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, alongside me. We're at the finish line. The start line just a wee bit further down the track from us as our helicopter picks up the pole sitter.
Down the Hanger Straight. Take a look for the ones that maybe aren't weaving. They might be the ones to watch as the power is tempted to get down in just a couple of corners' time. Dramas here yesterday. Final lap with, I'm afraid, the race-winning car in GT late yesterday, John, being excluded overnight. Technical infringement. But forgotten now, because we're ready to go racing. The first of 8 6-hour races this season, plus the iconic, the world-famous, the utterly wonderful Le Mans 24 Hours in June. But before we get there, there will be 12 hours of racing. The Audi safety car pulls off. And we're about, John, to go racing.
Six hours on the clock, the lights are red and they're about to go green, and we're racing in 2016 as the 33 cars of the FIA World Endurance Championship get down to full throttle for the first time in racing competition. The 2 Audis from the front row have pulled away for the moment, but this challenge, well, I say that, this challenge straight away from the world champion. The Porsche number 1 is there through the loop as they head onto the Wellington Straight for the first time, and Andre Lotterer and Ollie Jarvis, the 2 starting drivers for Audi.
Changes behind, though, in LMP2, the SMP racing car, and Pipo Derani in the number 31 car have gone through to lead and second. Derani up the inside and will take the lead in LMP2. A cracking start from the Daytona and Sebring winner. That Brazilian making a name for himself, and the reigning world champ in LMP2 tries to go around the Russian-run car, manages it. Rusinov back into second, Senna going up the inside now. It's a real beat-up here in LMP2 in the early moments of this race. Senna toughing it out on the inside, squeezing it wide. Up the inside goes the Manor car. 45 there, into Copse corner. Risky move, but it pays off. Roberto Merri there, through now into 4th position. ESM, G-Drive, RGR and Manor, then the 2 SMP racing cars, then the second Manor car, and Johnny Kane in the only open top car now in the FIA WEC. In the middle of that train with the 2 Alpines behind him. Look at this, using every inch of the track and a tiny bit more there for the 44 car. That's Will Stevens. He goes by the 37 SMP car. Andre Lotterer, meanwhile, is pulling away. 142.271, his first flying lap. Ollie Jarvis pulling away a little from the Porsches too. But it's LMP2 where the real wheel-to-wheel action is, all the way up and down the field in this new, well, it's 11-car grid this year for the 2016 FI World Endurance Championship. It's going to take it, by the look of things, a lap or several for this to settle down a bit. Johnny Kane looking now for a way past the 27 car. That's Nick Minassian, and he does so. Kane pulling away and looking to get into the mix of this, because this is pretty fast and furious stuff in the junior prototype category. Quality of drivers in these cars this year has taken a step. Pipo Derani, an emerging star, Roman Rusinov, the reigning champion, Bruno Senna, Roberto Merri, Vitaly Petrov, a trio, in fact Will Stevens, a quartet of ex-Formula 1 drivers, then Johnny Kane, established star in sports cars, Nick Minassian, the ex-Peugeot factory driver, Gustavo Menezes, a coming man in Alpine, and Nelson Panciatici, starting drivers in that class. Derani getting away though. On board now with the number 43 car. This is Bruno Senna, and getting larger and larger in his screen as the 2 Toyotas swap positions. 6 goes ahead of 5. Conway goes by Buemi, 2014 world champion of course, Swiss driver. Lots and lots of British interest as well, all the way up and down the field. And working their way through the late starting Rebellions, already passing LMP2 cars. Jimmy Bruni, meanwhile, timing the scoring, has gone by 3 cars to run 30th at the moment as he recovers. 140.884, meanwhile, is the fastest lap of the race. That's gone to the race leader. And that's more than half a second up on the faster of the 2 Porsches at the moment. Audi, 3.4 seconds ahead. Lotterer from the 3rd place to number 1 Porsche.
So the nice quiet start then to the 2016 season. I'm so glad to see that everybody underway. I do think there was a slight worry that the cold conditions might have just caused some issues. Through Copse for the 3rd time for our leader, Andre Lotterer, going down into Beckett's. The floppy bollards will get hit at some stage, hard. I'm thinking about lap, probably just after the first set of pit stops actually. Down the hanger straight for Ollie Jarvis. There's the Ford. Porsche catching the ground a little bit. 2 Fords, in fact.
In order, they qualified at the moment.
66 and 67. Stefan Munger and Andy Prior, sorry, Graham, starting those 2 cars.
And actually ahead of the second Ford, that's Klaus Bachler. We're looking at him now from the ringside seat from Andy Prior's Ford GT. Klaus Bachler in the number 88 Abu Dhabi Proton racing car. Their first pole position in the WEC. Well done to Cal Valcabezi and the 88 squad. With David Hyman Hansen back into a GT car this year. Klaus Bachler making a one-off appearance with Pat Long busy in Long Beach on Pirelli World Challenge duty this weekend. But Klaus putting it on the GT-AM pole and putting it ahead of, well, more than half of the pro field. A very quick young man indeed. Andy Prior looking to see what he can do to keep that battle honest. Quicker lap this time though from all 4 of the lead cars. Quickest of all those, Mark Webber, beginning now to reel in Ollie Jarvis. That gap is down to a single second. And under 3 seconds now, the gap to Lotterer. So all of a sudden, has the Porsche managed to switch on the Michelins? We'll see. It's the familiar soundtrack of the Porsche. It's the only familiar soundtrack, of course, amongst the LMP1H cars.
Although they've got an extra couple of megajoules energy to play with. The key with the slick tyres is not just getting heat into them, but trying to keep them consistent. Because what you don't want to do is have them drop off and then have to recycle them as a second heat cycle. They don't like that. That's why full course yellows are not great. Particularly not great for tyre wear. You'd think it would be.
Now, all of the comments in print and particularly on the internet about the capabilities, in particular the looks of these cars this year. The Audis in particular, lots of comments about the good looks or otherwise of the new FIA 2016 R18. My guess is, John, it'll get a whole lot prettier if it wins.
Looks extraordinary when you see it from above. We've got a couple of cameras at the end of the pit lane when it comes out of the pits.
An amazing piece of equipment.
You really see the air management system that the bodywork is, and that's exactly what it is. It's a flow through as well as over the car. 2 Toyotas running in lockstep, like Conway from Seb Buemi. The CLM of James Rossiter in 7th position, and that's an all-new carbon tube for that car this season. They did a lot of work on the rear end of the car last year, and have done a lot of work in the closed season on the front end of the car, moving pick-up points and things like that.
And a new high nose on that car this year, very different look, and appears to be doing the business. I think this is the first time that CLM has out-qualified both Rebellions in whatever form it's ever been in. So James doing a very good job indeed. And we'll be looking to maintain the advantage he's got as the Rebellions make their way through the LMP2 field. Now it's 12th and 13th overall, almost in line astern. And their next target is number 45, Manor WEC Orica Nissan. So we watch a pair of Ligiers. Sorry, it's not Ligier this year, of course, is it? It's an Orica. It's the G-Drive racing car, now run under the Jota Sports, by the Jota Sport team. Roman Rusinov taking the start and being chased by Bruno Senna in the Ligier. This the same kind of car that G-Drive campaigned to the championship last year. So here we go. Here's an opportunity to see the relative talents of the designers as well as the drivers as the Rebellions close in on the Manor car behind.
Yeah, it looks similar, of course, but very different in terms of performance brackets. The P1 Private E cars really should be a similar pace to the hybrid cars at the front of the field, but that's never really going to happen. But it'll be interesting to see the future of LMP1 non-hybrid, P1 BIS as we often call it, particularly at the moment. Welcome along to everyone joining us around the world on the WEC app. I know Graham's been talking about the new improvements. If you've signed up for the full year, you'll have video on demand for 3 weeks after the event. And Graham and I, along with Louise Beckett, will be on station for all of the 6-hour races this year for our international TV syndication and for the app. Lovely to have you along.
And if you like it, if you like what you're looking at live, show your friends. You've got 3 weeks to do so. They can watch the whole race if they might enjoy just as much as you do. It would be great to see them along to a race live at some point. Got lots and lots of new friends being made by the FIA WEC. Rebellions making their way now through the second and third placed battle in LMP2 as Pipo Derani is taking advantage of this battle to pull away. 5 seconds to the good now ahead of Roman Rusinov. Derani, of course, part of the G-Drive effort last year.
Was the fastest lap in the race last year? I think we've gone quicker already, haven't we? Webber's done a 40.3, was it not a 40.8? And also some eagle-eyed spectators here at the circuit tweeting us at as we've got a side-by-side action for second place. Mark Webber's gone through. And that was a moment or two ago. Sorry, we're just having problems with our pictures in the booth here for a moment, dropping in and out. So Mark Webber up the second. There's the number 1 Porsche not showing its marker lights down the side. It should have 2. And the Audi should now have 3.
When it crosses the line.
Yeah. But the Porsche has not at the moment. And it looks like Ollie Jarvis is going to lose 3rd position, and Romain Dumas just off to our right. Has a look down the inside, but can't make that. Well, this is the race that Porsche are expected to. We're rather downhearted at the end of qualifying not to have done a bit better. Two, 3 and 4 are 1, 8 and 2 at the moment, with absolutely nothing between them.
Webber now trying to escape the clutches of Ollie Jarvis and get back onto terms, or get onto terms the first time, in fact, of course, for the leader, but it's got 5 seconds to make up before he does that. Fastest lap of the race last year, John, was, so we had 2 cars that did it in 1:40.8, but the quickest, the 2, was the number 7 Audi at 1:40.836. So you're absolutely right, already half a second quicker than that. So, what, 10 minutes into the season, car 51 will be getting what we always knew was going to happen, a 3-minute stop-go penalty for that change of engine. The engine giving terminal trouble in qualifying yesterday. Ollie Jarvis now doing his best to try to keep the second Porsche at bay, Romain Dumas. Right with him, but equally, Jarvis has not given up hope of that second position.
The 51 car, if you're watching online, you'll see has a 3-minute stop-go penalty. That's for the change of engine. They will have known about that. That is an article. It's 7.6.1 actually. Not that I know that is on the bottom of our timing screen. So here's the Manor coming across the line, leading a little gaggle of P2 cars. It's the 44. So that is Will Stevens in 5th position in class. Everybody else is 6th, it would seem. Johnny Kane right up behind him, Vitaly Petrov, Gustavo Menezes, pleasant young man Hayes. Dinner with him at a local hostelry. Ooh, bit of side-by-side action there. 37, Vitaly Petrov and Will Stevens getting rather closer acquainted than perhaps they might have expected. Windscreen wipe as well by Petrov. Let's have a listen to what Ollie Jarvis is talking about to his team.
Hey, I have no grip. Yeah, copy.
No grip. Yeah. I think he's either used his tyres too much or their guess on the pressures, because they have not run slick tyres in these conditions. It was wet weather tyres yesterday, and getting the pressures and therefore the temperatures right is a real art form.
Yeah, despite the fact he's got no grip, as Ollie describes there, he was able to hold the Porsche on the straight one there.
See what the number 2 car's saying. This is Romain Dumas.
I suggest boost 3 for overtaking at turn 15. Boost 3 for overtaking, turn 15.
That is into the braking area at Storm, on the back of the Hanger Straight.
So no power to spare then for them in that situation. It said they can select where to deploy this boost. Instant, meanwhile, between cars 44 and 37, we saw that on screen just a little moment ago, between Will Stevens and Vitaly Petrov, is under investigation. We wait for the 51 to make its stop. It actually made its way up to 4th position overall in the GTE rankings, in the GTE Pro rankings too. So trying to make up some ground before that 3-minute stop, and Jimmy Bruni doing a great job in the early running.
Ash de Vries watching and commenting on the quality of the in-car cameras. We're messing about with some new technology towards the end of last year, and it's been implemented this year. Dave Alcock noticing, as I was just looking at the team at the timing sheets as well, the whole of the MP1H field have lapped the GTM and GTE fields in less than 8 minutes. Actually, talking to Marino Franchitti about this, he hasn't driven a GTE car for a few years, I think 2008, 2009, with LMP1 cars on the track. And he says the additional pace of the LMP1 cars, well, first of all, he said the new GTE cars are like prototypes to drive. They have what he described prototype amounts of downforce, but very slippery through the air. But he did say that the changes in the LMP1 field are astounding, and they go past you as if you're chained to a post.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
And in fact, that makes it easier for everybody concerned.
I think it's safer. I think it's safer,
yes. Because not everything is happening between the turning point to a corner and the apex of a corner, which is how it used to happen. And Anthony Davison knows exactly what can go wrong at that point, when GT drivers are already committed and a prototype driver sees a gap that he feels he's got to go for, which is actually not a gap, it's somebody coming in on their racing line.
Absolutely right. Stay on board there for a moment or two with Bruno Senna. This continuing battle for second place in LMP2 is allowing Pipo Derani to get away. Now 10 seconds to the good, but meantime in GT Pro we've got the number 97 Aston Martin, the Valero, the blue car, you can see that in shot, trying to get onto terms with Andy Priaulx and doing a pretty good job of it. GT Pro cars this year will be more easy to pick out from a distance. You can see the bustle there, the huge diffuser on the rear of the two Pro cars, a single AM car. They'll all three of them be in the very pretty green livery from the next round on. And now Bruno Senna looking for a way by Roman Rusinov. He's played a blinder in keeping back the Brazilian thus far, but track limits there, I'm afraid, Bruno.
Yeah, he won't be allowed to do that and advance his position as he comes through Woodcote onto what is now called the National Straight, down towards Copse. Traffic ahead. Turn in, run wide, and Rusinov slightly balked by the Aston Martin. Here comes Senna on the outside. Rusinov squeezing. Well, we've seen very robust driving from G-Drive cars in the past, and people being squeezed towards pit wall. Thank goodness that wasn't the case there. And Senna leaning on the Ferrari rather heavily in the middle of the S's as well.
That was ragged edge stuff from Senna, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
it's cost the Ferrari a position
at the limit of adhesion for the prototype. He felt he needed to do that.
It's a lock up Ferrari, isn't it?
Bit of a wisp of tyre smoke as they got into the braking zone.
Oh no, he's held on.
Felipe Albuquerque, thumbs up. Battle of the Audi factory drivers here, of course, in those two cars later in the race, with René Rast aboard the 26 car. Felipe Albuquerque will get in the 43 car later. With the lack of a third factory Audi at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, they have retained all three of those drivers and finding gainful employ for them, so they're not hanging around the workshop kicking tin cans around. I bet there aren't tin cans at the Audi workshop hanging around to be kicked. That's the sound of a thoroughbred Aston Martin V8 looking at the rear diffuser of its GTE Pro colleague on both these cars. They're new for 2016. There's lots of new for 2016. New for 2016, development Dunlop rubber. This might be a significant factor. Maybe not this early in the season, maybe not even this season, but watch for this beginning to come on song as the Dunlop boys start about the process of getting into a different ball game for them for a wee while. The GT Pro Tech Race. This is a technical partnership. This is all about confidential rubber. That means that these are development tyres and can be developed through the season. P-cars coming through amongst that traffic. Fascinating to watch. Oh, around the outside goes the Audi. On the straight, through the turns. And that gap is coming down for the lead. And it's coming down rapidly, under 2 seconds now, John. It was 5. And Andre Lotra looked like he was on the hurry up through traffic. That's why.
It's very interesting, the games that were being played in qualifying. We saw Brendan Hartley did 39, didn't he, at one stage, and we sort of raised an eyebrow at that. By the way, the Mana and Vitaly Petrov incident down at Vale that we saw, NFA, no further action. Yeah, I thought it was interesting, the games that were being played people say we don't get to see the true performance of the cars until we go qualifying at Silverstone. I don't think we see the true qualifying of the cars until we flag them off at Le Mans, because that's the race that no one wants to take any adjustment for. Leader embroiled in the battling GT cars, and he's going through the GT Pro field there. Nick Manassian is among that as well in the 27 BRO1 for SMP Racing. In fact, he's pitted. Manassian in the pits. We'll find out more from Louise in just a wee moment.
And slightly the better of the traffic went the way to Andre Lotterer, but the battle behind for third, it went the other way. Romain Dumas using the opportunity of the traffic to close right up with Ollie Jarvis. That's pretty nose to tail. And the Audi balked slightly by the Ford, going through Copse and coming to one of the most amazing parts of this circuit. These cars change direction like near nothing else. And he's got traffic again through there. Is that going to affect Ollie Jarvis's pace? Is this the opportunity? It nearly is for Romain Dumas. He's on the right there somewhere, John.
Onto the back straight. And Ollie Jarvis is held on. This is the Hanger straight. Up into Stowe.
Almost the opportunity there.
Pace in the straight line of the... Was that the Rebellion that was in behind there?
I think that was
the
RGR
car, yeah. So nothing wrong with that as a P2 car. It was hanging on to the Porsche at VMAX. Past the leading Davide Rigon-driven Ferrari in GTE Pro. Again, for the second time. In fact, for the third time.
Should say that we have had the 51 in to take its 3-minute stop-go and back out, but of course has lost a lap in the process.
Still waiting to find out why the Nick Manassian 27 came in. Wow, that was very close indeed. Ollie Jarvis having to make a very late decision on Ricard Leitz, which he was passing in the Porsche. So this the battle for the two pairs of cars battling for position. Andre Lotterer has just eked out around about a 2.6 second lead at the head of the field from Mark Webber in second, and then Ollie Jarvis and Romain Dumas separated by that much.
Should say, by the way, the rate of closing through the entire field by both Rebellions has been very impressive indeed. They've passed the rest of the LMP2 field, and Alexander Imperatori, the number 13 car,
in traffic.
He's only 3.5 seconds off James Roster, who started the race at the front of the grid, of course, on the rear of the factory cars.
Oh, those cars are rapid, which I think was much disappointment. Much disappointment in the marshes for Bart Hayden and the rest of his crew when they couldn't get them out. They've been doing solid 46s, and a 46.4 by Alexander Imperatori last time around in the 13 car. Down Stowe again.
Lead pair, by the way.
Two different lights there, Graham.
Yes, indeed. Again, as this race develops, that's going to be one of the fascinating things again, isn't it? Is how differently these two cars deal with the available track surface. We saw it last year. The Porsche, an absolute rocket ship out the corners. The Audi, amazing through the turns. It's slightly more even Stevens in both environments this year. It's still the number 97 car. This is Fernando Reis looking for a way by Andy Prio. Klaus Backler getting involved in that battle now, dropping back a little. Prio goes by the number 88 car, as does Fernando Reis. Darren Turner's now going to look for a way past the number 88 Porsche, as P2 traffic gets involved in that too.
A real celebration of all that is great and good about British motorsport on the grid, with the Tourist Trophy up for grabs here this weekend, the oldest trophy that has been continually contested in motorsport, going right back to the early 1900s. All the top brass from the Royal Automobile Club here with their trophy. Had a very good chat with Tom Purvis, who's the chairman of the Royal Automobile Club, yesterday. Very sensible set of people who are looking after. He's also on the board of the RAC MSA, which looks after the sporting side of things here. Tackled him about the question of calendars, and he was very sensible about it. Very sensible indeed. Well, that's been it's a very busy weekend here in the UK with a lot going on, and it hasn't affected the crowd here, I would say that. And more than 400 marshals have turned up, which we salute, of course, which means this is as big now in terms of marshalling as the Formula One Grand Prix.
That's what it might be.
Well, exactly. And I do think I think it's good that this event continues to attract such a brilliant crowd, even after the bad weather of yesterday, which, by the way, was pretty well attended. I saw Sir Jackie Stewart earlier on in the paddock.
Why it's a snowstorm, Sir Jackie?
I'm still absolutely nonplussed by the fact that there's not a single part of a racetrack anywhere in the UK named after our original 3 times world champion. Everybody else has got corners named after them, but not Sir Jackie.
Less than half an hour, by the way, and the leading cars are lapping the LMP1 privateers. Astounding pace. The idea of some gaps with 27 minutes under the wheels of the cars in this first race of the 2016 FIA WEC, the 6 Hours of Silverstone. It's 1.1 seconds between the lead Audi, number 7, Andre Lotterer from Mark Webber. It's 10 seconds back for the battling pair, but all of a sudden the Toyotas are matching that pace and beginning to just nibble away at the gap between the 5th and 6th place Toyotas and the 3rd and 4th place battle. That is right down. That's the lead gap now.
I was just about to say that, Graham. I need to have a good look at the left-hand front tyre on the Audi. They've got a problem there. I think it's catching the bodywork. Here's the battle for the lead. He's going into turn 1, and it's gone through very easily.
Unable to defend.
Yeah, traffic getting in the way there for Andre Lotterer. But look at the left-hand side of the car there. The gap in the top of the front fender. Basically, Andre Lotterer getting balked behind the CLM, that was, wasn't it?
It was. I think
Louise has got some news on the 27 car. Nick Manassian brought that into the pits a wee while ago. Louise, what can you tell us?
Yeah, they're still in the garage. They said that Nick was complaining about how the car felt, so they brought it in and they're working on the suspension. However, that rear right tyre does look suspicious, so whether the 27 was involved in anything, I'm not sure, but they're still working on it now.
Thanks, Louise. Louise Beckett with us for the 6-hour races, and I suppose Louise will be at Le Mans as well. That's great news. The team back together again. So keep an eye on the left front tyre of Andre Lotterer's team. Let's hear what Mark Webber is being told by his team.
India 25 urgent, India 25 urgent, TCR 6, TCCon 4, TCCon 4.
Check that was Romain Dumas' engineer, and that sounds to me as though they have a balance issue with the hybrid. It's a language of their own. Engineers are allowed to give technical information. There's no restriction on radio messages in the FIA WEC. The only, in fact, regulation about it is that they must not be scrambled and it must be in English.
The word urgent is the one that will have pricked up ears.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. To the card, Romain Dumas must have a personal force field around him, because he is often the guy in the Porsche when things go wrong. He had to control alt deleted a few times at Spa, didn't he?
Oh, and it's going to be
side by side.
Grass, number 2.
Pass on the grass. That was a bit naughty from the Audi. Squeezed down on the Wellington straight and then took back to the racing line. Ollie Jarvis being very robust in his defence. Both cars off the circuit on the exit of Luffield. Now down towards the old first corner at Copse. They do look like they're from another world, these cars. They are absolutely unbelievably quick. The amount of social media messages I'm getting from people at the track. Now, people who haven't been and seen these cars for a few while, and for people who were here last year, thoroughly enjoying the speed.
Behind
so
that
here is that. So the Audi was slowed coming out by the Aston. Ollie will claim that he was drifting over to get round past the Aston and then defended from the middle of the road into Brooklands. This is what it looked like from Romain Dumas. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't think he lifted there.
No,
I don't think Romain Dumas lifted. It was fantastic. Well done him. Luca Di Grassi enjoying that moment as well. I'm not sure the Porsche team faces would have been like that. I bet there was lots of pointing at the screen.
Indeed. I'd say, by the way, as they went through on that lap, there is a real battle now for the privateer lead. 7th position, James Rodster is still fending off Alexander Imperatori with Nelson Piquet Jr. further 12 seconds or so back, but catching. It's all about traffic at the moment and managing that safely. Romain Dumas has that task right now with a P2 and a GTE car ahead of him. But the punch that these cars have got off the turns, didn't manage it through there though. Up the inside of the 97 car and bang away. BR1 ahead. And the Ford dispatched in a nanosecond. But that's allowed Ollie Jarvis to make good his escape. For now, at least.
Don't be a Lotterer I'm worried about. Pace is good, but that left front tyre...
Which is the tyre that takes the hammering here.
Oh, massively. It's where the fast corners are, isn't it? This is on board with Ollie Jarvis. The camera's just a little bit further forward on his car. When we see the number 8 car, when we see the number 7 car, look to the left-hand side and the top of the tyre. Now, this is two British teams, based pretty close by, and Manor versus Stracker, and Johnny Kane goes past Will Stevens. That 44 car from the front has a real retro look. You know, again, you could be looking at a Group C car if you squint just a little bit. It's when you see all the diamond work down the side in terms of the livery and also how much work there is on the side pontons on that car that you realise it isn't an older prototype.
Slight tribute, I feel, to livery we saw last year on a British GT car. It's owned by a friend and colleague of mine, Mr. Dan Bathy. Hope you're listening, Dan. The geometric shapes, picking it out, but it does look great in a P2 car.
Hello to Jeremy Panish, who's up very early in South Main to watch this spectacle of motor racing with battles all the way through the field, and it's very tight indeed off the circuit. Indeed, still side by side, looking at the battle in LMP2 between Nelson Panciatici and Salvatore Petrov.
It is Salvatore Petrov.
Yeah.
And that position has changed.
And here comes the third place Audi into the mix as well.
Romain Dumas still trying to chase down Ollie Jarvis, but Jarvis has done a good job through traffic. You're right though, John, it was, how can we put this, a spirited defence of his position.
It was, yeah.
But,
well, you know,
it's paid to do that, I'm afraid.
Endurance racing is changed markedly in the time that you and I have been watching it. Even in the last few years, it's changed markedly. There may have been a time when Ollie Jarvis might have thought, long run,
we'll be
I'm in the first half an hour, let's let him go of a 6-hour race. Not now. These are 50, 55 minutes, well, 27, 28 lap sprint races.
Absolutely.
Tagged together without the option of going back to the truck and refettling the car in between. Basically what you've got here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a bit sprint races.
Absolutely right, and it is an absolute sprint. And the difference between, of course, the sprinting in these cars and in other formulae is they've got to do it with traffic and still maintain the lap average and still maintain the performance across the whole piece and look after the tyres and look after the fuel load, because it's about efficiency. We should see, we believe, about 28 laps from the Audis, maybe an extra lap for Porsche and the Toyotas, the way that the equivalency of the technology works. That is how it balances out.
We cannot be far away now, by the way, from the first black and white flags for track limits. I haven't bothered telling the viewer how they've been coming through, but they have been regular.
Oh yes.
If we'd been having a bingo card, I think I have a full house by now.
Mr. Freitas is ticking them off.
Yeah. There's a 44 Manor in the background there for Will Stevens. His team car is Roberto Meri, up in 4th position. LMP2 is Pipo Derani, ahead of Bruno Senna now, so ESM Ligier ahead of the 43, ahead of the G-Drive car, then Manor, the 45, then Stracker, the 42, then the second of the Manor cars, the 44. Gustavo Menezes is the Alpine in 16th position overall. I think that's 7th in class, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah.
Johnny Kane, meanwhile, looking for a way past the second, or rather the lead of the 2 Manor cars, having dealt with the challenge of Will Stevens. He's now looking for a way past Roberto Meri. The Gibson going very well indeed. Was very quick indeed in free practice. Of course, a circuit that the boys from Stracker Racing, based just over the other side of the fence.
There's more than a couple of teams here, but 2 teams in particular who could almost roll the cars into the track on the roads would be Stracker and Ford, Chip Ganassi Racing UK. And literally a junction up the A43 from where we are at the moment.
ELMS team Murphy Prototypes. Here's an opportunity to see the relative pace out of a turn.
Yeah. Why are those other 2 cars not trying?
They clearly weren't pushing, were they?
But that's what it looks like,
that wasn't
doesn't it?
Even the most impressive corner.
No. But isn't that what it looks like?
That's a P1 car through a fast turn, left them on a slow one, and when they deploy the hybrid boost, it's like a rocket ship. Pit stop for the LMP2 leader.
I would say that's a tad early. Pipo Derani's come in. That's now going to be the battle for 3rd position.
I suggest that's very early.
Into the pits. That car is fuel and tyres, says Louise. Thank you. Well, that looks...
Well,
that Dunlop's going on to that. We do have a tyre war, of course, in LMP2. Derani is out of the car. Pipo Derani has anchored that car's 2 endurance victories in the States. The regulations here are very different about driver time, and his teammates will have to do a little more of the work here.
And this is Johnny Kane muscling his way through. Spirited defence by Roberto Meri. Chris Cumming is getting into the car, but Kane up the inside here with a Toyota closing. Meri's going to try and close the door.
Still side by side, and the manager easing ahead. Underneath the crossover bridge down towards Brooklynton, go to the inside for the left-hander. Johnny Kane will try the cut back. Johnny was very happy with the balance of the car yesterday when we were chatting with him at breakfast. And now through Luffield, try and make this 2 corners and square off the exit so you can get on the power earlier. Through Woodkit.
I'm guessing these 2 are having quite a lot of fun at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. Now, there was a thought through Copse, but Johnny's compromised his entry and drops back maybe a couple of cars' lengths. The red and white car is Roberto Meri for Manor. The darker car, the local team from Toaster, Stracker Racing. Really good to see these 2 doyens of British motorsport in different ways, Stracker and Manor. Stracker, funnily enough, actually, a modern day Manor almost. John Booth and
Evan also, actually.
Have been in single-seaters. They've done all kinds of bits and pieces down through the years. And Stracker have gone the other way. They've started in sports cars and now have their own single-seater team.
And indeed racing in a GT 1-make series of the new Renault series that'll support the European Le Mans series from Miller onwards, and scored a podium yesterday on their debut.
Oh, did they?
They did indeed. And this is the battle for LMP1 Privateer. Thank you very much indeed, by Collis, for vinyling the front of that brand new nose in yellow from the plain grey. And we've got the 42 and the 44 car.
So that was on time then?
Yeah, that's
they were telling a bit porkies about how far they could go.
In comes the 13 car from 2nd place in LMP1 Privateer.
So Will Stevens not getting out of that car. If you're following Manor and you're used to seeing their exploits in Formula 1 and wondering why nothing's going on, once the fuel has finished is when everything starts, but only a very small number of team members are allowed to work on the car. slightly early stop for ESM, but planned, says Pipo Durrani.
Now, I wonder if that's actually because we've clearly got a race that's settled down into a very fast rhythm, but it is into a fast rhythm with no immediate prospects of a full course yellow. Get the gentleman driver in now.
Yes.
Burn that time. So Nelson Piquet Jr. moves up to 8th position, courtesy of Alexander Imperatori's stop aboard the number 13. Into the pits too is going to be the first of the hybrids, and it is Oliver Jarvis that's going to be with Louise on pit lane very soon, and here he comes to a stop. Oh dear.
Louise is down the other end, of course she is. That's... Now this looks
23 laps.
Yeah, that's early.
That is early.
They're doing something there. I wonder if that's... Was that the 7 or the 8? It's the 8. Okay. The 27 car in and back out. That was the car that Nick Manassian brought in very early on.
In comes the LMP1 privateer leader, James Rost, having driven a great stint there from 7th position. 45 manner now. His pit stall. So going through the pit cycle with the LMP2s and the P1 privateers, plus Ollie Jarvis at the moment. But keep an eye on those pit stop times. To run through this pit stops here, lane here, it's about a 31-second run. If you've got to kind of drive through, 15 seconds for a full fuel load. So we'll get a good idea of what's going on. It's a 1 minute 28 second stop for the Audi. Fuel and tyres. No driver change. Down the pit lane now comes Andre Lotterer. So both Audis stopping earlier. Now we'll soon find out whether or not there are tyres ready for that car. They have, because of the weather conditions we saw in free practice and qualifying, basically 6 new sets available for this race, but it does mean they're going to have to basically do a stint and a bit at least with one of those sets.
Let's have a look at that left front. You can see where it's been catching though, can't you?
Tyres are ready. No doubt they're going on.
66. Ford and car number 30 ESM come together at turn 11, and that's been looked at. Yeah, tyres are going on. There's no hurry, is there? I love the sort of... That's a brand new set. Look at the sheen. Could have done with seeing that Mitchie. So it came off. Comes the Alpine as well. Meantime, Mark Webber, motors on serenely. Mark's home circuit, of course, this.
It is.
Domiciled in the UK, pays his taxes here. And as a world champion, obviously, we're claiming him. That's reasonable.
He is ours, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear what he's saying to his team, or his team's saying to them.
Fuel low, stay out, one more.
One more, so more mileage available to the Porsches. This could be a factor, and will be a factor, I'm sure, later on in the race. Prediction from the factory teams is that the petrol fuel cars can go a lap or possibly 2 longer than the diesel cars on a fuel load. That could come into play on strategy as the number 2 car, Romain Dumas, rolls down pit road from 2nd position, followed by both of the Totas, 6 ahead of 5. But Webber clearly with more options available to him. Black and white flag meanwhile for the number 97 for the abuse of track limits.
Aye, thank you.
We go into the second phase of Eduardo Freitas's disciplinary action plan. So 3 hybrid cars on pit road. It's a change of driver for Porsche. Neil Jani is getting into the number 2 car. Change 2, by the look of things, for at least what I think maybe just one. It's Kobayashi. Kamui Kobayashi, an addition, returnee to the FIWC. And Anthony Davidson.
His local circuit as well.
His local circuit as well.
It really is local for him. He could probably cycle in. Oh no, don't
Does
do
he
that.
camp it permanently?
Last time he cycled down here, he got knocked off his push bike and broke a collarbone.
Oh dear. Oh yeah.
Kept him out.
In comes Mark Webber now from the race
lead.
now.
And I think he will be able to get in and out without losing. He's got 2 lights on the side, so there's still something not quite right with the electrics of how that is wired up. And it's going to make our highlights editors really annoyed when they're putting things together.
Should say, by the way, while we're watching Mark come to a stop, that there seemed to be a delay in the stop for Andre Lotterer, 10 seconds longer than the Porsche and the Toyota stops, and also a delay in the stop for Nelson Piquet Jr. 1:36 on pit road for Lotterer, 1:39 for Piquet, 1:28 for Oliver Jarvis, 1:25 and 1:26 for Gianni and Buemi, and 1:27 for Kobayashi. So the Audi lost some time there. Porsche team go to work. Let's see how clean this is.
So this is Ollie Jarvis coming around in second place to the end of the lap. I'm expecting the Porsches down and moving about now.
And that's what that delay has done for the Audis. It's closed them back up, and in fact they've changed positions. Jarvis is ahead now,
yeah.
Lotterer.
Brendan Hartley is out of the pit lane. Mark doing a single stint, Mark Webber doing a single stint. There's the Audi, where's the Porsche going through the loop. And already on the Wellington straight. So the gap, which was 30 minute and 26 seconds. Take off 1:24, plus the slowing down, the speeding up. Actually, coming through the pit lane, even on the pit lane speed limiter here, gives you a faster lap time.
Right, the time is 31 seconds, it's less than that, I think, in reality.
No, negative, that's the time into the sector. The interval was 12.1 seconds.
It's going to be about 20 seconds. 12 seconds, you're right,
12
absolutely
seconds.
right, it's 12 seconds.
So there is Brendan Hartley, the perky New Zealander, and counts slowly to 12. So by the time he's at the end of this straight, the Audis will be getting on to it through Chapel. Wow, did you see the Rebellion coming back at him there?
As he was on the straight, they're very quick on the straight.
Ran out of hybrid power just before the breaking point of the hanger straight into Stowe, and at that point the Rebellion was still hard on the throttle.
Yep, it was a flying Piquet.
The hybrid drive is telling us that the delivery with the lithium-ion battery packs, the guys from Toyota and Audi who haven't had that before, saying that the delivery is very different from the systems that have been had. You feel it when you haven't got it, but the application of it doesn't feel as perhaps quite as spine-juddering. But quite clearly there. Oh, it's off goes the 31, and that's Chris Cumming. He's just got into that car, and he's almost got out of it at Vale. That's into Club. Outbraked himself. Oh, he went round the outside of a Ferrari.
Oh, he was very lucky not to collect the 83 there.
Yeah, he got wet tyres. And
took a long while to recover that, didn't it?
Yeah, wet tyres on the right-hand side. Dunlops are good, but slick tyres on wet grass. Yeah, no.
He had a long time to berate himself during that. And Chris Cumming, second Canadian in the FI World Endurance Championship after Paul Dell'Anna, who's been with us for some little time. Back again in the only GTM Aston Martin for the full season this year, the 98 car. Currently running inside the top 30, running 4th in class. So Brendan Hartley being edged back very slightly by the Audis at this stage. Gap now 11.7 seconds. The Audis lapping more or less in line astern. So one Porsche from the 8 and the 7 Audi. And those three separated by what, 13 seconds, with the second Porsche in the hands of Neil Jenny now for the 10 seconds or so back. Lapping it broadly the same sort of pace as the two in front. But Sebastian Buemi is getting onto terms with Neil Jani, and that's very encouraging for the season to come. A resurgence of form from Toyota. Brand new car, brand new chassis, brand new drivetrain, brand new everything, but with experienced drivers in the FIA WEC. It would be great to see the three factory teams as we get incident involving car 31 and 83 under investigation. Didn't see anything there much to investigate, other than, I'm afraid, Chris Cumming making a bit of a haulix of it. Johnny Kane continues. The striker car now in third position, John, in LMP2. Roman Rusinov leads, courtesy of that early stop from the number 31 car, which of course now has lost time through the whoopsie for Chris Cumming. Gonzalez now aboard the 43, so a driver change in the pit stop for that car, and just 2 seconds back from the class leader. And Johnny Kane, a further 20 seconds back from that battle. But lapping quicker than both of them. Car 31 has got the black and white flag. It says here for contact, John. Did it make contact with 83? I'd like to see that again if we got the opportunity, because I didn't see contact. It may well be that Eduardo Freitas has got access to pictures we don't, but I didn't see contact.
No, I
thought he confused himself with the... There might have been light side-to-side contact, him looking for a gap that wasn't there. Car 35, meanwhile, has been reported to the stewards for a pit stop infringement. That is the second of the Alpines, or rather the first numerical of the Alpines. This is the car at the moment being driven by Nelson Panziaticis. We've got a 67 Ford on pit road now.
Not getting out by the look of it.
And the 77 second place GT Pro car. 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche is also on pit road. Ricard Leitz immediately loses second position to the other Ford. The 67 Ford now up to second. Davide Rigon continues to lead the class as he has from the start. Impressive run here from the 71 car. News of the 51 car, of course, with that early race 3-minute stop and hold, is that car remains in 32nd position and about 1 minute and 40 seconds behind the runner ahead, which is the Labra Corvette. So way off, I'm afraid, any kind of immediate prospect of a battle in GT Pro for the 51 car. Jimmy Bruni, though, putting in consistently very, very quick times. In fact, fastest GT driver of all at the moment, as he has been on and off since the car re-emerged from the pits. On board now with the number 5 Toyota, Anthony Davidson. Very different sounding Toyota, of course, this year. Turbo V6, twin turbo V6. Lithium-ion battery. Storage medium, I think we'll call it, won't we? A hybrid.
Well, yeah, effectively, that's what it is. Yeah, you're right.
That's the beautiful 86 Golf Porsche. That's a newcomer this year. We'll talk about that car, I'm sure, later in the race. Emerges from its pit stop, and that is Mike Wainwright, car owner, coming out. His debut in... sorry, it's not his debut in the WEC. Mike in Aston Martin in 2012, of course. The first year of the championship. a very difficult year for that team. Just could not get around some reliability difficulties for their car. No further action for the incident reported between the 66 and the 30. Fuel going into the 66 car now. Stefan Mucker pitted from second. Fernando Reis is also on pit road. Another new look car. Stop go penalty now for the first car on track limits, and it comes for the third place car in GTE Pro. It's the 97 Aston Martin. Fernando Reis on pit road for its regular stop at the moment, routine stop at the moment, but it will be coming back down the pit road. Continue the point I was making in the background there as the 66 Ford rejoins KCMG, a team we're very familiar with in the WEC, but back with a very different car, GTE AM this year, with a Proton competition run Porsche.
Richie Stanaway just jumping into the 97. Louise Beckett keeping her eyes on everything. So, Louise, just grab you for a moment before you get grabbed to do something for TV. I know they'll be wanting some interviews. All seems very sort of laid back and everybody enjoying the sunshine and just going about their business down there. No real dramas.
No, it's all fairly quiet. As I say that, the Ferrari goes by. Richie Stanaway trying to confuse me slightly, wearing Johnny Adam overalls, so they're testing me already in these early days
nice
of the season.
Pick up then. Johnny Adam should have been here, of course, Lou, but is doing British GT today, which is the Brands Hatch round, the opening round of their season. He couldn't get back. So a good pick up from Louise down in the pit lane. This is the Ferrari stop. Davide Rigon out.
Sam Bird in.
Sam Bird now has a pole position in 3 of 4 classes in this championship, and the only person I can think of who's done all 4 classes in a championship would be David Brabham, who got a pole position in all 4 classes in the American Le Mans Series as was, although I think one of them might have been when it was GT1 and GT2 rather than GTE.
This will be Sam Bird's GTE Pro race debut as he leaves the pit lane here, and with the form that Sam's shown over the last couple of seasons, who's to say that he won't complete the set all too soon in an LMP1 car? I wouldn't be remotely surprised. He tested, of course, for Toyota, the Bahrain rookie test last year, and impressed. I think had he not been picked up by the Ferrari team, we might well have seen him as reserve driver for Toyota this year. But as it turns out, that role goes to none other than Alex Wurz.
They're retired.
They've retired. Retiring Alex Wurz.
Shy and retiring.
He is, absolutely.
Smashing bloke.
97 comes back down pit road to take that stop-go. Will do so at its pit stall. Stop, go. And away he goes. Wrists slapped.
Are the mechanics allowed to touch the tyres during fuelling? I thought not. I wonder if they might be allowed to bleed pressures, but I didn't think they were. I thought there was no hands on the car at all. Mechanics or tyre engineers who touch the tyres, actually, mere mechanics aren't allowed to do anything like that. They tend to use a pyrometer, a laser-based pyrometer that takes the temperature across various parts of the tread. And with most of the prototypes, of course, you've got big holes in the top of the fenders above the tyres front and rear. It's made their life much easier. It's a little more difficult on the GT cars that have closed areas around the tyres and wings.
The only car so far not to have pitted at all is the number 83 car. Leads the GTE battle overall. It's Rui Aguas in the number 83 GT AM car. So on fuel hook at the moment, the old girl, the 458, doing very well indeed. 28 laps under the wheels of that car, and Rui Aguas yet to see the pit lane. 20th position overall, literally as I say it. He breaks the timing beam past the RFID readers for the tyres.
Keep an eye on the 37 SMP BR01 next time you see it. A couple of people have mentioned earlier on and still that we have seemingly an issue with the driver's door, or with a door, should I say. An hour is up. Porsche lead Audi from Porsche. Then the two Toyotas are a little further back down the road. They'll be disappointed. Rebellion have come up from the back of the grid to lead the non-hybrid category. LMP2 has Roman Rusinov in the 26G drive car ahead of Gonzalez and Kane. In GTE, Rui Aguas has just come into the pit lane in the AM-Class. Sam Bird is now aboard the 71 Ferrari that leads. Just trying to work out whether Rui Aguas can hold on to the lead. I don't think he can, so it'll be the 88 Porsche of Khaled El Kabezi who will be promoted to the best of the GTE cars. Silverstone from the air, looking absolutely splendid, with a huge crowd here. The grandstand opposite the start-finish line packed for the pre-race festivities, and now just leading off a bit as people either go down to track level, or there's a brilliant shuttle service with British double-decker buses, all equipped with Wi-Fi, cruising around absolutely free. And the top deck of those buses, when the weather is bad, is a fine place to watch. It's pretty good when the weather's good as well. Not only will it get you around the circuit, Graham, but going over some of the crossover bridges and having them go underneath, having the cars go underneath you. Normally you can't see anything from the crossover bridges because they're panelled. But of course, when you're up top on a double decker, you see it all.
It's one of the, not quite exclusively, but peculiar British things. You do get double-decker buses, of course, around the rest of the world. But
Japan in particular, yeah.
But Britain, absolutely, it's part of the everyday scenery. And now, being told, this is the 37 car. We're told, door open.
Yeah, watch. Let's have a look. See if we can see it as well. Is it flapping a little bit on the right-hand side there? Oh yes.
No,
top
that's
of the
not.
door.
That's not. It's not open. No, it might, if it's open, it's this door on this side, and that door is not open.
Wow, I tell you what it is. It's where they're bleeding air
It's absolutely
out of the cockpit, isn't it?
It's certainly what we saw there. That door was definitely not open. We've seen that angle from the car before. It is a bit of an optical illusion. They do bleed air from through the cockpit. Quite prepared to believe, though, in certain corners that may be on a bit of a latch. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much for the spot from trackside. In car now with second place Oliver Jarvis, holding that gap to 11.5 to 12.5 seconds since those pit stops, and pulling away Oliver Jarvis from Andre Lotterer. Up the inside of the G-Drive car, still in the hands of Roman Rusinov. He stayed aboard at that pit stop. Most of the other teams opted to make a change of position that lap, with the two Alpines changing positions. Nelson Panciatici going ahead of Gustavo Menezes for 15th position, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class. Giorgiani, meanwhile, as we watch
this. Now that is a very fast prototype car ahead.
That's a Rebellion. That's a 13 car, isn't it?
Yes,
so that's
it is.
the P1 Priority leader.
Right, now on the fast pitch you saw they're very, very close together. Watch as they come down the Vale. Oh, he's just coming out. Is he going to go around the outside? He's not, though. That's not sense. I want to see them punch out the club, which is the next right-hander. Right, now watch how quickly this number 8 car, not on the optimum line, begins to pull away when they deploy their hybrid power, 250 kilometres an hour, without the hint of a lift, by the way, through into the farm complex. Straight back on the throttle, 62, 65 miles an hour there. Now if we were watching from the car behind, that Audi would get very small very quickly at that point.
This is about a 4th position in GT Pro. It's Darren Turner looking to get onto terms with Andy Prio, Battle of the Brits. And, this could be fun, couldn't it? Come along, gentlemen, do it for England. Darren Turner got the better run through the turn there and is going up the inside and takes a position from Andy Priaulx. Yep, David Richards in the Aston Martin Racing Garage, happy with that one. I'll tell you something, John, that Rebellion is not being dropped at the moment by Oliver Jarvis by terribly much. Through the traffic, the Rebellion got the better line. And now when they got the hang straight, that's where the Big Bang Theory comes into place. And it's like that scene in Star Wars where the Millennium Falcon goes into hyperdrive. Punch it, Chewie.
It's just remarkable, isn't it? Well, it's been a beautiful start to the World Endurance Weekend here at Silverstone. Big crowds watching the festivities on the grid. Old friends and old competitors. Patrick Dempsey, very nice blue-faced Monaco. Tornado fly past almost as quick as the cars at the front of the grid. The lights went out and the two Audis did exactly what we expected them to do and jumped away. But Mark Webber was absolutely certain that he wasn't going to be left behind. First couple of corners, always a worry, but it seemed everybody just about got through. Audi's pulling away early on, but then pegged back when they hit traffic, and Mark Webber, first of all, going through into second. Nice close racing in LMP2 as well. The Rebellions starting at the back, they had traffic to come through as well. And then in exactly the same place, under exactly the same circumstances, Mark Webber went past the number 7 Audi and into the lead. The battle for third and fourth position was just as close, but Romain Dumas couldn't quite make it stick on Ollie Jarvis. Romain, though, not lifting at all while he was having two of his Michelins on the grass. I suppose all-wheel drive helps in that particular set of circumstances. Big moment for Chris Cumming across the grass at the bottom of Vale into Club. Not quite coming into contact with the Ferrari there. He was given a black flag for contact. Rusinov leading P2, Sam Bird leading in the GTE category, and at the front of the field, Brendan Hartley now in the leading Porsche. And that's what Brendan Hartley is seeing at the moment, unusually a bit of clear track.
Absolutely, Brendan a 1:41.9 last time around, being just reeled in very slightly, there's tenths here and there, but the pace between the teams is remarkably stable, the Porsches and the Audis at this stage. Audi's pitting earlier, taking longer in the pit stops, and that's where a lot of that difference has come. There's 12 seconds difference between the pit stop time of Andre Lotter in third position and Brendan Hartley. The gap on track is 18, so only 6 seconds has been done on the grey stuff. It's the number 66 Ford. This is the battle for second position. Stefan Luca, ex-Aston Martin Racing, of course, now with Ford, and he's got Michael Christensen and number 77 Porsche looming large in the mirrors. Very different interpretations of the GTE rules in terms of the look of these cars. The utter spaceship that is the Ford GT. To the left of this car, the number 43 RGR by Morand. Ricardo Gonzalez in second position in the race. As Johnny Kane starts to reel him in for that, and of course, very 21st century Ford, very 21st century Porsche, but it's an evolution, the concept that goes well back into the 20th century, of course. Closing in on that battle is Darren Turner in the background there. CLM between the two battles. Through goes Christensen into second position. Different spelling and different family, of course, from famous Tom Christensen, same home nation. Denmark, one of a number of nations well represented in endurance racing around the world. Through towards the pit wall comes the CLM.
It's a good looking car, that. I really like the CLM.
Much flatter grey, battleship grey for that car this year. And, new full season driver in Ollie Webb, but James Rossiter.
Joining us from around the world, Graham, at the moment. Dave Alcock saying the R18 Aero seems to be more affected by other cars than the 19. Do we think the 18 needs R18 needs clean air to work? It's a fair point, actually. In traffic, it does not seem to be quite as stable. And James Fox said, DSC set you up perfectly. Very disappointed not to have heard the Wookiee impression from Heinkel.
Set it again if you like.
I'd rather not.
No?
You want people to continue watching.
Sam Bird in the leading car in GT Pro, the 71 car, and his debut with the GT Pro side of the fence for WEC. Of course, raced a couple of races, what, 3-4 seasons ago in GT. Oh, there's side-to-side contact there between the RGR Ligier and the 86 Porsche. Mike Wainwright is aboard the Porsche.
Mike doing exactly the right thing there.
Was that gesticulation or an apology?
I hope it was an apology, because Mike did exactly the same thing there, the right thing there. Look, he's holding his line. He sees there's a car. He's not moving across, Graham.
No, he's not.
Ricardo Gonzalez. I think that was, knowing Ricardo as I do, I would say that was a gesture of apology there. I think he
you're right, by the way. I think the position lights aren't working well, because it's got 3 lights on the side of the Golf car and it's running 5th.
To go down into the pit lane, the tall, affable Austrian Alexander Wirtz. And the Toyota reserve driver, as Graham was saying, is with Louise Beckett. I hope they're sitting down.
Well, Alex, you're keeping a close eye on what's going on. It was a fairly clean start all round, wasn't it?
Yeah, so first of all, we are closer, like last year, much closer. On the free traffic, we seem to be almost there, like identical lap times as the leaders. But in traffic, we lose a bit. We know why. I know the car is very optimized for Le Mans. We are a bit low on downforce, very low drag. But and this is the track where you need the most downforce. So in theory, it should be our worst track for the season. So I think we are there. Yeah, just a little bit here and there, and then we are back in the game.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Louise Beckett down there in the pits for us here at the WEC, where there's still 4 hours and 46 to go. Nicely done, Louise. Did you take the step ladders just in case? I'm going to put you on air for this.
I did go on my tippy toes, and he did bend down slightly to help me out. He's a gentleman, true gentleman.
Très gentil. So that's a change of position, with the 45 Manor falling behind. Roberto Mary being overtaken by Nelson Panciatici in the battle for 14th.
That's the Baxi DC Racing Alpine.
I think we had a Baxi in our front room when I was a small boy. It was a make of gas fire when I was younger.
Must ask on the question, mustn't we?
I don't know is the short answer to that. Is it the same thing? Through goes Andre Lotterer. Graham Loudon on the right-hand side of that picture. Team principal, along with John Booth, founders of Manor Racing, now Manor WEC, moved into their new premises 3 weeks or so ago. Completely separate operation now from, that's important to say, completely separate operation from the Formula One team. Aston Martin versus Ford. And two former teammates, of course. Darren Turner has Stefan Mucker chasing him down. They used to share a car, now they're sharing a pretty similar part of the circuit. This could get interesting.
Stefan and Darren together for many years for Aston Martin Racing.
They were the GT Dream Team for a while, weren't they?
They were indeed. Darren Turner, one of a number of drivers, doing double duty this weekend with European Le Mans Series win yesterday after post-race dramas for the JMW Ferrari and post-race technical inspection. The car he was elevated to, or rather replaced Johnny Adam in, the 99 Beach Team AMR Aston Martin racing car, taking the win. I'm impressed by the pace of Ricardo Gonzalez in that 43 car. But Johnny Kane is right with him, and it's not going to be long before we're going to see a change for second position in LMP2. It's a gaggle of GT cars with the unmistakable bright green and black Tequila Petroni SM livery in the middle. It's a 31 car. In the hands of Chris Cumming, had that big moment early in his stint. He's recovering well. 44 seconds down on the leader in the class, still Roman Rusinov there. This gaggle of GT cars, bit of a mixture there of GT Pro, 95 Aston, both Fords, and 67 Ford just going up the inside of Mike Wainwright in the 86 Golf Porsche. Checked, by the way, what we said at the coverage on the prologue, John. It is the first time we've seen a Golf liveried Porsche in ACO rules competition since 2006. And the Ice Pole racing car that raced at Le Mans. It does look the part, it really does.
Yeah, it shouldn't be odd to see a Gulf coloured Porsche, but it is. It's been such a long time since we have done SMP in and out of the pits. That was the much delayed Nick Manassian. 9:33 the last time he was in the pit lane. Sorry, that was the amount of time he spent in the pit lane, not the time of day. RGR Sport by Morand view of Ricardo Gonzalez doing triple duty this weekend. Driver, team manager and promoter of the brand new event at the Autodromo at Mexico City. And that's a change around there, or a closing up at least.
No, it's changed. Johnny Kane has gone by Ricardo Gonzalez. The second position.
Yeah,
class, but good stint from the gentleman driver Ricardo Gonzalez, of course, against the top pro Johnny Kane.
Absolute top bloke as well.
Yep, the Gibson whirling back the years once again after a race win yesterday in the ELMS, up to second position now in the FIWC for the other chassis. This is the Stracker racing car, ex-Grease racing car, that one.
Oh, no.
That won't go, that won't go, that won't go. No.
Is there enough room? Nelson, take it easy. See how far we can get around it. Oh, coming through to Maggots and Beckett's now. Listen to this. Completely flat through Maggots in a P2 car. Down one, down another. Get it into the apex. Squeeze the power on. It's magnificent watching shiny sports cars in the sunshine. I know it's pretty cold out there.
There's only one thing better than a shiny sports car, and that's a filthy, dirty sports car.
At the end of a 24-hour race.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. This is the fourth position battle now, and Chris Cumming about to come under some pressure from Nelson Panciatici, having dealt with Roberto Meri. He has pulled out some 8.2 seconds on the Mana driver. And Panciatici in the Baxi Alpine is closing down. Chris Cummings caught him.
He's about to pass him, and this is for fourth position in LMP2.
Yeah.
Panciatici.
No fight.
No, stepping across from the Signatec Alpine effort of last year and into effectively what is a customer team, but he's an Alpine blessed driver. So, Cumming just losing another position there. 47 seconds now back from the leader. So Chris Cumming, as you would expect, dropping back a little from Roman Rusinov. Here is the leader.
Yeah, but you've got to, I mean, there's a lot more going into the tactics in LMP2 because of minimum driver times.
Oh yeah.
Because it is, let's not forget, LMP2, like GT-Am, is a Pro-Am category.
This is a battle for position. This is a battle for 8th position overall. James Rossiter being hunted down now by Nelson Piquet Jr. The red car behind the grey and yellow highlighted car there. That is the new high nose for the CLM. The familiar profile of the Rebellion R1 with the new livery, which I gather is going to pop somewhat at Le Mans. Lots of reflective surfaces on that car.
Amy Tyso taking umbrage here, or at least going contrary to what you said. So there was a Gulf 911 in the ELMS with her in the last couple of years, and they've had an Aston and a Porsche. Yeah, but was it Gulf coloured?
Yes.
Right. But you said it was the first time in ACO Rules racing. You said ACO Rules racing.
Okay, Le Mans. It's the same car.
Okay.
And, 4 and 12. There's still that battle for 8th position. Alex Imperatori some way up the road from this battle, 45 seconds up the road. Black and white flag again, this time for the number 67 Ford. It's Andy Prio this time that's getting the final warning for track limits. 32-year-old James Roster, ex-Formula 1 test driver. James, Nelson Piquet Jr., ex-Formula 1 driver, of course. 12 Rebellion, he'll be with the squad to and through Le Mans. He goes up the inside into Copse corner, and that's very tight. And was that contact? If it wasn't, it was mighty, mighty close. The CLM forcing the Rebellion up onto the curbs, losing a huge amount of ground there. That was a very forceful move indeed by James Roster. Afraid our monitor cut out the wrong moment for me there, John, to spot whether or not there was contact or just mighty avoidance, as Roster gets both of the Audis now on the hangar straight. Just go to show, doesn't it, how quick those things are. The P cars, the LMP1 privateer cars are on the hangar straight. It wasn't easy. In fact, one of the Audis did not get
slowing.
by.
Slowing. Now, is that an issue, or was that just discretion being the better part of Valet?
Didn't pit.
Ollie Jarvis
didn't pit.
Well, they swapped round again as well.
They have. You're absolutely right. Lotra now in the second position, 20 seconds back. But that was a very slow lap from Ollie Jarvis. My guess is the radio call might be quite interesting there at the moment. Jarvis still looking for a way past the CLM. They're still not finding it.
Yeah, that's not right.
Goes
on
through
the,
now.
on the rev limit a very long time down the National Straight. Was he getting into top gear there, Graham? Was he getting into top, or was that...
That I didn't notice, I'm afraid. LMP2 leader is in the pits, Roman Rusinov. Team go to work. Cheetah Drive Racing. Lots of changes for them this year. It's a new Orica chassis replacing the Ligiers that the team ran last year. It's one car rather than two in this championship. They stick with the Nissan engine, but they changed their Oak Racing crew for the crack Jota Sports team from the UK, Russian flagged, checking the engine cover fitment there, and away the car goes. We didn't see a driver change. Johnny Kane, therefore, leads the race in LMP2 and is into the top 10 for Stracker Racing. That'll be a big boost for the team. Reddy Rast rejoins in the 26 car. Audi factory driver with the team until the Nürburgring. There is no doubt in my mind there is a problem for that number 8 car, John. It's another slow lap. It's a 1:46 this time around, a 1:47 last time around. The 8 car dropping back, and Johnny Kane now brings the Stracker Gibson into pit road. 42 car from the lead of the class. Now is Oliver Jarvis just toughing this out to the end of the fuel window. Has he done damage to a tyre maybe? PK finally goes through on Rossiter. That battle that was interrupted by the side-to-side action through Copse Corner. And it's going to be Danny Watts that replaces Johnny Kane aboard the Stracker car. They're going to be looking to reinforce their advantage here. So Nick Leventis will be in this car later. It's the 2 full pro drivers that will be released first. Is the number 13 Rebellion, and Chris Cumming in the 31 ESM Ligier Nissan pit together. And presently down off the jacks, fire up the Nissan V8, and away goes the 42. Driver change for the 13. Out gets Alexander Imperatori. In gets Dominic Kleihammer. Dom amusing himself yesterday during the snowstorm that listen to what's going on the radio with the number 6 Toyota.
Do you think we could double speed? I think okay, because almost time is traffic. I think it's okay. A lot of traffic.
No.
Couldn't get what that was. I think there was a question about whether or not there was a problem. The answer coming back, no. Quick lap that time around from Brendan Hartley, fastest first sector of the race so far, but the 141s pulling away a little from Andre Lotterer. 20.2 seconds now. Oliver Jarvis goes round again in another 146, and he's in the pits.
Feedback on tyres, 2 double fins. They're stabilised, but the rear is still a bit on the slippery side. I don't think it's going to work. No, it's not going to work.
Well, that was, I think that was exactly what they're saying. The earlier conversation was, at some point they're going to have to double stint a set of tyres. The question is which set and when.
Let's go down to the pit lane, Louise.
Yeah, just to Aston Martin, and it looks like there's trouble for the number 97. The team are running around like crazy. This is definitely not scheduled, this stop. Tyres are out, dollies are out, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh dear, I suspect trouble too for the steering problem tells us. Thank you. I think there's a problem too for Oliver Jarvis's number 8 car.
Go back down to Louise. What can you tell us then?
Yes, I did go down to Audi. Everybody looked okay at that point. I'll go and revisit again and see what's going on.
Hammer down time from Brendan Hartley, another fast sector time. 140.9 this time from the leader, and looking to make good their escape. Jarvis still in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that. Andre Lotterer now pits aboard the 7 car as we watch the pit stop for the number 4 CLM, the Bicolis car. Andre's getting out of the car. Been aboard for 90 minutes. He'll be replaced by Benoit Trollier, I think it is. And out comes the number 8 car. Lucas de Grassi is aboard. It's 1 minute and 52 seconds in the pit road. That's 30 seconds longer than it should be, John. So they were doing something inside that car. So time lost in the pit stop.
Fuel hose just coming out.
This is the 7 car. The number 8 is now on its way down into 6th position, behind both the Toyotas, of course.
Andrea Lotterer out of that car, looking to Grassi in, and only just getting himself in as the fuel hose came out. He wasn't really ready, if I'm honest.
Into the garage for the 97, as Louise predicted, but back out very quickly. Vantage GT8 branding on the beneath the headlights on that car. That is the new extreme road car version of the V8 Vantage, the most extreme road car version thus far. And away goes the 97. Have a quick look how much time that car lost as it breaks the timing beam. Nissan V8's crackling away on the overrun. Richie Stanaway in the pit lane for 2 minutes and 26 seconds, lost a minute there, so not quite a lap. Half a lap lost in the stop for the number 97 car. And emerges still ahead though with the 51 Ferrari. Conversations in the pit garage at Aston Martin Racing. One fewer Aston, of course, this year. Actually, 2 fewer Astons this year, isn't it? We had 3 Pro and 2 Am cars last. So Aston Martin World contracted just slightly, but they'll be looking for more success this year. See whether or not that plan works with the new technical partner in Dunlop. It might take a while to come on stream with overall success, but it's good to have a plan. 37 S&P Racing BR01, team based in the south of France, close to Monaco. Russian funded, of course. Proudly carries the Russian colours. And that car in the hands of Kirill Ladigin now.
So Ben Trollier out in the 7 car.
And Andre Lotterer talking to him straight away as he rejoins, so I'm sure a big download for what to look out for from the track conditions, and indeed the number 7 Audi rejoins in 5th position behind both Toyotas, which are yet to pit for the 2nd time, go a little longer than on fuel. The RGR Ligier pits from the lead. Ricardo Gonzalez stays aboard the car. Right, orange helmets for Ricardo. GTM action now as number 1 Porsche comes through, Brendan Hartley. Quick shot to the number 83. Of course, a Ferrari, the last of the 458s in the WEC at the moment, with Francois Perrodo, last year's Gentleman Driver of the Year in the WEC.
Rightly so.
Correctly so. What a nice guy he is. Super, super bloke. Black and white flag, meanwhile, for the other Ford. 66 car currently in the hands of Stefan Mucker. Let's have a listen to what's going on the radio for the number 8 Audi.
Lucas, you can cross curves clear whenever you need. Yes, I did the road. No boost. Okay, copy.
Right, so was trying to recycle the system by the sound of it. Either they're not being able to harvest or they're not being able to deploy, or both. Curse clear is what we were hearing the guys from the pit lane talking to Lucas di Grassi. His lap time last time 47.9.
And the leader is in the pits. Brendan Hartley pits from the lead after a fine stint for the Kiwi. Looking relaxed. he's grown well into his World Championship status as this young man. His 20th WEC race.
Phil Pond has just tweeted to us saying, thank you for the kind words, Phil. What is the BHP output of the MP1 cars compared to last year? Well, they're 7.5% down on their fuel usage,
yes.
whether that's petrol or diesel. Everybody, or Audi and Toyota rather, are 8 megajoule energy category. Sorry, get that right. Porsche and Toyota are 8 megajoule category this year. Audi are at 6. And everyone I've talked to at the team are very cagey about giving me an exact number, any of the teams. However, if when Graham says more than
1,000 horsepower,
we're still certainly in the ballpark. And privately, all 3 of the teams have said something similar to the effect of considerably more than 1,000 horsepower. And one team said closer to 1,500 than 1,000.
I think that's probably right. I think you're talking a very conservative 1,200. With obviously a balance between the main.
Well, I'm not. I'm just reporting exactly what I was told.
I'm going to suppose that 1,200 would be conservative, and clearly, as the hybrid power trains develop in these cars, they're going to be leaning more heavily on that. The rules are designed to encourage that level of efficiency. Clearly, as you reel in the fuel availability and pump up the efficiency requirements for these cars, it indicates that you're looking to be getting more from the hybrid part of the powertrain, and as the technology matures, that's the way it's going to go. If you look at the officially released figures for the teams, they will say words like around or just more than 500 horsepower for each. The reality, I think, is you're probably talking more than 500 horsepower for the engines for each of these 3 teams. You're talking about a lot more than 500 horsepower for the hybrid systems.
I agree. They're all being a bit cagey about what it is. Audi number 7, checking the inside edge of that tyre again that we can see rotating. Oh, that is outstanding through the Beckett's complex. Ben Trelliway behind the wheel. Andre Lotterer down with Louise in the pit lane.
Well, the number 7 wasn't able to keep that lead. Andre, you tried your hardest, but wasn't able to. You've been speaking to Ben straight away, so have you got something to fight back with?
It will be tough, you know. This is the maximum we can do at the moment. It started well, but then you could see that the pure pace of the Porsche came back. It had nothing to do with tire drop or anything. It's just I think they're a bit faster. And nothing I could do, you know. I think he used his boost and passed me really quickly, so unfortunately that was the lead gone. And on top of that, it will be tough because they have like a small splash in the end of the race. I think we believe 3 laps, which they probably will get rid of during the race, and we can't, so looks like maybe we have to do one more stop than them.
It looked on the pictures that the front left tyre maybe was catching on the bodywork. Was that the case?
I didn't see that, but I don't think it was a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Always on hand to ask the questions.
A couple of interesting parts there. Not tyre degradation, says Andre. He reinforced what we said earlier in the race, John, that another part, the advantage of the petrol fuel cars will come into play at some point, because they all need the same number of full stops. They all need extra fuel in addition to that, so they'll need a shorter stop for fuel, but the petrol cars need a shorter fill of fuel. As a reasonably dramatic off there for the number 78 car, Christian Reed in the...
Just a quick thought on that, Graham. The petrol cars could probably get by with a bit of full course yellow or safety car. I don't think the diesel cars can. Here's the team radio.
There's some freak occasion. What's sure they look at, sorry dude, we're looking at it. Just continue to do the best that you can. The brake temps are on the limit, but okay.
Okay, brake temps are on the limit, so now we know that the front, the ERS unit, the energy recovery system unit, isn't working. That's why his brake temperatures are on the limit. That was why they were trying to recycle it, because they provide such a massive part of the retardation of the cars. Now remember, Audi and Porsche only harvest energy from the front axle. Toyota is unique in harvesting from both, and they are very cleverly varying the harvesting between front and rear axle corner to corner, so you can change the balance of the car, or the car can change the balance of itself. It can also affect how the brake pedal feels. It's a very clever system on the Toyota. Audi don't have that. They're the only one of the 3 hybrid teams that are only harvesting energy from one place. That one place is the front axle. And if that isn't working properly, you are going to be using the friction brakes, albeit carbon-carbon, a lot harder. Means he's going to have to probably wind the brake balance forward on the friction brakes. You build a race car to run at its optimum, so you would always expect your front axle electric brakes effectively to be working, so you've probably got smaller brakes than you would have if you didn't have it, and therefore it's a vicious circle.
And in addition to that, it's interesting because clearly he's not got a operational hybrid system at the moment. He's at or around, as you'd expect, John, the pace of the LMP1 privateers at the moment. He's just gone through at a 149. He's been doing 146s, 147s. I think the quickest I've seen from any of the LMP1 privateers, and we've got one of them on pit road at the moment, the number 4 CLM is on pit road at the moment, is about a 147. So, and that
Stefan
might be the reason.
Trummer.
That's Simon Trummer.
Simon Trummer,
That's trouble. That is trouble.
That's dead stick. He's either out of fuel or he's out of engine, because that looked like he was running very slowly there. AAR engine behind this car. Well, they're looking at the front wheels, but I've got a feeling they've got the engine cover off there.
Engine cover off. Mechanics, technicians looking into.
He may still be getting some boost, by the way, on the number 8 car, Lucas. Some hybrid boost, but I'm not convinced.
That puts the second placed LMP2 car up into the top 10 overall. And a spin there for the number 7 car. It's the number 7 car going.
Oh, that's the better placed of the Audis, the third placed car. Just too much curb on the inside.
Ben Trellier. Just coming to the end of the lap, and that's going to cost him time, and has cost him about 12 seconds there.
Was there somebody off in front of him there, Graham? Is that?
Don't think so. And that looks to me like they are clearing that garage ready for a car to come in, John. That car, the number 8 car, I think, is going to be coming into the garage. The lap time dropping off dramatically last time around to 149, followed by 148. I think that's the best he can do, now slower than the Rebellions behind. Number 2 Porsche, meanwhile, makes its way by Danny Watts, who is chasing down Ricardo Gonzalez. Pace closing about 2 seconds a lap. 7 seconds is the gap the last time they crossed the timing beam in the lap. We're an hour and 3/4 into this 6-hour race. No shortage of action, but it's about to get busy in the pit lane. Let's hear the other Audi, the number 7 car.
Ben, everything okay?
Just off the rear.
Okay, copy, Ben. Let me know if you have flat spotting.
Apologies for the language there from Trellier. There was another car in front of him, but it wasn't off. He hit that curb really hard, and there's a big sausage on the inside of there, concrete sleeping policeman, as it were. And you don't have to hit that very hard to unsettle the back of the car. And I wonder if Ben, all these guys on very fine margins, said he just lost the rear. He lost the rear from the apex of the corner out, which means either he was on the throttle or he was still on the brake. It looked to me that might have just been a little bit over-ambitious on the inside curb. But then again, I don't drive a hybrid.
There you go, and so Danny Watts chasing down second position. Rennie Rast, meanwhile, in the lead car, the 26 G-Drive Oreca. I keep having to remind myself to say the G-Drive Oreca is putting in cracking laps into the 151s for the Audi driver, Audi factory driver, placed with G-Drive for the early part of this season, including the Le Mans 24 Hours and the races after this at Spa and the Nürburgring.
Yes.
So Aston Martin running very wide. That's the 98 car, and held
Paul Dall'Anna did a good job there.
Potential spin there very well. Drifting Canadian style through the corner. So from a position, John, where we had a real challenge being mounted at the start of the race by Audi, it's faded, and faded pretty dramatically at the moment.
Porsche 1-2, Ben Treluer some 7 seconds behind the second best of the Porsches, and in point of fact the World Championship winning car is 37.5 seconds to the good. Final warning for the 27 for track limits.
That's a car that's had a bad day so far, down in 32nd position after that long 9-minute pit stop. Issue very early in the race, and now on a long recovery drive.
The news from the pit lane on CLM comes to you courtesy of Louise Beckett. What do you know, Louise?
Yeah, I just spoke to Ollie Webb. He said that Simon reported thinking he had a rear puncture, but it looks like it's suspension issues.
And issues out on the circuit as well. Thanks, Lou.
The 77 car's got trouble, and
this is the second place car in GTE Pro. Michael Christensen.
That might be suspension's gone. Suspension's gone on that car. It's the front right suspension has gone.
Well, he's on the far side of the circuit. He's weaving around already. No, it's... Well, something went
there's definitely
dramatically on that car.
And watch the
right,
wheel.
It's the right front, and it's a tie rod, isn't it?
It's certainly not a puncture.
The tyre is still up.
There you go. There's the wheel.
It's the bottom. It's the bottom. Oh, it's the top bracket.
That's not.
He's going to do well to get that.
That's not what they call ridiculously a stanced car. That's what you call a broken one.
Yes, he does not need that much camber in the front wheels.
And neither does anybody else.
So part of the upright has broken on the right front of that car. Well, that is... Now, can he get that back? Or will it cause intervention? Neil Yanni on the phone.
My forward stop, fit to work now on the main straight. Copy, we check.
Now, I think he said, my boost is working again on the main straight. Or did he say it isn't working on the main straight?
What's his times like?
45.1 last time around.
It's not working then, is it? Now then, so troubles potentially for one for one Audi. Troubles potentially for one Porsche.
We're talking, you know, about we're talking about cars that we're used to seeing having virtually 100% reliability, even at this early part of a season. And Porsche have done the least to their package in terms of changes. Yeah, he's not getting any hybrid deployment there, left-hand side. Still pulling a decent run down the start-finish line. Down the Hangar Straight, excuse me.
He is, but he's not getting the boost at all. So, definite troubles for two of the factory cars at the moment. Lucas Di Grassi, 148, they're nowhere close to the kind of pace we know that car should be capable of. Neil Yanni, meanwhile, despite that issue, is putting in quick time still, 142, but perhaps a looming problem for that car. Because whilst they're unable to harvest the energy, John, that means potential issues to the brakes. Does it not?
Yes. Perhaps not as critical a Porsche, because they do have a secondary system with the gas back system. That's a great drive back by Michael Christensen, by the way, to get that car pointing in the right direction. Just look at that right front there, the car in the background.
Watch the wheel.
Suspension issue there. You just see it took away and almost there lost it. He was trying to get it down power-wise, speed-wise, excuse me.
They'll do the driver change, they will do the fuel, then that car will go into the garage.
Cable on there is the earth cable, so that there's no issues.
Watch again.
With the fueling.
That's where it went.
Yeah. I wonder if he was feeling that, or that was it actually braking. It's going to go into the pits.
Slight confusion there. Do we do the tyres or do we get the garage? The answer was 9-9. Get it into the garage. Proton competition, by the way, becoming very much the AF Corsa. As we see an AF Corsa Ferrari, the 458 running way wide and off track. Becoming the AF Corsa of Porsche racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, God, that's why it was side-to-side contact with a 35 Baxi DC car. Francois Perrodo getting into it there with who's aboard the 35. It's Ho Pin Tung aboard that car.
Just going back to my point, we are used to seeing almost 100% reliability from all of the cars, from front to back of the field. Attrition rates have dropped dramatically over the last 4 or 5 years, even at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and mechanical issues, particularly Graham, have almost been eradicated, such has been the pace of development. But what we're seeing here, I think now, are the margins much closer than ever before. That
was ambitious.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I think so.
2 into 1 do go there. The margins, in terms of performance margins, the efficiency that we are asking through the regulations all of our teams to make, whether it's the front or the back of the grid, whether it's LMP1 hybrid or GTE, the changes in the efficiencies we're asking them to make means that there's no overage, there's no headroom.
Yep.
You don't, you know when you chip a road car, it's a very bad analogy, but I'm going to use it, I'm sticking with it now, I've started. When you chip a road car, people say, how can you possibly manage to get another 30 or 40 horsepower just by changing the electronics? Because the manufacturers build in tolerances
and reliability
and headroom. You're not stressing the car as much, you're not running it as lean, you're not letting it rev as hard, you're changing the timing of when the spark comes through and when the engine does the pop, bang, suck, squeeze, blow. Change the order to something resembling the Otto cycle. You're changing those kind of parameters. As you do that, you are more likely, clearly, to enter issues. What we're seeing now is Audi, Toyota, Porsche going to the very ragged edge of what they think their cars can do, and in race conditions sometimes that ragged edge is exceeded.
Should say, I suspect that Neil Yanni has managed to recycle that system, because his lap times have come back to where they should be, and I think if we got an in-car shot again of Yanni, as off goes the number 45 car, that is, who's aboard that? So that's Richard Bradley in the 45 Manor. Orica rejoins the circuit without a problem, but as he does so, he's right in front of the second place battle in class. Danny Watts going up the inside of Ricardo Gonzalez, and he's going to take that place.
What a run this is for Stracker and their return to the WEC.
Great home race for them, 23 seconds back, and
see how quick that yellow flag was out in the background. Over 400 marshals here this weekend. The yellow flag was out before we saw the car spinning. The marshals know their motor racing, they know the people concerned, and they were watching that develop and got that yellow flag out even before we saw the car come into shot. Magic stuff, and we salute each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a decent pass as well there by Ricardo Gonzalez.
Not for position, but neatly done by Ricardo. He's having a great race as Ricardo Gonzalez. I think he's enjoying this triple roll.
He's put a lap on Richard Bradley there. That's what's happening.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
So Rennie Rast leads the LMP2 battle in the G-Drive Orica with Danny Watts for second place in the Gibson.
GT pit stops now, and that is the 67 Ford. Changeover from Andy Prio to Marino Franchitti. And that car lying third in GT Pro at the moment, behind Darren Turner in the 95 Aston Martin. Great run from the 95 thus far. Sam Bird and Davide Arrigon, though, in the number 71 Ferrari, with the exception of pit stops, have not been headed. And the recovery, by the way, for the 51 car, remember that 3-minute stop-go in the overall order continues. They're now up to 5th in class, ahead of the delayed 97 Aston Martin, and of course now of the delayed 77 Porsche. Points on the board.
They've lost the lead lap, obviously.
Yes,
but they
positions.
are in the GTE AM field, and in behind third, right at the moment, in behind Paul Dall'Alana. So James Collado will take that position from Paul Dall'Alana in a moment or two's time, by dent of A, some experience, and B, the fact that he's in a 16 car rather than a 15 car, which Paul Dall'Alana is. And as I say that, the position changes on my timing screen, and now he's only 0.4 of a second behind Christian Reed, so he'll take that position in a second or two, and then he's got 20 seconds to make up to the leader of GT Khaled El Khabazi. Did you see how cleverly I did a GT update there?
Fabulous, I thought professionally done, I thought, John. Sam Bird leads the GT Pro race from Marco Sorensen now aboard the 95 Aston Martin, and the car that we were just in car with for a moment or two, with two different camera views of Marino Franchitti, the view he's got and a view of him. Good afternoon, Marino. He'll be tuning in on the app, I'm sure, from his position in the Ford GT. Should be built into the dashboard of these things, shouldn't it? And number 2 Porsche there, putting a lap on the number 8 Audi, still in the 148. My guess would be, John, is that they know that there's nothing can be done about this at this stage. They'll be trying to get this to the end of the pit window.
Yeah.
So it happened quite early in the stint. Now, what do you do here? Do you keep him into the end of his fuel window, or knowing that you've got to do that short half tank, do you do it at that point?
That's what I would have done, if I'm honest. Andy Priault debriefing. Tall bloke on the right is George Howard Chabel. Here's Andy. Let's go down to the IHG Rewards Club driver.
Andy Priault's first stint out in WEC, how was it?
Yeah, really good. I mean, myself and Stefan, we ran really strong pace. We were locked together the whole time. It went really well. The car was faultless, beautifully balanced. We've got some work to do, you know, a bit more lap time to find, but to be honest, that was the nicest stint I've ever had. So really great start for me. The first few laps were quite chaotic, had a little tap up the bum in the first or second corner, but did no damage, so the car was really nice the whole stint.
Back to your touring car days then?
Back to touring car, yeah, but I had to stop myself from racing too much, you know, because obviously it's a 6-hour race. There's a lot of things going on ahead, so I needed to be cautious. But you know, we made a good start, and I think very solid first couple of stints for all of us here at Multimatics, Ford, and Chip Ganassi and everybody. It's brilliant.
You say we've still got quite a long way to go, which we do. So where can you see yourselves making up some time?
Well, I think we've just got to be faultless with pit stops and strategy, no mistakes, solid pace, and you know, anything can happen. I mean, the race pace is going to get quicker and quicker, and we've just got to be there ready.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see that Andy, obviously a long-time factory driver for BMW, brings his IHG Rewards Club back in with him to the WEC.
Actually not. Two separate deals.
Really?
And Andy is his personal sponsorship stayed with Andy, and IHG have become a partner of Ford in a completely different deal. So Andy got the deal as a driver on his merits as a driver, retained his personal sponsor. And Ford did a completely separate deal.
And does he still get an extra bottle of shower gel in every hotel room?
I'm told yes. I think now he is up to one of the ambassador levels, so he gets his free Wi-Fi, so he can watch us on the app when he's not racing, and gets all of his he gets his free parking and his room upgrade as well. Let's have a listen to what's going on down at Porsche number 1. This is Brendan Hartley now behind the wheel.
Yeah, copy that. Been a bit unlucky with traffic the last few laps. Just tell people the car's quite obviously in places, but talk to fast.
I think they were asking him to push a little bit there, and he said he'd been a bit unlucky in traffic. His times are still good though, 42.2 last time round.
Now I wonder if they're asking him to push. They're trying to get the space, John, to put themselves in with good track position to deliver that splash and dash as and when the opportunity arises. So the gap is going to matter here. They know the Audi has got to pit for longer. Trouble though for the Manor car.
Ben Treluer has just put his fastest first sector in, so nothing wrong with the 7 car.
James Jake's car, the number 44 car, in the garage. Now, what's going on there? That's not the way they wanted to start the season. This is the full season car, remember?
Correct. Ferrari 71.
That is the
leader.
GT Pro leader rejoins the race. Is Sam Bird still aboard that car? We'll find out in just a few seconds' time.
Single stinted, didn't they, to start with Collado?
They did. Rigon.
Rigon to Bird. As he comes out, it's back to Rigon.
It is indeed.
I think that's sensible.
Yeah. It's been
They'll be changing tyres at every stop.
faultless
so
from this team so far.
GTE Pro cars do not have the tyre restrictions of the LMP2s or indeed the LMP1s. Michael Christensen, we saw him bring that Porsche in a little bit leggy.
Well, Michael, we can see that Richard's sitting in the car in the garage. What happened out there?
Well, I was just driving out there and suddenly I got an issue on the front right. Whatever it is, I'm not sure, but obviously this set us quite a lot back.
So the team at the moment still are not too sure what it is?
Yes, obviously they know what it is, but they didn't get to speak to them yet. We're working on it, and hopefully we'll be back out there soon.
It looked like it came out of the blue, that there was no warning.
No, not really. It was just one corner before I had a slight feeling of something, but then turning into this corner and suddenly in the exit I just lost the front control of the front right, and whatever it is, I don't know, but yeah.
And there was no contact or offs before that?
No, I have no contact, so obviously if you're driving, something happened, I'm not sure what it is.
Thank you.
Drama then, and Michael explaining perfectly, very sudden failure of whatever it was, whatever failed at the front right corner. The team working hard to get that car out as soon as possible, was running in, well, albeit just over 2 hours into the race at this point, in a podium position, and the defending champion drives it off the number 1 car.
Oh, this is the leader.
It's the Golf car off as well, the number 1 car in the gravel.
Yeah, and that's Mike Wainwright in that car. Brendan Hartley, and the lead car in the race, the defending world championship. There's damage to the front of the prototype Porsche. Brendan Hartley's. Let's have a look at this. Brendan!
Oh!
What were you thinking?
It's been over.
Gone over.
Oh,
so close to going over.
Oh dear me.
Well, I'm sorry, but you cannot just expect those cars to disappear. He's trying to go around the outside of a car.
The team actually did a push. The team actually did a push, and oh dear, that.
He's
awful.
Pulled back into the side of the Porsche, hasn't he?
Full course yellow is going to be coming out in about 5 seconds' time. He's not.
He's all
happy
right.
Bunny. He's fine. He's fine.
He's out of the way.
Mike Wainwright involved there as well. I think Mike was completely innocent party there.
Drivers you're told, hold your line, and he's not wandering around, waving around.
No, he kept his line.
Now, Mike Wainwright.
Well, we know number 1 that looks done.
Well, do you know what? I'm surprised he didn't try and start it and bring it back. We've seen cars look worse than that and get back to the pits.
Anthony Davis
full course yellow,
and Toyota pit immediately.
Toyota respond with Anthony Davison in 5th, net 4th, in and out of the car, if that makes sense. Who got in there? It's Kazuki Nakajima who's got into that car.
And trouble too for the number 8 car.
The number 8 Audi has come to a halt. Luca Di Grassi, that was the troubled Audi. That's in the loop.
I wonder, John, whether going to the setting for full course yellow has had a dramatic... It's trying to restart it. Restart the engine. Lights on, lights off.
That is the internal combustion engine that is not firing.
Both Toyotas on pit road now.
Yeah, that's smart. That's very smart indeed. They've got to do a splash. Do it now. They'll do a splash and get these cars out. You're losing less time. Where is the number 2? Number 2. Let's have another look at this.
No, sorry, Brendan.
Well, I mean, Brendan did well to keep the car on the track. He was using a lot of curb on the exit. That's fine. It's kind of.
That went off very quickly, and.
Well, and that's where the Audi stopped as well, by the way. It's coming through the first corner into the loop complex, isn't it? I thought it was into Beckett's when I first saw it, but it's not. There's the loop, and Paul Truswell's commentary box just over the left there, commentating for us friends at RadioLeMans.com. Do you know what? That body language tells you all you need to know.
I'm afraid it does.
Mike Wainwright is moving around.
Mike's out
that
as
was
well.
a while ago. And
Brendan doing what you'd expect a human being to do, but being told very firmly by the marshals, no, let us do our job, son.
They don't, and also they don't want any handbags or argy-bargy. Not that I'm suggesting there wouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm sure
they want
not.
to keep the guys apart. Let's have a listen to what's being said to Lucas de Grassi.
Lucas, DMS on, off, DMS on, off. I have no telemetry or onboard. No, I tried motorcycle, but I'm doing 6th gear.
Stuck in 6th gear, trying the power cycle. Well, here comes the number 2 car. This is the leader of the race now.
Well, huge drama. And John, well, let's say the word Toyota here, because what we've got left here, bear in mind that the number 2 car we're seeing here has had a hybrid problem.
I'm seeing rebellion. I'm seeing rebellion on the podium at this point.
Well, now we did talk, didn't we, in the preamble to the season
from
about
the back of the grid, remember,
for the potential for some freak results early on with the teams pushing the envelope. We talked about that in the race, but what a dramatic lap! Brendan Hartley stumbling over, and I use that word. Well, it's a very light expression for what we just saw. Very pleased to see. Apparently, both drivers looking okay.
I thought his body language, when he was getting himself out of the car, was kind of, what have I done?
Yeah. I think so. It's now the interesting thing on the time and scoring screens here, with the number 8 car stuck where it is, and I suspect that is going to need attention. It will not be able to move. It's stuck in 6th gear. Hybrid instant procedure for car 8 at turn 4. We've only really seen that a couple of times before, have we not, John? Which is that you've got to make sure that the hybrid unit is discharged before there's hands on that car.
Yeah.
So it's not simply a matter of marshals turning up to assist. They need to be safe too, correctly so, not just from the issues of traffic out there, albeit under full course yellow conditions, but also that you could have a fully charged hybrid unit in and out the pits too for the number 7 Audi. So, drama. Different sort of drama than we saw at this race last year, but no less engaging. There is the number 8 car stranded, stuck in 6th gear. We heard that from Lucas de Grassi. And smoke in the cockpit now, John.
He's overheating that. Definitely.
Switches off the engine, the door comes open, the safety car is, the course car is in close attendance here. And just beyond the 2-hour mark in this race, as I
think we could say drama.
What always happens, I should explain here, the procedure we talked about here involves a technician from the team being taken to the car by an intervention vehicle. That's what you're looking at now.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen this up close, and
so the fire extinguisher goes off.
Has gone off in the back of the car. That's engine related. That's not necessarily hybrid related. The technician is plugging in the hybrid computer to discharge the event. Now you notice he's got gauntlets on that. So the German marks have stumbled,
and that is done.
Well, we saw 2 Audis fall out of this race a couple of years ago when they went on to win the championship, if you remember. And Le Mans.
Well, we have 4 hours left in the race, John.
Now that is a voltmeter.
Audi will be mightily relieved at this point that the signature image is not going to be this. Because the signature image is, without doubt, at this stage of the race, going to be a rather airborne world champion.
Now, the reason that you do this, of course, we should mention, is because carbon fibre conducts electricity.
Correct.
And therefore, you have to ground that white box on the side of the car. There is effectively a ground, an earth, and therefore you ground the car you discharge the lithium-ion batteries and make sure everything is going to be okay before anything is done by the marshals. You saw them standing off at Le Mans. The marshals get trained.
Yep.
If there needs to be a rapid intervention because of driver safety, they have rubber boots and rubber coated gloves, so they can get in and make a call where the safety of the driver is not in peril, as it isn't now. Then it's deemed acceptable for a member of the team to do the work to allow that car to be recovered more conventionally.
I mean, I'm again going to offer the supposition here, John, that there was clear drama for that car.
Oh yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt. But they were trying to get to that fuel envelope, and the irony is here that they were at the point they needed to be.
Yeah.
Had they managed to get the car back round to the pits, they would have been in that window, and with an ideal opportunity to exploit it. But it's coming down to the pit speed, the full course yellow limiter, that I suspect has caused that problem.
Well, he was stuck in 6th though, so I don't know.
But it couldn't come down from 6th, that's the point.
Yeah, and I think that's probably stalled out the engine. The mighty torque of the diesel will only do so much. Quick point, by the way, pointed out to me by Jason Ford, among others, on @Specutainment, @DSC Editor, that at this point here, the dorsal fin and everything that has been applied to the WEC P1 cars, the big honking holes in the fenders, did exactly what they are meant to do and kept that car from going all the way over, and also kept the car from taking off with that leaf principle that we've seen before when the air gets under the cars. Now, one of the guys from Gulf Racing UK has just walked right
team manager off to see, I think, race control, just for a bit of reassurance amongst other things.
But we've heard that Mike's okay.
I believe so. Mike is getting out of the car there.
That was a replay from
I think just unplugging himself. There he is, walking away. That's the shot I wanted to see. That's what we wanted to see.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
And he won't be happy, but
there's not much talk between the two of them.
No, there wouldn't be, would there?
Now, that is the Snatch tractor that is waiting to
the Golf car in the background, both in a place of safety, and will now be working on recovering the number 8 Audi.
Yes, and that now has to cross the track. That is the only issue there.
If he was on piecework at that corner, he'd be doing pretty well at this point, wouldn't he?
We had 4 cars off in the Porsche Carrera Cup race this morning, and they were cleared away without even the need for a full course yellow. The marshals were super quick, and again we salute our recovery crews, medical crews, corner workers, etc.
Well, we're around at full course yellow with a bit of time. Let's run through the order, I think, John, actually. It is still a Porsche in the lead, albeit not the number 1 car. That car is done. It's the number 2 car of Mark Lieb. Leads from Benoit Treluet. Those two are very close together on track as well, by the way. Ahead of the 2 Toyotas in the order, number 5 in the hands of Kazuki Nakajima, number 6 in the hands of Stefan Sarrazin. The tumbling and scoring screens at the moment, but not for much longer, are the number 1 and the number 8, but those cars will go no further, I'm sure. Then it's the 2 Rebellions, 13 leads 12, which will become 5th and 6th overall. Dominic Kleihammer and Nick Heidfeld is at the lead at the wheel of the sister 12 car. They will be up into the top 6. After that, we get into the LMP2s, and as we speak, it's the 26 car leads the race, as it has for most of the 2 hours and 15 minutes of this race so far. Rennie Rast is at the wheel of the GT5 Racing Orica. Danny Watts looms large, about a minute back, but at safety car, at full course yellow speed, of course, in the Striker Gibson, the 42 car running second. Then it's Bruno Senna in the 43 car, the RGR car by Morand. 35 Alpine is 4th, and then Nico Lapierre in the second Alpine is 5th. In the GT classes, it's as it has been since the start. It's been the number 71 car, with the exception of a couple of changeovers with the pit cycles. 71 Ferrari 488, the AF Corsa car, brand new car this season, of course, for the team and for Ferrari. Hands at the moment of Davide Rigon. He started the race. Sam Bird took over. Rigon back in the car, and he leads Marco Sorensen now in the 95 Aston Martin. Then it's the two Fords looming large. Billy Johnson. I have to keep stopping myself saying Boris Johnson with a B Johnson there on the screen. In the number 66 car leads Marino Franchitti in the 67 car. 21st and 22nd position overall. Before we get into the GTE AM runners, and it's Khaled Al-Khabazi, pole sitting car, the number 88 car. What a great race they've had so far, and Khaled leads the way in front of a couple of recovering prototypes. The Rizzo Mediani pedalled 27 SMP Racing BR01 at the moment, leading from Simon Trummer, with the recovering 51 GT Pro AF Corsa Ferrari 488 of Jimmy Bruni still in the mix. 5th position overall, ahead of the second placed GTM car, the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 458, with Manu Collard currently at the wheel of that car. Have to move down a little further to find the 3rd position GTM car. That's inside the top 30. It is the number 78 KCMG Porsche 911 RSR. And it's Joel Camathias. We've not said much about Joel so far. Returning to the WEC for the first time since 2012. He'll be in this car for all bar the Le Mans 24 hours. So KCMG's Porsche in the top 3, and in fairly close contention with the number 50 Labra Corvette at the moment in the hands of Yamagishi-san. Drama out there. Let's have a listen to what's going on the radio to the number 7 Audi, the remaining Audi.
I'll try and see where car 2 is relative to you. In fact, he's just going through Beckett, so he's just ahead of you.
I can see the car number 2. I can see it, no problem.
Okay, understood, Ben. So on the last stint, we were about a second slower on average than Yanni, a second slower than Yanni.
I had rigorous points, but I didn't feel 1 second. I felt that at the end I could keep the gas if I didn't have traffic, so...
Copy. Sorry, Ben, it wasn't 1 second because that includes your spin. Let me calculate it once more.
That is target acquired, is it not? This is Busch time when this goes back to green. It'll be a little while yet. The 8 car still requires recovery, but that was Lena Gade giving Benoit Treluet all the available data, although she needs a bit of a recalculation because she hadn't taken into account Ben's spin. He thinks it's on here, doesn't he? He thinks he can attack, and this could be a very significant period of the race when we go back to green.
This is the ebb and flow of sports car racing, Graham, and that's why 6, 12, 24-hour races keep your attention, because the pendulum is now at the head of the field, swinging back towards Toyota and away from Porsche. If we accept that Porsche are on one side of the pendulum and Audi are about in the middle and Toyota are on the other side, it started off in the middle on Audi, it swung across towards Porsche and then all the way across to Porsche, and now it's just going back towards Audi and Toyota again. It's magnificent stuff. Just pick up on what you were looking at a moment or two ago. Davide Rigon from Sorensen, from Billy Johnson. This car's actually pretty close together in the queue at 71, 95 and 66 Ferrari Aston Ford. And look to the right-hand side of the picture. There is the Audi.
This is not going the Porsche's way, and it's not going the Porsche's way because it's the middle of a gaggle of traffic.
Who are driving slightly slower than 80 kilometers an hour. And as you can see, the Audi is catching them. Full course yellow, no safety car, but you still can't pass. Ben Barker.
Well, Ben, first of all, is Mike okay?
Yes, that's the main thing, and Brendan as well. So that's the important thing. They're both okay. Such a shame for everyone. You know, the team have put in such hard work prior to the season, and Yeah, it's frustrating. It was looking at the replay, it was very tight. Brendan saw a gap around the outside of turn 2. Went for it. Mike completely didn't see him coming, obviously, and there was contact. The gap, I think, obviously reduced, and then they hit. So a really tricky one to look at, I think, and I don't think it's obviously anyone's fault, but certainly it'll be looked at. And but as I say, the main thing is they're both okay.
Thanks very much.
No worries, thanks.
Generous, I think, from Ben Barker there, and pro driver. I'm sorry, Mike Wainwright was on his line.
The closing speed there, that is almost flat out through. If you took that back a bit further, you would see him coming into turn 1, the right-hander, which is nearly flat out for a prototype car. Yep. Turn 2 is nearly flat out for a prototype car. Neither are nearly flat out. Well, turn 1's pretty quick for a GT car, but you're on the ragged edge. I reckon you've got to go up the inside there if you're the prototype.
I'm afraid so. And firm fan of Brendan Hartley and what he's achieved.
Look, but these guys make their living on making split-second decisions.
It's a mistake. If the worst that was a mistake.
No, it's not. I'm not saying anything else, Graham, absolutely. These guys have made careers on making split-second decisions. They're not always going to get it right.
No.
Brendan was using the momentum of his car to try and get round Mike before the braking area for the next right-hander. Where he was putting himself was quite a bit offline, and the issue was going to be he was always going to have to pinch that corner and come back tight in front of the Porsche. If he'd gone the other side, if he'd made the decision earlier, if he'd gone the other side, he'd have got by him.
Just want to point out again that under this full course yellow, the Audi is now 2.7 seconds behind. It's not going too fast. It is the train of cars that the Porsche is trapped within is going slower. 4 minutes 28 under the full course yellow from the Porsche, which only has one car between it now. It's the 83 Ferrari between it and the chasing Audi. Did a 4:22.
Okay, Ben, you can drive against the brakes a bit more. You can drive against the brakes a bit more. It'll help quite a lot of things out, especially tyres.
It'll help quite a lot of things out.
Self-esteem, confidence.
There's stuff that we don't want to talk about. There is the number 8 car having been recovered to a place of safety.
Do not be surprised if the small track car starts overtaking cars on track. Do not be surprised if Yannick starts overtaking cars on track. I'm calling him into the pit lane so that later we can finish this full course yellow.
That's
Yannick Delmas, that is driving the intervention vehicle that took out the Audi technician to the site of that. Of course, you can't drive contra race, so he'll have to go the full track. Will Stevens has made his debut for Manor today in the Manor WEC team. Let's go down to the pit lane and find out how much he enjoyed being in this World Championship.
Well, Will, your first outing, WEC?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, my start was really good. The car felt really good. We had good pace. I was managed to come through the field. Caught up behind Roberto, and then I got a big vibration in the front tyre. And the pace suddenly dropped off quite a lot. So when we came in the front left, we developed a slow punch on the front left, which was a lot lower in the front right. So it would explain the sudden balance change that I had. But we needed to get to the end of my stint to carry on with our strategy. So a little bit disappointing because the start was good. I had good fun, battled a few cars. But we think we've got a slight engine problem now with James in the car. So we're just trying to work out at the moment what's going on.
I suppose these things are to be expected so early on in the project.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we haven't done much running. Paul Rickard at the prologue actually ran really smooth. We didn't have any problems at all. So now to have some issues is a little bit strange. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to get good reliability straight away, but yeah, we'll see. But I think it's a long race. Who knows what can happen? But at the moment, for sure, we've got a few problems with the car, so we just need to figure out what it is and then carry on.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
So basically, it was great when I had it.
It was the other bloke's
ragged it completely, give it to my teammate, and it fell apart immediately.
Outrageous.
That is the full season car, of course.
It is full season car. I think we can have a listen to what's going on with Porsche.
Yeah, the remaining Porsche is Mark Lieb at the wheel. Presumably, he'll be complaining he's not doing spot on 80 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, Mark, we see we've been a bit, we've lost on this All Course Yellow to Audi 7 behind. He's catching up slowly, so just be careful on the restart. He'll be right behind you.
He'll be able to see looming large his mirrors as Lucas de Grassi comes back, stony-faced, I'm afraid, after what we can really now confirm is the retirement of the number 8 car. So number 1, Porsche, the victim, a victim of that clash between the 86 Gulf Porsche from GTM and Brendan Hartley's Porsche 919. Full course yellow, meanwhile, will finish in 30 seconds.
We are at 30 seconds to go green. 30 seconds to go green. Remind your drivers the tires are not at optimal temperature. We are at 20 seconds to go green.
Heads up stuff from Eduardo Freitas once again. And
he cares about the drivers. You know, race directors around the world are part of it. And there's the Audi, and there's the lead, and he gets chopped.
Nearly.
Now, I wonder who's got any hybrid at the moment. The Porsche, remember, gets a bit of charge from the gas pack system, where the Audi will have had to charge the batteries up by just braking hard. This is the battle for first. Coming through, Woodkit. No Audi. Close to the edges of the track there. Down the inside for the Porsche, right over the inside curb, and he's had to lift. And here comes Ben Treluer. Watch for the Audi.
He's done it. It's gone past him.
That was all down to the Porsche driver, Mark Lee, trying to go up the inside. In fact, he succeeded in going up the inside of the Rebellion. But in doing so, he compromised his line to the extent that Ben Treluer was very easily able to get past. I also think the Audi had more power in terms of more hybrid energy stored up.
And while that was all happening, John, what we didn't see on camera, but what was noted in race control, trouble for the LMP2 race leader. Danny Watts has gone through into the lead of LMP2, 8th position overall. But it's Ben Treluer now. It's Audi back into the lead of the race. Treluer taking advantage of Mark Lieb clattering the curves as the Rebellion turned in. The 13 car, that lost the momentum. Fully on the boost, goes through Treluer and into the lead. There's the 26 car off the left-hand side. If you see that again.
Watch for a yellow flag. Watch for a yellow flag waving here. Yes, yeah. Yellow flag. Yellow flag waving.
Now, did it come out before? It couldn't have been much in it.
Left-hand side of the picture, but that's why the Porsche lifted off.
Well. Oh, drama again.
The yellow has now been removed.
The 26 car is back underway, but not back up to speed. As Bruno Senna has gone by, so the 26 car now down to 3rd. John.
The Marshall's post I needed to see was the one before I actually saw the yellow flag, because it's the yellow flag pertains to that Marshall's post to the next one. There were 2 Marshall's posts there. The pass may have been completed before that yellow flag. What I needed to see was the one on the very exit of Copse Corner. I wondered what had happened there. That will be being looked at, I am sure. There are observers on every Marshall's post. Every Marshall is a judge of fact. So let's see, where is the other Marshall's post? There used to be one.
There will be shortly one on the inside. It was Copse, wasn't it? Going into Copse, there will be one.
It's a question of how far back those yellow flags went.
Absolutely spot on, John. We'll wait and see what the answer to that potentially rather telling question is. Meanwhile, with Audi at the moment making good their escape, what's the tail behind? And the tail behind is Toyota. Have got their tails up.
Yes, absolutely. See as their lap times begin to come down. Have to switch the tyres back on again now. And that isn't as easy as it sounds. It's not flicking a switch. It's bringing the tyres up to temperature and therefore pressure.
The traffic has meant that the lead gap has halved in Sector 1. So Mark Lieb has his dander up there.
Yeah, well,
unbelievably quick through that turn, unbelievably fast.
Right, now I've seen where the marshal's post is. If I get another chance to see the onboard from far enough back, we should be able to see whether the yellow flag was out. It may have been that Mark Lieb just saw the yellow flag ahead of him as he came out from alongside.
It was a big lift.
I think as he came out from alongside the Rebellion, he will have seen the yellow flag, and with the Rebellion between him and the outside of the track, he might have thought, oh, is there?
But not to say,
just lifted.
Depending on where it was, they might both have done it.
Well, yeah.
Because if there was a yellow flag showing on the way in, let's see here.
Oh, we don't see it here. There was a little touch there. Now, is this Mark Lieb saying he passed me under yellow?
The yellow first. Copy, we are investigating. We saw him pass under yellow.
Here we go.
Where's the first yellow?
There is the yellow there, but the pass is done at that point. Now,
is the one before that?
Yeah. The pass is completed before he went past that one that we saw on the left-hand side. It's a question of how far back we can see.
But both cars do their fastest first sector of the race on this lap. This is battle joined. No matter what happens in terms of race control, this is battle joined.
Right, so there's the marshal's point we needed to see on the left-hand side. Then there's another one there, and there's one there. See, being an FIA competition licence holder, you look for things like this.
You should be judge of facts rather than a competitor.
No, thank you. No, thank you. That's those people who do that job.
That's a shuddering thought.
The words thankless and task come to mind straight away. You are damned if you do and damned if you don't there. It's a funny thing though, isn't it? I mean, I don't race near enough as I'd like to, as I probably should, but I probably see more onboard laps than anybody else, as was pointed out to me by Johnny Moorman. You do get to pick up things.
So both cars into the 141s, but it's Lieb still attacking. 1.2 seconds now the gap. Had been up to about 3 seconds immediately after the pass.
Both the two leaders, the Audi and the Porsche, doing their best sectors in the first sector of the race. Amazing stuff.
Just remind you what's going on in other classes here. Danny Watts leads LMP2 by about 10 seconds from Bruno Senna. René Rast appears to have recovered from whatever it was that took the 26 car off into the debate about that pass for the lead we've been going through for the last few minutes. Hoping Tung and Nico Lapierre bring through the two Signatech run Alpines in 4th and 5th. Ryan Diel going quickly, very quickly, in the number 31 ESM Ligier, but about a minute back from the 5th place car. In GG Pro, it's still Davide Rigon in the 71 car ahead of Marcus Sorensen, and then a very close battle between the two Fords for 3rd position at the moment. 3 hours and 25 minutes on the clock still. Bruno Senna puts in the fastest lap of the race for that car. Incident involving cars 1 and 86 under investigation. Turn 3, well, you'd expect it to be. We can only give our views on that, can't we, John?
I think that'll be an F8. I think that'll be a racing incident.
And the incident involving cars 7 and 2, the overtake under investigation.
And rest assured, though we may not have had conclusive evidence from the onboard camera, the observer, the post chief, on the entrance to Copse, the exit of Copse, and the 2 posts on the way up to Maggots will have made, by radio, with a backup of landline if required, will have made their reports.
Toyota makes it way
let's
through.
have another look here. Unfortunately, we can't see where the yellow is. So if there's a yellow
lifts there.
If there's a yellow on the way into Copse, the Porsche's overtaken under yellow. If there's a yellow immediately exiting Copse, right, let's have a look. Yellow. So the Porsche and the Audi have overtaken under yellow. Porsche and the yellow. There's definitely one there.
The only difference, there was a yellow on the outside of Copse. There definitely was a yellow flag being shown.
There's a waved yellow flag to the left there, but I think he's already passed at that point.
There was definitely a yellow on the outside.
On the way into Copse?
On the way through Copse.
Right, okay. Well, that's going to be tight for the Porsche.
But it's in the sight line, remember? The only difference there
it's in the sight line,
the Audi,
not the inside of another car.
Yeah, the only difference there is that the Audi overtook 2 cars.
Yeah. Graham Loudon from Manor WEC enjoying his time back in ACO paddocks, because although he hasn't competed here before, he is a massive Le Mans fan, and until he was involved in Formula 1, went to Le Mans every year. He is in fact, if he ever hasn't got anything to do, we'll try and get him into the booth, because he knows more facts and figures about Le Mans than you and I put together.
It's embarrassing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is.
I think he's after our job, John. Anyway, pushing hard. 140.8 last time around, just half a second off the fastest lap of the race. 2.3 seconds ahead of Mark Lieb. But it's LMP2 where the real wheel-to-wheel action is happening at the moment, and they are already here, John. It's wheel-to-wheel action, but there's laps between some of these cars.
Yeah.
That is René Rast in the orange car, but behind the 37 and the 45. That is a battle position, but a lap down on Rast.
Yeah. 7th and 8th in class.
And no less hotly contested. That is Richard Bradley going past Kirill Ladigan.
Well, Ben Trellier and Mark Lieb with 4 seconds between them, and both potentially with penalties hanging over their heads. There's 3 hours and 22 minutes to go at Silverstone.
Watching
what do you make of this so far? I mean, I'm finding this fascinating.
It's fascinating. It is kind of rip-roaring stuff in a very different way to last season. No less impressive in terms of the technology on display. We've seen incidents in terms of what befell Lucas de Grassi in the number 8 car, accidents, what befell the number 1 Porsche and the 86 Gulf Porsche, wheel-to-wheel stuff, potential drama involving the top 2 cars in the field. If I was Toyota at the moment, I'd be rubbing my hands with glee. This is falling their way, despite the fact they're not far away from the ultimate pace at the moment, are as quick as the 2 leading cars, albeit a little way back on track. But if there's anything like any kind of meaningful penalty doled out to both the front 2 runners, Toyota, with 40 seconds back, it's 31 seconds to run through pit road. Even if it's a drive-through, for either or both of those 2 cars, Toyota are in the mix.
I've got a feeling it might be both. I really have.
Well, I have to say, John, if we're right and that was a yellow flag on the outside of Copse Corner, the answer is it has to be both.
Well, it's dead easy because, as I said, the marshals will be making their reports, will have made their reports. Danny Watson, Bruno Senna battling for the lead in LMP2, which was for 7th position overall.
The bigger battle at the moment, though, is René Rast catching back up to Bruno Senna. So Watts from Senna, from Rast, from Hoping-Tung, Nico Lapierre, Ryan Diel, Richard Bradley. That's a hell of a lineup, isn't it, in LMP2?
And there is, in fact, only 4 seconds between all of them.
So lead the race.
Sorry, Graham, down in GT Pro, Davide Rigon by a decent margin at the moment, and Marco Sorensen in the number 95, 71 Ferrari from 95 Aston. In Arm, it's Khaled El Kabezi who continues to lead, and he's got Jimmy Bruce and Fernando Reis behind them. They've made a pit stop in this cycle. Emmanuel Collard and Joel Camathias. So in Arm it's 88, 83 and 73, but there, let me see, is there? Yes, there's a lap between those guys now.
Should say, by the way, Ricard Leitz has rejoined in the number 77 car after that problem we saw earlier on with the right front suspension of the car. The 77 Dempsey Proton car, the GTE Pro running car. But the other two cars operating out of the Proton competition garage at the moment, doing very well indeed. Khaled El Kabezi aboard the 88 car, leading the class, and Joel Camathias in the 78 KCMG branded car, but run by Proton, running third in class, on board at the moment with the number 5 Toyota. This is the third position overall. Kazuki Nakajima running at pretty good pace at the moment in the 142s, not far off the pace at the moment being shown by Mark Lieb, as we get a stop-go penalty for track limits, and it's gone to the car 27. Now that is the delayed SMP car, Maurizio Mediani. We noted he had a black and white flag some little while ago. He's clearly not taken full account of that. The 22nd position car, last runner at the moment at LMP2, a long pit stop at the start of the race. Their day is getting no better. The battle for second, meanwhile, is almost nose to tail now, as Rennie Rast, so first and second, for second rather in P2, Rennie Rast moving up onto the rear wing, or behind the rear wing. We've seen a bit too much of on the rear wing. Came with Brendan Hartley a little while ago, to Bruno Senna. So the 43 car, it's 42 from 43.26. And handfuls of seconds between the three. In fact, the three of them separated by less than 3 seconds now. On board with Mark Lieb. Again, getting back on the terms. In clear running, that Porsche has definitely got better pace. In traffic, nowhere near it. Trelliway pushing hard to maintain the advantage. Lieb, though, as the second position battle in LMP2 goes either side of the KCMG car, wheel-to-wheel stuff between Rast and Senna. Rast goes through the inside, having taken advantage with at least 2 wheels on the grass down the Hanger Straight. Not messing about, Rennie Rast.
Finally, by the way, the 27 car has got its stop-and-go penalty for track limits.
Indeed it did.
Mediani, he's in the pits now.
Be interesting to find out what the problem was for that 26 car, or whether or not it was just a quick spin on the restart. Mark Lieb is fully lit here.
Battle for the lead with just over 3 hours, more than half the race to go.
Now, if this had been last year, John, we'd have been waiting for the first decent-sized straight, like the blue touch paper, and through goes the Porsche. Not anymore.
Look at that Audi pull. All the teams being fairly canny about their aero packages. Just wonder which of the 3 packages these guys are running. Just saying there, Graham, everybody being fairly canny about what package they're running in terms of aero. There's an extra one allowed this year, a full season package, a Le Mans presumably low drag package, and a super high downforce package for the 20% thinner air of Mexico City.
Well, the Porsche we know is running a package they believe they'll only run here. It's effectively it's a development package of last year. After that, we'll see the other 2 packages. Audi, of course, is a completely new car. So if there's a car compromise for this, it's probably the Porsche.
I think Toyota are running there something either already at or very close to Le Mans. I think there will be 2 new packages from Toyota.
Bear in mind, you cannot mix and match.
I know.
You've got to either run the high, the low, or they're allowed 3 sets of aero for the year, and that's it.
So the 7 and 2, no further action.
Tyres not to be greasy and engine zero.
Copy that, Ben.
Greasy tyres and understeer. Ben Trellier was telling Nina Gane. Investigation, meanwhile, for the two leading cars. No further action on either. So we can get on and talk about what we always like to talk about, which is racing, not penalties. So back in the real world of what we see on track, 1.8 seconds is the gap now. Ben Trellier has responded to the charge from Mark Lieb. It came down under half a second, but Trellier has managed to pull away. He is, though, beginning to get into tyre trouble.
Number 4 car being warned for the final corner. So here's the lead battle now in LMP2 as René Rast has closed that 3 seconds very quickly to Danny Watts, hasn't he? The G-Drive racing car, clearly the class of the field.
So yeah, René Rast is on a charge.
Do you think he's driving a prototype here, just showing that he can?
That's the
second
top 3
and third.
in very close contention. A lot of trio drivers there. Danny Watts, René Rast, Bruno Senna. And that is not the premier class of the World Endurance Championship. Fabulous stuff as this championship continues to mature, as we said earlier in the broadcast, John. And these are top-class guys in top-class teams, in top-class cars.
Do you think that Rast is just making the point here that he can drive downforce prototypes? He was, some might say, overlooked for the LMP1 drive at Le Mans when some of his Porsche GT driving colleagues got the call.
I think René Rast is a canny fella, and I think he just needs to keep plugging away, showing his speed, showing his consistency, showing that he's a real racer. He will know from the career he's had so far what impresses people from within the major factory teams. He knows it's not a single banzai lap. He knows it's not, you know, mock heroics over 3 minutes. What it is in this discipline of sports is a controlled, consistent, attacking, successful double and triple stint. And at the moment, with the exception of the unexplained off that happened at the end of that caution period, which I gather from hearing my left ear from Louise in the pits, the team aren't talking about, which tends to indicate there was a mistake involved, that is exactly what he's looking to execute right now. Back, though, with the Audi, and right on the rear wing of the Audi is the number 2 car, Mark Lieb. Through the first part of that little bit of traffic, profited mightily. It's under half a second again, and with more traffic to come. For the lead of LMP2, meanwhile, Rast goes through on Danny Watts. Here comes the Porsche on the outside. Back through Copse again, not there.
That's the first part of the track coming down in the braking area. This is where the accident happened between Brendan Hartley when he was leading the race and Mike Wainwright now into the loop, all the way down to about 45 miles an hour. And now they unleash the awesome power, well over 1,000 horsepower each of those cars. What's Mark Lieb saying?
Okay, Mark, position is as it stands, no penalty, car in front, we'll just get past him on track. Keep pushing.
It's probably just as well we didn't hear the reply from Mark Lieb.
I should think it probably would have been something in German, unprintable.
Through Woodcote now and heading towards the scene of that pass.
Stand by what I said though, John. If that was a yellow flag on the outside of turn 1, Mark was almost as guilty, but certainly guilty of a pass under yellow as Ben Trellier. The only difference was the Audi did it twice.
My issue was I couldn't see the flag on the left-hand side.
Hence the if.
Yeah. I don't...
Down the hanger straight, and the Audi goes to the inside of the CLM. CLM in the hands of Simon Trummer.
I have no doubt that the marshals on those posts will be letting us know.
Yeah, fairly
the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective runs deep. The information, I'm sure, will come back to us.
And again, having closed right up, Treluet is able to push and push away.
It's traffic, isn't it?
It's a little bit of traffic, not a lot of traffic involved there. It's just... I'm looking for the right phrase here. It's that the Audi seems to be able to compromise its ideal line more and lose less.
So, the battle for first, second and third, as we're on board with the 43.
Well, there's Danny Watts ahead.
And there is side-by-side action.
Rennie Rast is pulled away from this.
He's disappeared. Has he pulled the pin? He really has. Because that was the Ed Brown-driven Ligier. So this now becomes a battle for second position between that car, the GR Motorsports machine, in a sort of non-shiny red colour, and Danny Watts in the Gibson. Ooh. Bruno. Great to see Stracker back in the championship in P2. Their aspirations, of course, were in P1.
May well still be. We wait to find out what the answer to the wider questions about what can be done to assist the rebirth, the regeneration of that class, and that's going to require help from the rule makers. By now, the answers from...
But it is being considered.
Have gone in. It is being considered. Closing up again, John, for the lead.
Right, what's Ben Treluet saying to Lena?
Ben, for info, I want you to stay in at the next stop. Stay in at the next stop.
Okay, so that's just, you're not finished yet.
No, get on with it.
Don't think...
We've seen this before.
Yes, and I think this is fluid tactics at work by Lena Gate and the Audi number 7 crew. The other thing is, I'm going to say this now because I know that I'll get a raft of Twitter messages if I don't. Ben Treluet, often the overlooked driver in that trio. I mean, we kind of accept, don't we, that everybody's got to pull their weight. Andre Lotterer and Marcel Fessler, both exceptional drivers. And quite often Ben doesn't get talked about, and yet we've seen him so many times, particularly in battling situations. Nürburgring, last year, in a defensive battle in that particular instance, clean as a whistle, but just loves a bit of a scrap out on track.
And can do it over stunning distances. That's the point, his level of consistency with speed. You know, if you're talking kind of superheroes, you know, you've got the Flash in Andre Lotterer, you've got Iron Man in Ben Treluet, really, haven't you?
Yeah.
I was going to say Rain Man for Marcel Fessler, but that's an entirely different thing. But he is the Rainmeister of the three. They are an astonishingly effective trio, and you know, you forget these things when you're living through it, don't you? But you just know when we're bouncing our great-grandchildren on our knees that we're going to be looking back and saying, I was there when those guys were in their pomp. And they are an exceptional crew, and we've got several of those in the World Endurance Championship at the moment that are developing, and it's a pleasure to see it happening. Double blue, 35 ahead of 36.
And that is now the battle for fourth position, but Ho Big Tung and Nico Lapierre are a good half a minute or so behind the leading trio, Graham, but flying in formation.
Ahead of these, Rennie Rast is just herring off into the distance. Danny Watts still fending off Bruno Senna. Andy Bright, almost 30 seconds to the good. And that was a change, was it?
Yes, it was.
That was Nico Lapierre.
Through on Hopim.
36 and 35 now. Doubling of the effort from the Signatech team with the addition of this Baxi DC Racing Alpine effort.
Yeah, well done them.
Absolutely, great to see that.
In the LM...
Oh,
GTE
that car's stopping. That car's in trouble.
This is Ho Big Tung then, having just been passed by his teammate.
And the crew were ready for that car, for one of those two cars.
Oh, he hasn't, has he?
Please, not fuel. Well, we'll see. Soon enough, he looks like he should make it around. It's under power.
Just. Ben Treluet then, just 9/10 of a second to the good. Now, he is about to come upon...
On the Manacars, I think.
Yeah, he's about to come upon that very, very slow-moving machine. That'll be a white flag being raised, and that was the Porsche. Mark Lieb, just a couple of seconds, yeah, he got caught.
I think he caught the Alpine, the slow Alpine, through Beckett, and that's cost him time, 2.5 seconds. Here he comes, though, dander up.
No, the Alpine was on the Hanger Straight. So here is Ben Trellier leading the race.
That's Ben Trellier at the end of the straight. Here is Mark Lieb.
Yes, excuse me.
And putting cars between him. That's the game now.
Yes, it is. 3 seconds all of a sudden. Had been 9/10 of a second in the first sector.
Now, 2 things about what Nina said to Ben a little earlier. Number 1, he needs to know he's not diving out the car, otherwise he's got to get back in quickly. Number 2 is a little bit of sports psychology there. Prepare yourself for the haul. Hunker down. Get stuck in. It will be interesting to see how the new partnership between this trio and their new race engineer develops, because it's become a very tightly knit quartet between Trellier, Fessler, Lotterer and Lena Gade.
Well, the first person that Lena wanted to tell, first people that Lena wanted to tell when she was making her decision was the 3 guys.
Yeah.
This from Nick the Phil says, can you resolve this trackside dispute? What's on the Ford GT cause it to pop like a pit limiter on the corner exit? Could be traction control.
Could be traction control. They are now traction control, no ABS on a GT car.
Yes, correct. So that is a turbocharged engine, so that could be a bit of wastegate chatter as the traction control's cutting cylinders, maybe. Bit of a storm. It's all right. And Stephen Gates, hello Stephen. He said from this part of the circuit he's at, the number 44 car sounds a little bit rough at the moment.
44 is James Yates' car, and that car's gone in the garage. Well spotted. Should say, by the way, the 35 was in and out for a fuel-only stop. No, it wasn't. Changed the drivers as well. So David Ching gets aboard the car, but I think that is exactly what we thought it might be. That car was out of fuel.
Fabian saying interesting comments about René Rast and the prototype program. He said he struggled to get up to speed in a DTM test a few years ago, and some people still think he can't drive downforce cars. Huh. Well.
Oh well.
Well, he's proved them wrong, those people who say that.
Quick off for one of the ESM cars. We'll have a quick look at which one that was in a moment. As meantime, it's the number 7 car trying to deal with the 13 Rebellion.
And Billy Grace reporting from the outside of Abbey, saying that the misfiring on the 44 car is getting worse.
Well, we heard from Will Stevens, didn't we, that was a problem. So clearly they've not cured that. We're 2 minutes away from the halfway point.
Matt James Jakes has just come into the pit.
He has. He's been the car's in the garage, John. Talked about viewers from around the world. Jason Bringhurst over in California. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. I can't tell what.
It's good morning very early.
Good morning very early. Get the
8
coffee
hours
on.
back.
Okay, coffee and bagels, please. 13 Rebellion goes through. Achingly good-looking car that it is. And, the Audi's made its way through a gaggle of traffic and still has expanded that lead a little. And now the Porsche has got to deal with, well, 4, 5 cars. We'll deal with 2 of them on the exit of that turn. That's the punch you get off the turn. Delayed slightly there by the 45 man. It has to be the 45 because this is the 44. Engine cover off. The hashtag JB17. Jules Bianchi still remembered fondly by this team, of course. And the cover is going back on. Now, is that car going back out, or is that... Didn't look in a huge hurry, did they? René Rast into the 149s, 149.801. He's now 10 seconds up the road from Danny Watt. So whatever happened, 44 is coming back out. Whatever happened to for the 26 at the end of that caution period, it was a brief interlude in what's now an impressive run. As we see the 4 GTs lapping together. 2 of the 6 of these race cars that exist in the world. Both the US and the UK-based teams have a spare car each. They're the 2 development cars that will have been commonly seen at various events so far, not racing, of course. The two US cars now into their third race this weekend.
CLM in the pit lane. Well, looks fairly standard. Dunlop technician just having a look, not allowed to touch the car.
Back into the top 20, by the way, for this car. 16th overall and ahead of the GTs before that pit stop. 44 car on pit road.
Let's see if it fires. Sounds all right.
Yep. You like to see a race car move around, don't you?
I do. I'd like to see a little bit of colour on the nose as well, just to accentuate the curve of that nose. Maybe a little red stripe down each of the sides of it. Maybe a black cat on it somewhere. I mean, it's good. I like it. I think it's interesting. Isn't we've talked about this before, Graham? That Manor are here as the CLM starts and moves out. It's interesting that Manor have made the decision, as we just go over half distance, to come and join the FIA World Endurance Championship. And what they've brought is quite a lot of knowledge of junior formula running and how drivers fund their racing, which is a different model in single-seaters as to how it is here. So half distance then, Audi are the leaders with 95 laps completed by 7.5 seconds. G-Drive 26 leads LMP2, but they're in a close battle with Stracker and RGR Sport. In the GTE Pro class, it's Aston Martin and Ferrari battling it out with Ford in third position, and in GT it's Ferrari, Porsche with Emmanuel Collard at the moment behind the wheel of the leading car.
Going up in the air, then coming down to terra firma, that's stopped.
I think the big point that I'm trying to sort of bring out there, Graham, for the Manor side of things is we've worked to a particular set of financial expectations in sports car racing for quite a while, in that the sport has generally been paid for by what you might call gentlemen or non-pro drivers.
Yep.
That's not the case in single-seater racing, where even at the very highest level, there are still people who are paying for their drives. And by that I mean even in Formula 1.
Developing professionals. And that's exactly the model that, amongst others, Sam Hickman at Jota Sport said it's a developing one. They've tried to prove that with their double entry in the WEC and the LMS under the G-Drive banner this year. And it's exactly the business model that successfully John Booth and Graham Loudon have delivered with the Manor WC effort. Well, I should say, by the way, John, their lead gap is opening up. It's now up to 7 seconds.
And didn't Sam Hickman partner up with Team Arden?
He did. That's gone very quiet.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's still a thing.
I just think it's interesting that maybe we're moving away from gentleman drivers being the sole funding outside of manufacturers that comes into sports car racing, and maybe now these developing career drivers are looking at sports car racing and saying, well, all right, there's a few more cars and there's a few more drivers in each car, because in single seaters, of course, it's all about you. You're on your own. And it's interesting listening to Will Stevens there. He is still a bit single-seater mentality when he's doing his interview, isn't it? He's not really quite thinking about team yet. Obviously, there's no driver changes in single-seater racing.
It'll come, you know. At the end of the day, it'll come. I mean, you would expect, and it's not a criticism of Will in any way, shape, or form.
No.
He's doing one heck of a lot of sports car racing, whether in prototypes here in the WEC or in a GT3 car elsewhere. I mean, it will come, because it has to, because it won't work any other way. And whether or not it's his team telling him, or whether or not it's his teammates telling him, they do not want a car handed over in anything other than pristine condition. Here comes the number 13. This is the Dominic Kreihammer pedalled Rebellion R1. 5th position now for that car. 5th and 6th for the Rebellions. And their best run for some time.
The start of the race at Silverstone in bright spring sunshine in the centre of the UK. Busy grid. Patrick Dempsey waving the green flag, not racing but still having his team here. Tornado flyover before we released the weapons that are the championship running cars for 2016. Down towards the first corner, the front row locked out by Audi, with Mark Webber chasing in third position for Porsche. And amazingly, 33 cars went into the corner and 33 cars came out. Early battles for the front of the field. Audi's clearing off to start with, but then Mark Webber found his stride. First up to second and then up to the lead in two very similar passes, using traffic expertly. The Aussie took the lead for Porsche. Romain Dumas was having a little more trouble trying to get him into third place. 2 Michelins on the grass, but all-wheel drive keeping him pointing in the right direction. Big spin for Chris Cumming as he tried to avoid the back of one of the Ferraris. And then Michael Christensen suffering a suspension failure on the Proton Porsche number 77. All kinds of carnage down at Vale today. Manor WEC in their first race, coming a cropper. But the battles in LMP2 have been extraordinary. The top three still separated by only 20 seconds. And then the big incident, Brendan Hartley having taken over the number 1 Porsche from Mark Webber, misjudging the line of Mike Wainwright in the Gulf Racing car, just pinching the corner a little bit, contact, almost a full rollover. Both cars damaged, but safety technology ensuring that both drivers could walk away unaided. Concern in the pit, but both drivers able to leave the scene of the accident. Then almost immediately, under the full course yellow, more drama, this time for Audi. It's number 8 car. Luca de Grassi at the wheel, ground to a halt and had to have assistance from their technician to discharge the battery pack. So it was Audi in second place, but then Audi in the lead as a misjudgment by Mark Lieb, lapping a slower car, allowed the number 7 Audi of Ben Treluer through. The GT battles as ever, keeping a big crowd in the sunshine at Silverstone. Very entertained indeed, with Davide Rigon leading the pro class for Ferrari. Bruno Senna, René Rast and Danny Watts disputing LMP2. René Rast has just got out of the G drive and that car looks to be going into the pits. Louise is down there. This was the car that was leading earlier on. Louise, what can you tell us?
I can see that they're taking a lot of debris out from underneath the car, but at the moment, yeah, there's somebody working on the side of it. It's not going in. It's still in the pit lane at the moment.
Well, I wonder if that was debris from that off we saw earlier on under the yellow. The number 7 Audi comes in from the lead. Ben Treluer, of course, will have to pit earlier than Mark Lieb. The fuel load for the Audi not letting them go as long. Now, 26 car is going to rejoin. How long was that pit stop? And where will he come out? Bruno Senna now leads the class, because Danny Watts pitted too, and Nick Leventis is aboard the car. Stracker car now back out and running. Nathaniel Berton rejoins in the 26. And that was a 2 minutes and 13 second pit stop. That was a long pit stop. They lost a minute or so in that stop, the 26 car. So 7 out. We know that Ben Treluer was due to stay in that car. Now on pit road, third position car, it's Kazuki Nakajima in the number 5 Toyota TS050. Nearly a minute back from the lead battle as he comes in. And Kazuki stays in the car too. out goes the number 7 again. So Mark Lieb now back into the lead of the race. Ben Trellier, second. And Kaz Nakajima and Stefan Sarazen now both on pit road. The two Toyotas taking their latest pit stops. And
well, this should be interesting because René Rast has just got out of that car and Louise is down there. I wonder if we'll find out what happened to slow that car down and lose at the lead just after the restart.
René, lots going on in that stint for you, but you seem to have issues after the restart.
Yeah, just after the full course yellow, we had some technical issues in the car. I tried to just get the full course yellow released, and then the engine just stopped, died. I couldn't get it started again. I had to switch to a different fuel pump. Yeah, then it came back, but generally the stint was okay, but just some small issues with the electronic.
You seem to come back with force, though.
Yeah, it was a nice fight with Danny and with Bruno in the end. I just tried to push as hard as I could because I knew we lost a lot of time. In the end, we did a double stint on the tires, which is good. So let's see how it goes on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So René Rast there answering our questions, and Louise, thank you very much indeed for asking the questions that we and all of the viewers wanted to hear answered. It was the lead of the class that car lost at that point, but staying cool, René Rast cycled through the procedure, got the car back going again. You hear people saying, hear them saying they're talking about different fuel pumps, trying to have a little bit redundancy in the car. Yes, it's a little bit of extra weight, but you don't want, if one fuel pump fails, for that to be the end of your perhaps 24-hour race. In comes Mark Lieb from the lead of the race and has been scored in the lead of the race, as there's been an issue for...
That was a wiggle for the number 5 car.
That's on his outlap.
It is on his outlap. That's trouble at the rear of the car.
Let's have a look.
That might be it's the wheel.
It's the wheel. It's the right-hand rear wheel has not been seated properly, or is that wheel nut come off? Kaz Nakajima will be touring round. It's catching the bodywork. You can see smoke there from the right rear. And, well, this has been a real eye-opener for me today. And yeah, there's a puncture. It's a puncture now. Wow, that was a puncture on his outlap. Now the question is, did he take tyres at his last stop? And I would say probably no.
No, he didn't.
I thought that was a wheel coming off, but I think it's been a puncture.
That was a long stop for so just a fuel stop. 1 minute and 7 seconds is a long stop for a fuel stop. Looked like pretty faultless stuff though from the number 2.
Look to the right-hand side. Here comes the Audi. Coming through. There is the rather odd pit exit up the hill and out.
It's that's some body language about the exit. There go big damage now for the back of the number 5 car because that tyre's gone in a big way.
This could
delaminated and it's now ruining the rear bodywork.
Well, more to the point, it's sprayed carbon fibre everywhere, and that might be a full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
Oh, Kaz, slow down. Listen. It's horrible.
That's the worst sound in the world.
That's the problem, right there.
That's absolutely right.
And that's the problem for everyone else. Pete's shards of carbon fibre.
It's not shards, it's chunks, and it's going to take the rear wing if he's not careful here.
Now, how did this start? Well, this is the end of it, yeah. So I reckon that was happening through Stowe coming down the Vale, and he's come back.
I think it happened before then. I think it happened before then, John. I think the tyre had gone well before he went through Copse.
No, that's what I mean. The original issue with when we saw the car.
He's run almost a full lap.
He just missed coming into the pit lane, didn't he? Because he went across the grass.
So something very odd has happened there because he'd been down pit road just before.
He was on his outlap. He was on his outlap.
Safety car. Now this is not something we see very often from Eduardo Freitas. A safety car. Now could this?
Well, pits will be. See, I went into American mode there for a moment. Now, the pit lane exit will be closed.
What I was about to say before this all started to unfold in front of our eyes, John, was that the gap, because we've had the full course yellow, the fuel gap between the Audis and the petrol cars had contracted again to a single lap.
Yes, yes.
But now what we've got is further drama for, well, each of the factory teams have a drama with each of their cars now.
And effectively only have one bullet in the gun now, one dog in the fight. The 9 seconds that Ben Trellier had built up is going to disappear. Well done to the organisers for getting the safety car out in time to pick up the leader, and Kaz Nakajima has given up the struggle of getting that car back. Could have done that earlier. Saved us some problems.
Oh dear, oh dear. Now, just about now, I'm guessing that Bart Hayton is getting fairly excited and keeping everything crossed, fingers, toes, anything else available. Kaz Nakajima waiting for trackside assistance here. But, well, put it all in a bucket, guys, bring it back to the pits and run a public competition to build a new Toyota, because it's more or less half of one. That was big damage, eventually, to the right rear of the number 5 Toyota. That's effectively eliminated that car from the race. Whether or not Kaz Nakajima manages to get the car any further, the field under the control of the safety car, highly unusual for us in the FIA WEC for Eduardo Freitas to deploy the safety car, but that will be because he will feel that they need a lot of space to clear up that mess. So getting the field behind the safety car allows the maximum number of marshals to get out onto the track surface once the whole field, the whole remaining field, is under the control of the safety car. Where does that leave us? As we again see the earlier part of this drama. This is number 5 there. You can see there, tyre was gone. And once that comes off the rim, now it goes into auto-destruct mode in just a horrible way. We don't like to see race cars behaving like that. And yes, expensive, expensive, expensive. There's Seidel talking to Mrs. Bernard and Webber, explaining where we are with the current situation. Well, they don't need telling that they're out of the race. After the issue earlier for... Is that him back underway, John?
Yes, I think it is. It is. He's come back out. Just trying to work out where he is. That looks like Stowe to me.
Sounding like a very small steam engine at the moment.
Looking like a very small steam engine as well.
Thomas the Toyota is a very naughty engine.
Yes, if he drifted at that speed to start with.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
The guys are going to be waiting for quite some time. Taking us, I'm sure you, back at home as well. He's not even where I thought he was. He's just coming onto the Hanger Straight.
It was the Wellington Straight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So
a long way back, and here comes the train. Sorry, it's another Thomas analogy, isn't it?
Indeed.
No fat controller jokes from Toyota fans.
I'm still getting used to seeing the Toyota guys in black, white, rather than the blue.
Still looks like Porsche to me.
Very interesting. The Audi R8 safety car, specially prepared by a division of Audi with a little bit of uprated.
In the overall classification, it's the number 7 Audi currently leads the race. 103 laps under the wheels of the new R18 with Romain Dumas. Ben Trellier at the wheel of the Audi. Romain Dumas in close to contention behind the safety car. I'm just trying to find it. It's only one car between those two cars. It's one of the Manor cars between them on the road. But 7 from 2, the sole remaining Audi, the sole remaining Porsche. Stefan Sarrazin runs 6th position in the sole undelayed Toyota with Kazuki Nakajima in the number 5 car. After those dramas with that right rear puncture, is struggling back towards the pit, still running 4th at the moment with 3 laps in hand, but I think they're going to need more than that, because I think before too much longer we're going to see a rebellion up into 4th position, and the man in the pound seats at the moment to do that is Dominic Kreihammer in the number 13 car, the Austrian.
I think there might have been a bit of chuckling when I said the words rebellion earlier on. Remember, they start at the back of the grid at the moment, and they're only a couple of laps from a podium position.
Shh. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Behind Dominic Kreihammer is Nick Heidfeld in the number 12 car, completes the top 6 at the moment, although, as we see, continue to see pictures of the badly wounded number 5, finally making it into pit entry now, and we'll be going beneath us in a moment or 3. You're not going to get much of an RFID tag off that tyre.
Well, I don't know. It's probably the bit that survived.
But then we get into the P2 cars, and it's Bruno Senna leads the way, the number 44 RGR car.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Kaz Nakajima lets the number 77 car by. Another one recovering after earlier difficulties, Richard Leitz at the wheel of the 77 car.
Yeah.
Running last at the moment in GT Pro, but back up to speed.
All big names that have had problems here.
So we'll get back into the loving arms of the the Toyota crew in a few moments' time, and will inevitably go into the garage. Bodywork damage for starters to that car, as well as, of course, the crippled rear wheel. The rear wing certainly has taken a Cloud Tour 3. It's going into the garage now, and how quickly can Toyota turn this around? Well, if you're new to sports car racing, and I know a lot of you are this season, and that looks like a retirement to you, prepare to be surprised, because that's by no means a foregone conclusion. The air hammers go to work as the clean-up around the circuit with the sea of carbon fibre continues. And Dominic Kryhammer now, from this point forward, will start to make inroads into that gap.
having this extra sense to try and feel if there's any deflation of many of their tyres. David, have you been in such a circumstance where you really start to doubt every...
Team go to work in the Toyota garage, front bodywork off, rear bodywork, well, didn't really need to take it off. Most of it had fallen off already. They are starting a pass-around procedure for the safety car, so we've still got a minute or two to go before Eduardo Freitas withdraws the Audi R8 V10. It'll push the Ben Trellier number 7 Audi to the front of that queue. Actually, if nothing else, I think Audi would prefer this stayed behind the safety car for a little longer. They're looking to stretch their fuel envelope as far as they can. They have a disadvantage, an inbuilt disadvantage here. They will need, all the cars will need to stop for the same number of routine stops, and all will need more fuel towards the end of the race, or rather to complete the mileage they know they've got to do. But the Audi needs more fuel in that final stop, or the additional stop. So the two lead cars behind the safety car, nose to tail. We saw fun and games last time. In LMP2, there is distance between Bruno Senna in the queue from Nick Leventis. Nat Berton, though, Nathaniel Berton in the G-Drive car. Third position is right with Nick Leventis, and Nick doing a great job of hanging on to that hard-earned position. Johnny Kane and Danny Watts' earlier efforts. Long haul now for Nick. 2 hours and 36 minutes remain in the race. And we'll be going to go around at least one more time before this race goes back to green. Ben Trellier checking the gauges, checking all the readouts. Romain Dumas focused on the car ahead. Kaz Nakajima still in the pits. The Rebellion clocks another lap up in pursuit of the hobbled car. This is allowed, by the way, the Toyota of Stefan Sarrazin to close right in. Okay, it's behind the safety car. The gap behind the safety car between the top three now is 21 seconds. highly unusual to see a safety car in the FIA WEC. Eduardo Freitas, the race director, uses full course yellow as much as he possibly can so as not to interfere with not just the overall race, but the class battles too. And it's been a mightily effective weapon in his race direction armoury. But feeling that the risk to the marshals required for a big clear-up, a lot of carbon fibre on the racing surface at several points of the surface, would require the field to be brought under control. The fact that the wave round has been allowed means that for the most part that is now a process that's been complete. Let's hear what's happening on radio traffic for the chasing number 2 Porsche.
And Ramar, we need you to use the overtake button when it goes green, depending when or where you are on track. If you are at the start of a lap, we can't use much. If you are at the back of the track, we can use more. Yeah, so manual boost out of last corner. Manual boost out of last corner.
Manual boost, that is the attack button. Let's have a listen. Similar conversation, I'm sure, for the number 7 Audi.
Okay, Ben, so when we're getting close to restarting, you will change to safety car 2. And then when we say it's green, you can press the boost button, okay?
Copy.
Ben, I'll also let you know when to turn on DMS again.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, safety car is coming in this lap. The drivers in the lead 2 cars have had their instructions from the race engineers. This is what's available to you guys. This is what you got left in the gun locker. This is what we need you to do. In comes the safety car. Ben Treluet ready to defend. Romain Dumas ready to attack. And a green flag is flying again. And away we go. Who's got the ponies under the bonnet this time?
Well, remember, Graham, last time when we came off it, the Audi seemed to have more energy to use immediately before the Porsche got up to speed, and that looks exactly the same there to me.
It does. They do seem to have the more effective package for a restart like that, don't they? And it was just like Back to the Future, wasn't it there, John? We had a bit of a safety car moment. I bet Eduardo Freitas has to dust the book off for that one.
Yes, I think the right thing though, because what he was looking for there,
safety, it's a room for safety for the track balance.
Correct. So that they could do something, move out the way, do something, move out the way.
Clean as a whistle, well done, race control. Away we go again, and it's Ben Treluet looking to try to put some clear blue water between himself and Romain Dumas. Stefan Sarrazin, meanwhile, has got traffic to deal with behind them, but to finish that lap just 20 seconds behind the lead pair. Anything happens here at all between these 2 cars, and Toyota are in a very good position. Both the Rebellions chose to pit at the end of that safety car period.
Yeah, I think that's pretty smart as well. And that means they'll come out to a relatively empty track and an open pit lane exit. When a safety car is out, the default is pit lane exit closed, and it only opens as the safety car passes so that you can join on the end of the train. So you've got to be careful you don't get caught on the wrong part of the track. 0.8 of a second through the last checkpoint between Ben Treluet and Romain Dumas, 7-2. Audi Porsche. Then it's 23 seconds back to Stefan Sarrazin, who is not exactly hanging around either. Kaz Nakajima, of course, in the pits getting the repairs, new bodywork, suspension being checked over. Nick Heidfeld back out in the pits, and his teammate, the 13 as well, Matteo Tuscia, the Swiss driver, he's out the twist. So the Rebellion twins are out, just ahead of this battle for the lead.
Well, and you know there they are. They're quick in a straight line. Are they going to let these guys go? There's one of them.
That's Tuscia, I think.
That is the 13 car.
Yeah.
Young man who made his debut at the end of last season and impressed us mightily, John. Here comes.
Oh,
Dumas going over the inside. Oh, not going to work there.
Too far back.
We've talked. You talk about the tortoise and the hare. This is more like a cheetah and some kind of energy drink fueled greyhound, isn't it? It's amazing stuff again. Here we go. Deja vu.
Yeah, this is great. Nothing to explain here. Just watch and enjoy. Through cops. When was the last time do we think a safety car was deployed?
I was
other than Le Mans, where it's just a bit different. I think it might have been Spa a couple of seasons ago. I seem to remember we were trying to decide whether Eduardo would use 2 safety cars or 1. There's a 7-kilometre rule.
Did we have a safety car when we had the clash between the LMP1 and GT Pro Porsches? I think we might have done.
Yeah. Another half an hour of racing has pretty much gone by. In the GT categories, it's Ferrari and Aston Martin in the pits at the head of GT Pro in Arm Emmanuel Collard for Ferrari and David Enemeyer Hansen for Porsche, battled out with 25 seconds behind them. The names of Senna, Berton and Raquelme are the top 3 in LMP1, and Audi and Porsche are battling at the head of the field.
I love the interaction with the fans that we get here with the FIA WEC, and a little bit more potential intelligence as the Elaborate Corvette has a big wiggle behind this group. And it's come from David Hemmings, who says that the SMP27 was going around with front-end damage shortly after the 5 puncture. Wonders whether or not the two are in any way related. That is possible.
We didn't see that James out lap.
We didn't.
But Kaz tends not to want to hang around.
He does have an in-car camera.
Who, Kaz?
He has 2 in-car cameras, one looking at the driver, one looking ahead.
Right.
So
yes, good point. We saw that, didn't we? Because we saw him getting shook around a little bit.
Video detectives might be onto that.
Almost certainly will. In America they call tape apes.
Up into 4th position for the number 13 Rebellion. And we said one of the best runs we've seen for quite some time for the Rebellions. They had their reliability issues last season, but they'll be mightily pleased with this. They are laps down. They're not in the overall battle for a podium position on pace as we get the 2 Alpines, 35 and 36. Now laps apart, by the way, these 2 cars.
Yeah, but Stefan Raquelme is in the mix in that great battle we've been watching.
But that's Raquelme with Ryan Diel right behind him, 4th position.
That is 3rd position, correct. 3rd and 4th. Ryan Diel hails from Scotland, but pretty much American now in the amount of time he spent in the States.
I think I believe he's going to have his name changed by deed poll to Ryan Razzle Dazzle.
Well, Razzle Dazzle, of course, was the nickname that he picked up from Louise Beckett TV feature last year when Louise was asking drivers to pronounce other drivers' names.
Asking drivers to do anything like that is always a dangerous pursuit. Louise stepping into the lion's den, but it did work very well. And Ryan Diel's was one that they particularly fell over.
And Razzle Dazzle came out of that, which is kind of stuck. And I have to say, Ryan loves it. I'm surprised he hasn't changed his Twitter handle to it.
I expect at any time him to come out in glittery overalls.
This is, of course, the first time he's driven with the SM this year, although he's competed in both the races that they won. He was driving for the opposition, driving a Daytona prototype.
I bet that's gone on really well with him. I bet they've not been showing them the trophies at all.
At all. Oh, yeah, and his teammates.
Have you seen the footage, Ryan?
Look at my watch. What time is it? Say what time is it? Yeah. So that is Bruno Senna by 15 seconds on Natalia Berton in 2nd. Then Stefan Raquelme and Razzle Dazzle absolutely together. They're about another 8.5 seconds back.
Just watching the lead pair coming through the Beckett's complex there.
All of a sudden, Ryan's dropped back.
It is. They just don't obey the laws of physics in any way, shape or form. The level of the amount of speed they're carrying through there is mind-blowing. This is full attack mode now from Ben Trellier, looking to get away as they continue the repairs of the number 5 Toyota. It's now dropped behind both Rebellions.
Yes, good point.
And will very soon lose positions to the LMP2 pack.
Now, as good as the Rebellions are, and they are having a great race, and let's not forget they drove up from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying. Neither of them completed the requisite number of laps in qualifying. They are, Graham, 6 laps off the leaders.
They are not good enough in terms of the regulations around keeping this as any kind of... It's not going to be level playing field.
No.
But you'd like to be in the same park, wouldn't you? If you'd like to be playing in the pitch alongside, maybe, rather than on the other side behind the bank of toilets. You'd like to do that. It's 6 laps in just over half of the race is not good enough. And you know what? The rule makers realise that.
Yes.
The tricky thing is, what do you do about it without getting in the way of what we're loving to do with the factory prototypes? And that's not an easy series of questions to answer.
Still, the
Seidel?
Yeah. One of the leading lights at the Porsche racing.
He is the Porsche team principal, I think.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Alex Hitzinger, who's been there since the start of the programme, has moved on to other things. felt that he had achieved what he had been, the objectives that he had been set, and I dare say taking a World Championship and the Le Mans win in the same season last year, I think that's fair enough, frankly. In what, just the second season? Third season.
Yep.
They always say it's 3 seasons, don't they?
Well, you know, you should not
say that.
underestimate the intensity of a job like this. In any way. On board now with Romain Dumas attacking, but he's falling back, John, and it's not because he's going slowly, it's because Treluet has clearly been shown on his in-car screen pictures of the pint being poured for him in Audi hospitality post-race, and he's pushing on. 140.7 now, plays 141.2.
Can I just point out the fastest lap of the race was a 40.3, and that is faster now with just less than 2.5 hours to go in this 6-hour race, faster now than the fastest race lap of last year.
Fantastic stuff. And
he's putting them in, he's knocking those in as if he was knocking nails into a piece of wood.
Matching 100th to 100th almost the 2 lead cars. Fantastic stuff from Ben Treluet and Romain Dumas. 2 of France's finest, of course. In 2 of Germany's finest, let's not forget, with a 3rd Frenchman in another car built in Germany, the Toyota, in 3rd position. He's now 34 seconds back. Audi lead Porsche, lead Toyota, and in the top 5, the most reliable team of the lot at the moment is Rebellion Racing, with both their AER-powered LMP1 cars in the top 5. Bruno Senna up to 6th now.
In the classes, GTM, David Enemar Hansen leads for the 88 Porsche, from Rui Anguash in the 83 Ferrari, and Wolf Hensler in the 78 Porsche. So all of the major manufacturers represented in the top 4, because Paul Dalla is in 4th position for Aston Martin. In the Pro category, Sam Bird is back behind the wheel. It's his turn again, single stints for the 71 drivers. From Paul, it leads by something in the region of 44 seconds to Michael Sorensen in the Aston Martin number 95, the Dane train. Billy Johnson, development driver extraordinaire, and now WEC, World Endurance Champion driver for Ford. Johnson, the American, in the 66 car, just 5 seconds ahead of Marino Franchitti, who also did a lot of the development work on the Ford GT. They will be delighted to be sitting 4th and 5th at the moment, with Fernando Reis another 16 seconds behind in the Aston Martin number 97. Problems for the 77 Porsche after a very good early part of the race. Michael Christensen suffering a suspension failure on the right-hand side.
Peter Leung on Twitter tweeting a picture of Ryan Diel's helmet this year, which has Razzle Dazzle on it, which is a wonderful tribute to the love he's feeling, I'm sure, in the WEC paddock. Well done, Ryan. Thanks, Peter.
So, what drama are we expecting next? Well, there's this still great, this battle, Ryan Diel and Stefan Rakelby for 3rd place. Oh dear. Right, get a pen and a piece of paper. 77-5, both Rebellions, 12 and 13, and the 78.
That's the KCMG car.
Reported to the stewards for violation of safety car procedure. Well, the 5 probably did something it shouldn't have done by coming into the pits. Maybe when it shouldn't.
Well, to a degree, that's less of an issue because it's out of contention now. But the 77 is completely out of contention. The 12 and 13 could be interesting. 78, where is that running? They're 3rd overall in GTE AM, with the Aston Martin, the car that would profit from any misfortune there. That's the one that stands to lose any kind of meaningful position.
They were all of the cars that came into the pits, and the pits are closed at the end of a safety car period.
That's confusion by the teams, without a shadow of a doubt.
And I forgot that. I should have spotted that at the time. I'm really sorry about that, Graham.
That is your fault, John, because the teams will have been listening to you.
Absolutely.
And they've done exactly what you told them to do.
I actually said that's a smart move.
Say sorry to ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Let's just move on. He's apologised, and we'll get on with the job in hand now.
I'm working across so many different series now that reading supplementary regulations is almost a full-time job.
All of a sudden, through the last Gagler traffic, that was ground made up by Romain Dumas. 1.5 seconds now is the gap, and closing.
It's almost as if there is a bungee cord between the leading cars that just gets stretched and comes back, stretched and comes back, stretched and comes back.
There has been some talk, John, about the FIA WEC, the World Endurance Championship, having perhaps a name that's not that friendly towards promotion. I'd like to propose here and now Formula Awesome. That's what this is. It's fantastic. This is, by a distance, and including distance, the best motor racing in the world at the moment. It's wonderful stuff.
I do like the cars. I think
big wiggle there. That's why the gap.
Wait, let's have a listen. Oh, now.
That was slow-mo.
Yeah, I know that, but where was that on the circuit? It's very tight. Was that the first couple of corners, or was that over in the...
I think that was just, that was a moment, but he's put 3 cars between himself and Romain Dumas. Dumas is held briefly by the number 83 Ferrari.
This is in the loop for Romain Dumas. Accelerate, go to the left. Wait. No, he lifted off there, you see? He didn't try to go around the outside. So Romain Dumas then down the National Straight, the Wellington Straight here into Brooklands. Meantime, the leader is coming out of Luffield. Pinches the front of the... Was that the 67? I think it was, Marino Franchitti.
That's Ford's, by the way, now under pressure for the recovering 51 Ferrari. That's made up that lap on those Fords, and it's going to be right with Marino Franchitti in the next lap or two.
Well, that's the battle of the 2 new cars for the championship.
Turbo, turbo, turbo.
Yeah, they do sound... The new Ferrari sound like a 1980s rally car with the chirruping wastegate. Kaz Nakajima is down in the pit lane. Let's find out what caused that puncture. Was there some contact? Louise Beckett has the answers.
Kaz, that puncture very early on from you coming out from that pit stop. What happened? How do you think that happened?
I think I was about to overtake Porsche GT, I don't know which car, and I was outside of stall. Then when I was exiting the corner, I suddenly lost a car on the rear. So I doubt we had a contact each other. He touched me on my right rear and I spun. Then as soon as I caught the car back, it was already after turn 16. I realized I had a puncture, but it was too late to come into the pit. Then, yeah, basically we blown up the tire, which caused quite a big damage on the car. But I believe we can come back to the race later on. So I hope just we can come back as soon as possible to score some points.
Staying optimistic. Staying optimistic.
Yeah, we try.
Thank you.
Staying optimistic, maybe. Contact with a GT car that Kaz hadn't realised had caused the puncture. Staying optimistic, but that was a glum-looking Kazuki Nakajima. Back, though, with the lead battle, and this is the charging Romain Dumas. 2.5 seconds back at the end of the last lap. Their lap 115 from Ben Trelliaway, the number 7 Audi, trying to make good its escape, eking out a 10th here and there, another 100th there. Taking a bit of time, taking a second out of the Porsche last time around. But in clear running again, it seems as if the Porsche has got something to bring to the fight. It's in traffic that quite often we're seeing the Audi pull ahead. Still frenzied work going on in the number 5 Toyota pit, dropping down the order, now down towards the tail of the LMP2 field and still obviously stationary. So it's out of the fight, but still looking for class points, which might be important later on in the season, of course. Let's not forget, we're okay, almost 4 hours into this race, all but a quarter of an hour, but this is only round 1 of 9, and one of the remaining rounds is a double point scoring round. So one bad result doesn't destroy your season, and certainly not early on here. Lots of people looking into the bowels of the car as the 30 Tequila Patrón SM Ligier threads the needle between Ferrari and Ford, and that, I think, is the 51 car getting stuck into, it is indeed, getting stuck into the 67 Ford. That will be for 4th position in class. Great recovery drive. This is James Collado. His racing debut with the 51 car in the WEC, moving up from the 71 car last year, and now sharing with multiple champion Jimmy Bruni. So James having a great run here, up into 4th position. His next target will be Billy Johnson, just 3 seconds up the road from the number 51 car. You'll be able to see that car when they get onto the longer straights. There it is on the exit of that turn, so easily within reach at current pace for the English Ferrari factory driver, as through comes the surviving undelayed Toyota. 3rd position at the moment for Stefan Sarrazin. 3 different makes, 3 different factory hybrids, 3 different Frenchmen at the moment, 1, 2, 3. And then 4th, Matteo Tuscia, a Swiss, one of many in this field, in the lead of the 2 Rebellions, number 13 car. Head of the sister car of Nick Heidfeld. It's a lap back, actually not quite a lap back from the number 13. Fully committed from the lead car in GTE Pro as well. We saw, bending the laws of physics, the 2 lead LMP1 cars a little earlier on. It looked no less committed there.
No, indeed. From
Sam Bird. So Sam Bird and James Collado currently very good friends indeed. 1st and 4th in GTE Pro, with the 2nd Ferrari, the recovering Ferrari, starting from the back of the grid after changing the engine overnight, and needed a 3-minute stop-go penalty as well. Has made its way back up through the field and is now sitting with the car that sits in the final podium position in the hands of Marino Franchitti at the moment. Sorry, in the hands of Billy Johnson at the moment, less than 3 seconds further up the road, John.
I've been fortunate enough to see Billy Johnson racing in the States in a number of different vehicles, including the IHG Ford GT. He's also done a lot of Mustang racing in Continental Tires racing as well over there. He is a competitor, a fierce competitor. Marino Franchitti has given up that position now, I see, to the 51 car, and it's now down to...
Went through on pace.
Sorry?
Went through on pace,
right,
yes,
and it's 1.8 seconds. Oh, and Marino's car has been reported for violation of safety car period. What was the second one there, 68?
98, that's Paul Dalla Lana.
Paul Dalla Lana, 4th in GTE ARM. So Ryan Dalziel continues this tremendous run of form for the Tequila Patron sponsored ESM car.
Corrected, that's only 67
right
reported now, to 98 not on the naughty step list.
Just I mean, we should point this out again. People will know that ESM have won at Daytona, have won at Sebring, but that's a different chassis, a different engine, and a different tyre manufacturer.
Identical chassis, allegedly, apart from the engine
but not the
installation.
same one.
Correct, absolutely right. But absolutely right, John. It's the difference in tyres. It's Continental tyres for the IMSA cars. It is Dunlop tyres for this effort.
Yeah, and they've changed the engine as well.
They've changed the engine from the Honda, and not a Honda that could compete here because it's oversized
big
for...
block Honda. Big block Honda. 3.5 litre, I think it is.
3.5 litre,
rather than
turbo V6, 2.7.
That would have been here.
There ain't no substitute for cubic inches.
A couple of people spotted, Graham, that one of the SMP cars was missing a headlight.
Well, one of our trackside observers, listeners, viewers, told us up by Twitter some little time ago, but we heard from Kaz Nakajima, he thought it was a GT car that actually hit him. Hadn't realised that the tyre was deflated. And, well, we saw the results of that, and that car remains in the garage and is now dropped behind the recovering 27. In fact, that will be the car with the missing headlamp.
Correct. Just to remind you, Luca Di Grassi with terminal problems for the Audi. Transmission, engine, hybrid, could be any or all of the above. Brendan Hartley and Mike Wainwright coming together in the very quick second corner on this configuration. Brendan trying to go around the outside of a car that was fully committed to its racing line. Both cars ending up out of the race. Both drivers walked away side by side at their own steam, and there was No, I don't think there was any animosity. I don't think there was many words being exchanged either, Graham. But by the same token, I want to say straight away that Brendan Hartley was immediately concerned for Michael Wainwright. He wanted to go across and talk to him. And I don't think there was anything sinister in him walking over there. He was going over to have a look.
But Brendan's body language showed exactly. He took the risk. The risk didn't pay off.
In just the lap before, we heard the radio message, and then a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
Obviously, they were concerned at his lap times back on the pit wall. And he'd been doing 43s and 44s, and he was asked to push. He said there'd been traffic, but he was asked to push, and he turned in a 42, low 42, and then the accident happened on the very first part of the next lap.
So 1.9 seconds is the gap at the end of the last lap, and again,
pit stop's coming, Graham.
Romain Dumas is pushing and pushing hard now. And closing off the track there that's the 98. It is the 98. Still Paul Dell'Anna at the wheel of that car. Rejoins safely. No further dramas. And will retain.
And that's the first part of the track again. By the way, if you are able to see the pictures, oh well, yes, of course you are on this one. Sorry, you used to work across many media. Let's just have another look at Paul Dell'Anna. He got help here, didn't he?
He did, and that one. Trouble for the two.
No, that's the leader. The second place, Porsche, the leading.
And there was
Porsche.
another car involved there, John. That was trouble for the two.
Right, I'm slightly confused there. I thought we were about to see.
Watch again.
That was two separate incidents there.
And that was the second. It was the 67. Ford.
It was both the Fords, Graham. 67 and 66.
That's the Audi coming in close contention with the 66. The 66 checks up, and the 67 hits the right rear of the Porsche.
Oh, Marino will be desolate about that. Prides himself on being able to.
I'm not sure there's much he could do about that.
Yeah, but he will still be desolate about that. Before that, we saw a very quick glance of a replay of Paul Dell'Anna being turned around
by the 26
by the G-Drive car of Natalian Berthon, and he will be very, very lucky indeed if he does not get a penalty for that.
So we said we'd like a dirty race car, not like that. That's a real shame that we were involved in a real good battle there. The lead gap, by the way, has gone up to 13.5 seconds as a result of that. There was a very close call between the Audi and the number 66 car ahead.
Yes.
That checked the Ford up, and that is what caused everybody to kind of lift out of it.
When you say checked up, do you mean it slowed him down?
I think the 66 car pulled out of a potential clash with the Audi. That slowed the 66 on the apex of the turn, which is what caused the two to check up and get tagged by the 67 that was unsighted by the Porsche.
And the fact that Marino had the half spin as well tells me all I needed to know. He was hard on the brakes trying to avoid that.
Yeah. But in fairness, he's still a race driver, so we overtook him.
Yes, on the exit. Now, we wait to see on the screen the inevitable investigation of the 26 and 98 incident. Now, have they already had a warning, the 26 car? Because they haven't got a drive-through between them and the rest of the field. They're sitting in second place at the moment.
Randiel on pit road in the number 31 car at the moment. 15 seconds is the gap now, and that's a slow lap time. Let's watch again here. I'm not so sure looking at it from that angle. It'd be great to see that one again a little later.
There was a tink. There was definitely a tink. Have a listen.
Oh, there was definitely contact there.
Yeah.
It was the 66 move to the outside. The start of that, whatever the actuality, the start of that was definitely to do with the proximity between the Audi and the 66 Ford ahead. Filthy, muddy rear to that Porsche. There's a limited edition Spark model if you want one. Muddy Porsche, 2016. Getting back down to it. Keep an eye on the pace here, though. So 1:46.4 last time around, a slower lap from Romain Dumas. Now, has he, with that run across the grass, got debris in places where it oughtn't be? Onwards goes Ben Trellier. 1:42.1 last time around for Ben. He's about to cross the line now. He does so in a 1:44 with a bit of traffic. And meantime, what kind of pace are we seeing about Romain Dumas? Let's see in a moment or two. He's back on it, 1:43.7. So whatever caused the slower lap, and it wasn't the off, it was the lap following that, so it would be the muddy tyres, of course. Getting him back cleaned up will take a lap or so. He's back onto race leading pace. Are we excited about this year yet?
Oh, massively so. And I don't think I really calmed down after last year in some respects. It was a very short winter for us doing other endurance racing, quite a long one for the teams and drivers here. Meeting people up at Ricard and them saying, oh, it was a very long winter. We got a bit bored. No. Our last job, I think we got home somewhere in the middle of December, around about the 19th, and we were away again on the 9th of January. And the hard-working motorsport journalist team that cover endurance racing, the majority of them have done at least 2 or possibly 3 24-hour races so far this year. A couple of 12s and maybe a 6 or 2 as well.
Absolutely right. The 5 car giving every sign of being ready to go back out pretty soon. Sebastian Buemi being installed in there. The car 37, meanwhile, that is the SMP, the BR01, with front-end damage, meaning that one of the headlamps is missing entirely. It's told it must have 2, so that car will be a garage caller for sure very soon indeed. .13.5 seconds the gap now. Just 3 minutes outside the 4-hour mark, and car 44, meanwhile, that's the Manor WC car at the moment. Who's in that car at the moment, John?
44's Torgraves just going out. But I suspect, well, he's out
double
at the moment.
This is double stint, so it's Torgraves speeding in pit lane.
Now here we are. The SMP car, Victor Shetar, we were saying this about this car early on, only one headlight, and now it's been told it must have both, so they will have to fix that at its next stop.
That's 6th position, and that will lose its 6th position to certainly the number 45 Manor car, which is only 4 seconds behind at the moment. A replay here.
Oh,
way off.
Track limits, stays behind. No. Well, we saw an Aston Martin robbed.
Now, have they been warned yet? I don't know that I've seen the 2 on the naughty list yet.
Well, we've seen cars lose podium positions for that exact thing in the past. We saw an Audi, in fact, have a stop-and-go penalty. Marcel Fesler, if I remember rightly.
Absolutely right. Now, would you believe, looking out at the moment, we just saw some glorious pictures of people taking pickies, and why wouldn't these gorgeous cars going around? Beautiful spring sunshine now here at Silverstone Circuit. And, you know, it's not much more than 24 hours ago that we had a snowstorm here, John. And a proper snowstorm
that was one of the most bizarre things. I have to say the pit lane responded brilliantly, as did the circuit and the series. Dominic Kreiheimer, go and look up his Twitter feed.
I'll tell you something.
Franz Klammer pose.
It wasn't only funny, it was heads up, because Dominic will have realised, lots of people with cameras out there.
Yes, no, very good.
And you know what?
And Leukteval went out in an Audi, ostensibly to do with a pit stop practice. And when he was halfway around, they told him, right, come straight back here, we want to do a racing pit stop. And he said, yes, but can you make sure someone gets a picture of me out in the snow?
Because they're not going to believe it.
No, the tyre technicians were pulling that out. Talking to one of the guys yesterday, we were seeing temps for the track of around about 4 degrees, 3-4 degrees, and a little bit less than that in the air. They were telling us that on the most part of the track it was 1 degree above freezing.
It's a battle for position now in GTE with Marino Franchitti, 67 Ford under pressure.
Heck of a drive back this from the 97 car.
The 97 car right on the rear of the 67. This is for 5th position, isn't it, in GTE Pro?
Sideways moment for Marino there as he came into the loop.
I wonder whether that was a bit of damage to that car from that.
I don't think so, Graham.
So, but it's just looked a little wayward, John. Oh, muscled out over there by Nathaniel Berton. And that's,
that's two. That's two now for Berton.
And both with Aston Martins.
I've got to say, he's not respecting the other drivers, is he? Well, we've seen this from G-Drive drivers before. They are nothing if not robust. Had hoped to being able to draw a line under that.
Around the outside there from the Audi. Rewriting laws of physics once again for Ben Trellier, still retaining that 14-second gap now from Romain Dumas.
And if you're looking at the Aston for the first time, no, they haven't taken part of the school bike shed off with the back of that car. That is the diffuser.
And it's working.
Extraordinary stuff. Well, here is a car that is by no means, and Aston, please understand I say this with much love, the Vantage is by no means in the first flush of youth in terms of its design.
It's still pretty.
Still great, and I still want one. Anybody? And
I want at least one.
He is competing against a car that was designed very much for the regulations. Gets a little bit of a tour from the Rebellion going through into Stowe. Is this the position going? Yes, it is.
Great move from Fernando Reis there. Perfectly executed. And up into 5th position in GT Pro. That is two Astons now, both in the top 5.
And the Ford GT now in Marino's hands, having dropped down to 6th position in Pro.
Here comes the 5, rejoining the race after, we'll see in a moment, how long?
Well, they've dropped a long, long way back.
41 minutes.
Felipe Albuquerque is down in the pit lane. He's decided he doesn't want to talk, I think. Luis.
He's got to get in the car. We were counting down how long we had to speak to him, how long he had to get ready, and we lost.
And he is required.
And John, you mentioned
Albuquerque into the end of the race, we're hearing, and Romain Dumas' overtake that went off the track will be investigated.
Stirring stuff, and it remains that way. We'll wait and see whether or not, as we look back at the overall classification, it's the Audi lead again. 126 laps on the books now, 13.5 seconds back to the number 2 Porsche, and then a further 33 seconds back to the number 6 Toyota. These the 3 undelayed examples of each of the factory teams. It is the Bruno Senna pedalled 43 RGR Ligier leading LMP2. Sam Bird leads GTE Pro, and David Heimer Hansen leads GTE AM in the 88 Abu Dhabi Proton Porsche.
A puncture at the rear had happened just in the Vale, missed the pit entry, had to go round to the following lap.
So, what dramas await the last final 2 hours of what's been, well, another amazing FIA WEC 6-hour race. What a format this proved to be for a World Championship. Number 88 car comes in from the lead of GTE AM, David Heimer Hansen, the Dane living in the United States. Aboard the car, stepping back from an LMP2 program last year with Tequila Petroni SM, and very happy indeed to be in this Porsche. He's raced all sorts of things in the WEC and beyond. Does like his GTs. That means up into the lead of the race again goes a car that won a race last year, the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 458, the screaming, normally aspirated V8. Makes at least one more year on the books of the results for the WEC. Rui Aguas at the wheel of that car, and through he goes. 26 G-Drive Oreca getting some attention to, well, I think a war wound or two. It's been a bit of contact with a couple of cars, hasn't there, with that car. Natalia Berton pitted from second position. Stefan Rakelmi has been in and out in the 36 Alpine from third position. And it's leader in the pits now, Ben Treluet. Pits with a 15-second gap after a sparkling in-lap, 1:41 from Treluet. He's out. And that looks like a new helmet design this year for Marcel Fessler. Climbs
That's a
aboard.
bit, that's unusual, isn't it? Someone who's been in racing so long to have a change of helmet design. Sorry, in this form of racing. No, I wasn't being facetious there. I'm saying that is quite unusual.
It is for him, yeah. But these guys see this very much of a statement of themselves. Just a quick look there at if you. Well, I don't like to look at mechanics' rear ends, but where the integrated mirrors are now in the side pods. Another clever piece of design that's developed over the last couple of years with these prototype cars. Off come the Michelins, and on go some more.
Brand new, or this scrub that were going on?
They've got 6 new sets available, and that was right on
that. That was on the B of bang, wasn't it?
Quick draw McGraw. Absolutely wham.
Do you think they've practiced that? I bet they do.
Oh, absolutely.
So literally as the jacks go up inside the car drops down.
It'd be very good at drag racing, wouldn't it?
Yes, that was
bang, gone.
Cut a 0-1-0. Fantastic. Oh, look at the precision from Romain Dumas leading the motor race. Literally putting his wing mirror a millimetre or so, and the side of the car a millimetre or so away from the floppy bollard at the middle of the Beckett's complex. It's just, and the thing is, you're getting lateral movement, so effectively at 100 and lots miles an hour in the middle of one of the most difficult complexes of corners in terms of G, placing yourself on the road and quick in the world. You're turning in a tad early and expecting the car to drift just a little bit.
Here he comes again. Oh, so committed. Oh my gosh. Utterly committed.
Still Mark Webber, by the way, with the fastest lap.
1:41.044 on that last lap from Romain Dumas. That looks to have all the signs of an in-lap to me, John. Meanwhile, up into second position now, Stefan Sarrazin, close enough to have grabbed that position with the pit stop for Marcel Fessler. Emerges 25 seconds back. Car 2 team manager to race control immediately. That is Romain Dumas. Now is that for the contact with the Ford?
No, I think it's for the it was the overtake that went off the track, isn't it? That's what it'll be. And I'm still waiting to see the 26 car, because twice now that we've seen the Italian Berton has, well, once he hit Paul Dall'Anna and turned him round. The second time he forced Fernando Reis off the track.
Well, it's driver change for the number 6 car. You know what? I bet they're holding their breath at Toyota at the moment. It's Mike Conway getting aboard the number 6. Romain Dumas out, leading, pushing really, really hard. But with a team manager, it's trotting along to see race control. Stefan Sarrazin has brought in the number 6 from second. We'll lose that position with this pit stop. Mike Conway will rejoin the circuit in third position as Marcel Fessler goes through and retakes second. And we wait for how long it is that the Porsche can stay out. And then behind those 3 cars, it is the 2 Rebellions, Theo Touchet, Nick Heidfeld, with a gap between them, but they're sitting there and waiting for any further drama. Meanwhile, the number 2 car, the Mudlark, carrying an awful lot of weight in addition to its normal designed specification, with most of the contents of the infield swamp adorning the side and every straight surface on that Porsche after the clash with the number 67 Ford Marino Franchitti.
Hearing from Louise, that's the number 67 of Marino Franchitti, the Ford GT, ready to come in. Well, at least the pits are ready to receive him. Meantime, at Porsche, Graham.
That's Yanni, I think, getting ready to get back in that car.
Correct.
And he is, well, he's the hammer man, isn't he?
Certainly is. Just starting to see a few more people making their way back to this grandstand for the last couple of hours.
What a festival of motorsport people have had who've been here for the weekend. Great stuff yesterday with...
and credit to anyone who's been here and camped.
Absolutely.
And there's been plenty.
It's been cold.
And not just the 400 marshals who are here today. And again, I never get tired of saying that anybody who says, oh, you always mention the marshals. Yes, and I always will mention the marshals.
Quite right too.
As well. This is a massive weekend of motorsport in the UK. 3 major events, 2 within an hour of each other, with British touring cars just up the road. British GTs down at Brands. That's the accident down there, by the way. Glad to hear that everyone was okay. Part of our GT heritage, the British GT Championship, and doing great guns at the moment.
First series I ever covered. Still love it to bits. And yeah, we're pretty stretched with the Daily Sports Car crew here this weekend, with crews in both the National Paddock yesterday for ELMS, the guys in the wing press office today, and new look team for the British GT Championship this year down at Brands Hatch.
New set of Michelin tyres going on to the Moreno Franchitti car. That effectively is the British driver car, isn't it? Because it's Harry Tinknell, Andy Prior. Well, Andy's a Guernseyman, so...
he does count, because my dad was a Guernseyman, and don't say bad things.
No, I wasn't going to say bad things, but a lot of people from the Channel Islands don't really like to be called British.
No, they're Channel Islanders.
Yes.
They're Channel Islanders. They're British citizens, but they're Channel Islanders.
Right, so we can say British car, then?
Absolutely, you can.
Scotland with Marino the Brave.
Well, you could call a UK car, if you like, because they're certainly part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Right, OK. Harry Tinknell is very English.
Comes from Devon. It's not quite the same.
Quite English. No, he's an Englishman, a Devonian.
In comes the Porsche.
And the Channel Islander of Andy Prior. Porsche into the pit lane. Neil Yanni like a sprinter, ready to go to work. You know, most people go to work and, you know, I remember when I had what my father would call a proper job. You go in, you make yourself a cup of coffee, you read your post, or you have a chat with somebody, and maybe after 20 minutes you've got yourself at your desk and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you ease yourself into the morning, don't you? As a racing driver in endurance racing, nah. You bolted into the car, you've got about a couple of minutes now whilst the guys are going to work, maybe 90 seconds whilst the guys are going to work on the car. And then as soon as you take the pit lane speed limiter, in fact, no, as soon as the car drops, you're testing your reflexes out, the pit lane speed limiter comes out, and you are full blast until the pit lane speed limiter comes back on again when you come back in an hour or so.
You speak of that as if that's some kind of performance commitment, John. You've not seen performance commitment until you've seen the fight for the final seat on the 747 from Chesterton South, believe you me. But no, you're right, it is an astonishing feat to get up to speed. Bearing in mind, you've got to control yourself as well, because those tyres will not be up to temperature. You've got to control yourself, dial yourself in, but dial yourself in remarkably quickly. Feel the grip, feel the grip, feel the grip, push, 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 push harder, push harder. And that's what the game is here, as the number 2 car heads out after pretty speedy pit stop, 1:27. Lost a second to... No, it didn't. Gained a second on the Audi with that pit stop. And we'll see very soon indeed, because Marcel Fesler did, I believe, go through what the gap is going to be now. It's about 13, 14 seconds when the Ben Trelliway pitted. We'll see the gap, I believe, as they come. It's 9 seconds now, so Romain Dumas has closed that gap down with a couple of cracking laps before pitting to hand over to Neil Jennings.
Let's head down to Ford. Marino Franchitti is out of the car and talking to Louise.
Now, Marino, back from your stint, how did it go, first of all, but getting caught up with that Porsche and Audi?
Yeah, it was decent overall. I mean, we were in the mix, just driving to try and double stint the tyres there, which we managed. They were pretty gone at the end, but we put a lot of heat cycles in them with the yellows. yeah, the contact, I don't know where. I think it was Duma. Thought I was going to go, but yeah, he just turned into apex like I wasn't there and took us both out. So a bit of a silly mistake on his part, but these things happen when I could see how hard he was battling with the Audi. You know, I'm in my battle as well in our class, so just one of those deals, but just delighted to have the debut in WEC with 4 performance. We've learned a lot. I certainly have, and can't wait for Spa.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I told you, didn't I?
You know what? Now he's said it, and now you see the angle again. With him telling you from his point of view, he's exactly right.
No, and I told you, he still analyses that. He still wishes he could have avoided it. I told you he would be distraught that there'd been contact.
It's cars still lapping in formation, a bit close together throughout most of this race. It's Olivier Pla now just out in the 66 car with Harry Tinknell now in the 67, of course, ex-Nissan teammates last year.
Yes.
And they're out lapping about a second apart. Rui Agwashli's GTM, meanwhile, not that much further back on track from the Fords. But it's now an attacking drive from Neil Janney.
I'm concerned, as I was yesterday in the ELMS race, that there are some prototype drivers who are being less than considerate of GT or slower prototypes out there. We've seen it a couple of times today, people pulling onto lines that they shouldn't have. Perfect example, Marino said there, you know, he's in his own battle, he doesn't need to give up any space to the guys going by. He tried to let the car through. We've seen a couple of cars turned around, including most recently Paul Dallalana.
Well, there's an investigation underway. It may not be done yet. The fact that number 2 car was called to race control, and you're being handed a note that says,
I can't possibly say it's
really
personal. Let's go down to the radio for Rennie.
Message from Ben. Gentle braking for turn 3, 4, 6 and 7. Brake longer and smoother. Brake longer and smoother.
Okay, copy.
That was Marcel Fessler, excuse me. We've mentioned this before, but the RSC Tourist Trophy is what is up for grabs today. The oldest continuously competed for motor racing trophy in the world, and she is a beautiful thing.
It is a very beautiful thing.
I saw the guys carrying it down. As I was
sure they were carrying it in and not someone? You're sure? Yeah, you're sure.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
fine. I know the person who was carrying it. Used to work with them, in fact.
In which case, you're definitely sure.
Yeah, well, it's a fair point, well made. I've worked with some fairly dodgy people in my time. No, she is a beautiful thing, and it's become my little touchstone for the start of the season, because I've normally been down on the grid before the event and been able just to touch the plinth, and I realised I wasn't going to be able to do that today, so called the trophy back so that I could just touch it. Now here's the number 2 Porsche, Neil Janney.
Exit turn 4, overtakes the other car. There was a big camper in the way. I didn't see that. Anything damaged on the front?
We checked, Neil, we checked. We saw it,
Is this 2 Porsches again?
You got hit?
Didn't see a hit there.
We didn't see a hit, did we?
Yeah, just go back to my point though, Graham. You know, it is the first race of the championship. We haven't seen anybody parked up yet for accidents. Now, let's have another listen. Here's the Annie again.
Perfect, yep. We'll get new tires, Neil. Push on, you're in the car to the end.
Neil's in the car at the end, as we mentioned. So it's 12 seconds there. I have to say I'm astounded that we've not seen anything for the G-Drive car.
I wonder if we can get again, trackside, wonderful stuff. Is that a great big crack on the number 2 Porsche right wheel arch? Or is it might be crack, it might be mud. No, that's the right. Where are we?
Not often you see the right-hand side of the cars here. To try and grab it as it comes through. We've got the clearest of pictures here today. The 43 goes through, leading Philippe Albuquerque in the Ligier. That is the RGR Sport by Moran. The Mexican Henry. Is that the first time we've had a Mexican Henry?
Yes, it will be. It's by the way, it's a big battle at the moment for second position in class between the 36 and the 26. Stefan McElmy being caught, or is he being caught? No, he's not being caught.
No, he's going away.
It's going a bit nip and tuck.
You're right, it is. He went away last time, he's lost it this time, yeah.
But they are both being caught by Pipo Derani.
It's Pipo time. This surely cannot be a third straight. He's only, I mean, what is he? Round about, well, he's a lap, isn't he? Are they on the same lap?
They're on the same lap. The gap between the top four in LMP2 is about 55 seconds, 56 seconds.
55 seconds between the top four, 56 seconds, yeah.
But he is 5 seconds quicker last time around than the car in front of him that is 6 seconds ahead.
I can work that out, that in 10 laps he'll be with the leader.
Apart from the fact that the leader is lapping in 1:51 as well. So the two cars ahead of him are lapping slower. He's on course to certainly get onto terms and pass the second place car. GT Pro, we've not talked about that for a little wee while. Apart from some of the dramas, it is the 71 car. Here it is, and Sam Bird, what a run they've had today. Utterly untroubled, from pole position and to pole position after the troubles with their sister car. But Sam Bird has, what, a minute and 13 seconds ahead of the distantly chasing 95 Aston Martin. But the third car is now James Collado in the sister car, the 51. So brilliant debut in the WEC for the Ferrari 488 GTE, has been faultlessly reliable until this point in the race, though sadly for the 51, not in qualifying. Car required a replacement engine, and by dint of not completing a second qualifying time in the hands of the second driver, started from the back of the grid, by dint of having to change an engine, had a 3-minute stop go.
Yes.
And has come back from that to be third overall. GTAM is this car. We're looking at that ahead of the GT Pro, the black, grey and blue car behind. The 83 car here in the hands of Rui Aguas, Portuguese driver. I believe, the only WEC driver born in Africa. I believe Rui was born in Mozambique, and therefore just adds a bit more international reach for us and leads GTAM. Well, we're going to be going down to the pits, and Louise has none other than Bruno Senna with her from the LMP2 leading 43 RGR Ligier.
Well, Bruno, we always knew this was going to be a difficult class and close battles. How are you enjoying your LMP2?
I'm really enjoying it. It's so competitive. We've been fighting with so many different people on the track. You know, the fight for P1, P2 and P3 has been very strong today. I think we got a bit lucky with with the full course yellow and the safety car. I think they helped us, but you know, everything helps, and the race is the same for everybody. So we're pushing hard. Still a lot of race to go, so hope that Felipe keeps everything going, pushing hard, and we can finish where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to the WEC for Bruno Senna. Was part of the Aston Martin Racing setup just a couple of years ago, and back in the Mans Series days, LMP1 with Orica before stepping up to Formula One. Placed in sports prototypes by Chris Goodwin to help him with his technical feedback. It is up and down this gap. It's been as much as 14 seconds. It's down at the moment to 11, but actually that's gone out just a little on the last lap. But hanging in there, John, is Mike Conway.
Yeah, that's, in fact, more than hanging in there.
Less than 50 seconds back now for Neil Jemmy.
His lap times have been really impressive. A 41.8 last time around, Graham, is faster than both of the leaders.
He's been given the push call.
Yeah.
That's what's going on now. They are trying to put these guys under pressure and make them realise this is not a two-car race.
Buemi's back up to 28th position, by the way, albeit down lots of laps after that 41-minute stop when Kaz Nakajima had the puncture.
Apologies, John. Conway's almost exactly a minute back, I believe, from the leader, as the leader goes around the outside of 3 more GT cars. Up the inside of a prototype, loops the loop, jumps through a ring of fire and finishes the lap.
All whilst playing Claire de Lune on a flute.
There's anxious faces there, isn't there, in the pits? That's Mark Lieb.
Mark Lieb is,
Seidel.
I'm right in saying, aren't I, that Mark Lieb is quite a technical bod.
He's certainly been taking extended technical training, and I think we've said for a long time, haven't we? There's no doubt that he'll be a firm part of the Porsche setup. Well, in one way or another, way beyond his driving career.
Porsche engineer drivers, of course, were somewhat of a different era now, but were the staple of Porsche racing in older times.
This is the 97 Aston Martin, Fernando Reis from 4th position,
which he will lose to Ollie Platt in the Ford.
Have to say, the debut of this technical partnership with Dunlop has actually gone better, I think, than anybody imagined it would. Car 44 gets a stop-go penalty, 5-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That is the Manor WC car.
It's not going to cost Tor his position in class.
Takes that immediately, I think.
Can I just mention, by the way, that after a horrible start to the race, Nick Manassian is up to 16th position.
Yep.
And somehow, and I have no idea, he's only 7 laps away from the leader and in class, and he's only 3 laps away from the next car in class.
Ahead of him, by the way, we've not mentioned this driver, moving up from LMP2 to LMP1 privateer this year, Ollie Webb, Cheshire-based Oliver, and was delighted to get the opportunity to be a full season part of the Bicolor CLM effort this year, and his lap times are pretty good at the moment. Slightly outside the marks being set by the Rebellions, both lapping in the 148s. Car 5, meanwhile, gets a warning to respect track limits. Turn 18, it's the end of the lap, of course. We're on board now with the sister car, the number 6 car, Mike Conway. Pushing, matching lap for lap at the moment, the pace of the 2 cars ahead. And as good a run from Mike in a P1 car that we've seen at the moment. Controlled, attacking. One of the standout talents in P2 just a couple of years ago, of course. Following the footsteps of Brendan Hartley from LMP2 to LMP1 with a factory team. After both of them, as do dozens more in this hectic industry and sport, struggled to find a foothold with single-seaters. Mike has had success in IndyCars, but now a firm part of this factory team. The 44 car, by the way, did not come in for a 5-second stop-go. It's gone back into the garage. That's been a troubled run, so therefore must come in again.
Yes, exactly true. Did we say anything about the pit lane violation for the 44 for the 67 car?
I think I didn't. So let's say now under investigation. And certainly we're not seen. And more trouble for the 77 car. That's not the same car. Oh, is that the replay of the earlier? That's the replay of the earlier.
Gerard Neveu, the taller gentleman at the back of the Audi garage, the slighter man closest to us, Pierre Fillon,
president of the ACO, and Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, head of Audi Sport, in the foreground. Quite possibly the most powerful, but equally possibly the worst boy band combination. But a fascinating dinner party, I'd have thought those 3 would make.
Oh yes.
Oh, you'd love that down at Hindhoff Towers, wouldn't you?
We've had dinner with both Pierre Fillon and Gerard Neveu in the past.
Well, we had a great dinner with Wolfgang Ulrich at the Nürburgring last year. Yeah. Fabulous stuff. Marcel Fessler has found something else in the lockout into the 141s last time around. 141 points, number of the beast, 666. Now 142, and that is just a little too rich at that point for Neil Janney's blood. What has he got in response this time around? He's going pretty quickly. It's a 142.0, matching lap for lap.
Yeah, Pipo Derani has now got the gap between himself and third place down to 2 seconds, Graham.
With thanks to Harold Glennis from GT1.de. It's drivetrain issues for number 44. The team are investigating that car. They've had a troubled race.
Nicky team being readied.
Team time.
Tea time, yes. 90 minutes to go, Graham. People will be back timing their stops, working out how far the fuel window is to the good, to the bad. I feel headlines are yet to be written here at Silverstone. In has come the leader of the GT Pro category. Sam Bird will be jumping out. Davide Rigon jumping in. Are we seeing the start of one of those partnerships? One green light illuminating on the side, showing that that car is first in the GTE Pro class. You do tend to see these driver partnerships. If they work, why change them? And this is the very early days for Rigon and Sam Bird.
Well, I'll give you one reason why I think they've changed this year. One is James Colado's speed last year, without a shadow of a doubt. Two is the issue we've already talked about, John, which is the relative size of the drivers. And whilst it would be great to see James Colado and Sam Bird make an all-British crew of it, my guess is that might be quite uncomfortable for one or both of them, by dint of the fixed safety seats, limited movement for the pedal box, and only quite small seat inserts allowed, because James is, you know, a relatively tall lad, isn't he? Yeah. Sam isn't.
Sam Bird is just toweling himself down as Davide Rigon has rejoined. I'm not sure they've lost the lead there. Louise is down in their pit.
Pretty happy with that?
Yeah, it's going well. 2 more stints to go, Davide, then myself, and we're in the best position, so let's see what we can do.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
The answer is that it won't lose lead, and that's because both the second and third place cars have come in behind it as Davide Rigon leaves the pit lane aboard the number 71 car, and there it is, third car in that shot. Behind them in pit lane came in Marco Sorensen in the 95 Aston Martin, and the number 51 car, Sam's mate James Colado. The two of them good friends and ex-sparring partners in GP2, of course, finished second and third of the championship just a few years back. It's been an exceptional day so far for the 71 crew. Standout performance, utterly untroubled to this point in the race at least. So the 7 car, Marcel Fessler, just again, when he's got a clear track, pulls out another bit of an advantage. 15 seconds the gap now. An hour and 28 minutes remain on the clock. So it's Fessler from Yanni from Conway.
Something just struck me.
Sorry about that.
Yes, put that stick down. Going back to what Marino was saying earlier on, looking through the Twitter feed to @Specutainment and @DSC editor as well. A lot of people asking about the relative position of the Porsche in the pace. Marino said the double stint of the tyres.
Yes.
None of the other factory cars are doing that. There's no need to. There's no need to. So 2 things here for Ford. Can we double stint the tyres? And
should we?
And should we at least try it? But also, that means that they are running to a pace, their pace, not necessarily the pace of the race.
Which is 2 things. It's a race plan for here, and what they're looking to do is get a competitive finish. It's about learning for another race.
Well, also, yes, they don't want to attract too much attention until balance of performance for Le Mans cannot be affected, I would suggest. But I think it's very smart. It's George Howard Chappell running the team. Of course it's very smart. Under an hour and a half to go at Silverstone.
Happy where they were.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, Louise, you've talked to both of the 4 drivers who got out after their stints, Andy Priaulx and out of the 67 car, and Marino. I mean, they're not there at the front of the field, but nobody seems disappointed, do they?
No, absolutely, not at all. Andy said something very similar. They were happy where they were, and when I said to him, how can you find that time? Yes, they they seemed like they wanted to, but not urgent, not desperate.
There's no furrowed brows there. George Howard Chapel looks... I mean, you don't see George Howard Chapel smile very much, but he doesn't look unhappy, Louise, does he?
No, the team all seem pretty happy with how it's going.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Lou. Good spot.
It's the Botox for George that does it.
He is a wily fox. And I say that with much love. I'm not criticising it at all. Here's Marcel Fessler.
Marcel, how are the tyres?
Not good. I think we have definitely go to the other one.
That was Lena Gade talking to Marcel Fessler. I think we have to go to the other ones, is what he said, was it not?
It sounded that way. And that'll be because they're making a call on whether or not they single stint here or go with the set they've got to try to double stint, or at least go beyond one stint on a set of tyres. They're trying to make that call on the run.
Well, meantime, in second position, 15.5 seconds back, Neil Yanni, just about to take a phone call.
But I'm also having to go a lot through the turns at the moment. How I'm meeting this traffic.
So, not happy through the traffic, clearly.
And he's just lost 3 seconds on that lap. We should say, by the way, that's not Marcel saying that the tyres are right now at critical level. What he's saying is that he doesn't believe he can double stint those tyres.
Well, I wonder if he's talking about a different compound as well. I'm going to have to remind myself again of
There's 6 sets of tyres available to them. They've got all 6 available because of the weather earlier in the week, this race meeting.
Change to the front of the Beton car.
Now that is the 26 car.
Nose cone coming off.
Trouble.
Nose cone unfastened, and now a problem in the car. Can't get the belt, it's the lap belt.
That's going to be delay.
Yeah, the front end wasn't fitted properly either.
And they weren't expecting that. It's not a fully painted nose cone.
Yeah, well, Aston Martin's turning around, and Aston Martin tends to do that, doesn't it?
So that was a delay for that car. It's now lost.
Well, Pipo Derani's now up in the third position, but needs to do the equivalent pit stop, I think.
But he's catching Stefan Riquelme, who's coming first.
He's in. Riquelme and Derani was not that far behind him when he came into the pit lane.
3 seconds.
Rene Rast has been plugged back in to the 26 car.
Nose to tail down the pit road, the second and third place cars in LMP2.
That was the blue helmet of Rene Rast that was in there, not Natalia Berton. In the 26 car, which is now back out, which basically has a lap to get round to hold on to its position. Well, actually, it would take seconds. Felipe Albuquerque is still out there. He is due this pit stop as well. They can't go to the end from here. There will be one more stop for these cars.
ESM are taking tyres at this stop. This will be a final attack for ESM. Did we hear that Pipo is into the end here? Or
I don't know.
I can't recall how long Chris Cumming has been in that car. Well, we'll see. We'll see soon enough. 36 car is released, but so is the 31, and they get out ahead.
That's a change of position on the pit stop.
It is indeed. So the number 31 Tequila Patron ESM car leapfrogs the 36 Signature Alpine car. Pipo Derani stayed aboard the 31 car.
I think we've got another razzle-dazzle stint if we need it.
It's Derani versus Lapierre, both trying to chase down Felipe Albuquerque, who's some way up the road, and I think they got out there before Rene Rast came around, so that is now the real world battle for second position in LMP2 and 7th position overall. The LMP2 leader, Felipe Albuquerque, in the 43 RGR racing car. This is the team's debut this season. Is in 6th position
what a
overall.
headline this is in Mexico, with Rodrigo Gonzalez, the man who is promoting, Ricardo Gonzalez, excuse me, the man who is promoting the 6 hours of Mexico City.
Well, a win will help, won't it? A win will help.
Get him on the front pages of the sports sections, won't it?
Patriotic nation. Yep. And Mexico with that 6-hour race, bringing down walls in motorsport rather than putting up walls around Mexico, which some other people in advising they would like them to do.
Very good.
Rast immediately on it. Fastest first section of the race for the number 26 car in pursuit of the second and third place battle. This could be a corker to the end here. Lapierre and Derani ready to do battle, sandwiched between two Audi factory drivers at the moment. Philippe Albuquerque in the lead car, the 43 Ligier, René Rast in the 26 Orica. Meantime, at the front of the race, and we're on board at the moment with...
This from Jack Coffey, who has tweeted in on the Ford question. Ford, he says, I don't think Ford care where they finish here. I'm not even sure they'll be that quick at Spa, but 1 hour into Le Mans it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a headline.
A question I've asked more than once. And it's clearly a question that lots of people I've had a huge amount of respect for, have been well prepared for.
Which means it's exactly what they're thinking.
So, leader of the race, Marcel Fesler, holding that 14-15 second gap. It's 13.998 seconds last time around, but his closest competitor, Neil Janney, is the quicker man last time round, under 141 again for Janney. An hour and 18 minutes remain. This has been a great debut so far for the 2016 version of the Audi R18. Into the pit garage goes the CLM, the bicolors car, the number 4 car. Ollie Webb has brought that car in.
Interesting change in difference in philosophy from the German manufacturers to the German-built but Japanese Toyota. Audi have had the designation R18 for quite some time, through about 3 or 4 iterations.
Back to, I'll double check it, but it's certainly it goes way back because we had the R18 Ultra starters.
Correct. Porsche have had the 919 for a while, certainly through a couple of iterations. Toyota have had, and now up to the TSO 50.
Okay, Marcel, gap is 15 seconds. How's this tyre now?
Greasing quite a lot around the steer somehow, especially in fast corners.
This is about assessing whether or not this is the point at which they take these tyres beyond a single stint. Nick Heidfeld, meanwhile, has gone quicker than they've gone before. He's trying to chase down teammate Matteo Tuscher, the 13th and 4th overall.
So just going back to this nomenclature for the cars, the decision was made, was it not, by Audi quite some time ago, that the new car to the then new regulations in 2011
correct
would be called the R18 TDI,
and we were told at that stage that the coupe cars would be called R18, despite the fact they are this one is radically different from anything we've seen before.
But the thought behind that, Graham, was that when the new Q5 comes out next year, it's not going to be called a Q6, and they were sort of saying that this is our race car. The new, well, perfect. The new TT is still the TT.
Absolutely.
The new R8, a radically different car from the original.
So why
R8.
would you continue to do that with your race cars?
Yes. So this is the R18. They have different chassis numbers, different configurations there, but as far as we're concerned, in its name, it's the R18. Porsche have taken a similar stance with the 919 hybrid, and you can look at Porsche's 911, which has changed considerably since the original 911 in the early 60s. We're now on type 991 of the 911, and it is that way around. The Porsche guys very distinct about that. It's a Type 991, never 991, but it is a 911, always 9 and then the numbers as stated.
As a
Toyota, however,
30, 40, 50,
yeah,
and back into time not forgotten, 10 and 20 as well.
But then Toyota, of course, have had the TSO 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Correct, absolutely right.
I just think it's interesting how they're
different marketing philosophies to it, and it marks the difference between manufacturers that are trying to align very precisely their racing machinery with their road going machinery, and Toyota, who do it a different way. There is a concentration on technology transfer without a shadow of a doubt, but there's not a direct alignment between that car and a road going car, but the tech within it. We're watching still this, I'd say, developing battle. It's coming back and two again, down to 11 seconds, up to 14 seconds. Fabulous sound there of an Aston Martin V8. This is the 97 car. 4th position, hands of Richie Stanaway, this car now. And shouldn't forget, by the way, this is a 2-driver effort for this car, with Johnny Adam being counted out for today. Anybody expecting Darren Turner aboard this car should read the entry list, because he's at the 95 this weekend and for the remainder of the season, together with Marco Sorensen and Nicky Team, and heading towards a very good podium position. Being chased, though, and this is one we should keep an eye on, by Jimmy Bruni. 32 seconds now is the gap between the chasing 51 Ferrari and the 95 Aston Martin, with an hour and 14 minutes to go.
2 TSO 30s, 1 TSO 40 and 1 TSO 50, says in terms of the iterations so far. Says the man who knows these things, that would be Sam Collins, at Race Car Engineer.
Also having several viewers telling us that Renault own R90 and R20. They haven't used them for a while.
Probably R21 as well.
Maybe if they did a deal and we had, instead of an R18 e-tron Quattro, we had an R19 Chamard. Betraying my age. Watching the 95 car, we've not seen much of this car, John, but Nicky Team, one of the standout talents in GTE racing of late. As here from Louise down to the pits, the 77 Porsche has had a troubled day and it's gone back into the garage, so not a great start to the defence of the title for Ricard Leitz. It's been a great start for the 71 team, and this is the 2 factory cars running in formation, and that'll be a lap between. It is a single lap between. 5 Toyota, the delayed car, making its way back up the field, 23rd position, but back on pit road. And Davidson back in the car. Great run from Rebellion Racing this weekend. Iron reliability to this point in the race. Hour and 12 minutes to go.
Audi Sport always uses an R something designation for its cars, DTM, WEC, so R18 couldn't always become R19, says S-Funk, and you're right, it was a project number. So you had the original R8 was called R8 because it was the 8th race car since they started putting numbers on it. The R10 was called the R10 and not the R9 because there was a DTM car in between, I believe. And so then we went on to the other R numbers were potentially having other projects in between. Here's Alex Imperatori.
Well, Alex is just about to get into the car as well, so we keep this brief. Going well so far.
Yeah, so far so good, you know, much better than in yesterday. We had to start from the back of the grid, and luckily the reliability has been so far okay, so we need to carry on like this for another hour and a bit. Hopefully we keep our fingers crossed and it's going to be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At Specutainment, at DSC editor. Nick Heidfeld in the pits in the 12 Rebellion. Also in the pits the number 45 Manor, which Matt Rao is getting into at the moment.
Jimmy Bruni is hacking into the advantage that Nicky Team holds under 28 seconds. 1:59.819 last time around for the Ferrari against a 2:01.6 for the Aston Martin. And that's very much within reach now. Still, the lead in the GTM class is being contested between the 83 Ferrari and the 88 Porsche, with Christian Ried in the 78 car in touch.
That's just spooky. That was just the engine starting, Graham. It's just the bump start. The spookiness of which I spoke there was the fact that a silent TSO 50 coming down off its jacks, no engine power. This is something we first saw with Toyota. Not sure everyone else does it, but Toyota made the decision a wee while ago to start the cars in the pit lane on electric power only and effectively bump start the car so you don't take too much out of it.
Yeah, positive, just fire extinguisher, don't worry, all looking okay, all looking okay.
That's the 5 car, Andy Davison. Just to finish that thought, Graham. So the car starts on what Nick Damon rather unkindly at Le Mans always calls milk float power, but I mean he's right, it's all electric. It was supercapacitor. This year, of course, it'll be battery power. They dropped the car down. The squeal you heard was literally the squeal of racing tyres, which you never normally hear because there's an engine running. And then the engine kicks into life. Once you get right onto the pit lane speed limiter, you effectively bump start the car. I suppose it saves the starter motor a little bit. Maybe the clutch. Marcel Fessler and Lena.
Copy, Marcel. Stay out, please. Stay out.
One more lap.
Okay. Just to complete the bit about the Audi designations, the Audi A4 DTM was the R14. The Audi A5 DTM is the R17.
Yeah.
So they hold the same list, if
it
you like.
stopped when it got to 18. The project number thing stopped when it got to 18. I can't remember what R9 was. What the project was. It might have, if it was the TT Sport or one of the new Volare concepts.
Okay, Marcel, box is flat, in-lap button. In-lap is nearly flat, in-lap is nearly flat.
Nearly flat. Audi R9 was indeed the new Volare concept, was it?
It's a high-performance sports saloon,
which became the effectively became the RS7 in some respects. It was a 4-door, 5-door flared arch saloon. I knew it was a.
Not sure that's official. Not a car I'm familiar with.
I think it was just a design study.
The Audi. And also Fessler. Drinks bottle, data card, CD.
It does, I mean, they do look incredibly relaxed, don't you? I know you're saying that tongue-in-cheek, as Neil Yanni chasing down Fessler. Can't get to the end from here. This is the issue that Audi are going to have. It's got to be a new set of Michelins here because it will be a big set of laps that are required.
They're going to have to leave these tyres on to the end, John.
Yeah, that's fine. They'll do a stint and a bit. So it will be a splash of fuel only for the Audi. The question is now, can Marcel Fessler, now in second place, can he build up enough of a lead after Neil Yanni has done his last stop?
That's the question.
To be able to come in for the splash.
That is exactly the question. The difference is going to be the time it takes to do the additional fuel for the Audi.
Right, I'm retweeting a couple of questions that have come in from Matt Guest and Phil Oakley, which I don't know the answer to. Is there a specific advantage or reasoning for or against starting on EV power? And what are the small white LEDs that are flashing during the 919 onboards?
Well, ask you this question. In the decades you've been covering sports car racing, how reliable has starters been?
Oh, no,
fire an engine, the car's moving.
I've always assumed start a motor and clutch for that.
And answer Matt Guest's
also, I would suggest, by the way, that it probably can get up to the pit lane speed limiter quicker on electric power because of the torque vectoring.
There you go. But they'll try both, believe you me. The answer to Matt, the thing on the back of the AMR official car is not for spraying crops, of course. It's a rear diffuser. That is the team taking advantage of the new regulations. We're going to have a listen in now to hear what's happening at Porsche, the number 2.
It's so fun, it's driving me nuts when he does the work for turn 1. So much time.
Copy, Neil. We just have to live with it for now. Understand it's frustrating. Keep pushing.
Only about turn 2.
Yeah, I think he said it was understeer. I think the shift lights, those lights, or maybe something to do with the hybrid. We need to have another good look at that.
The white lights inside the car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we see we can ask the guys to get a kind of a longer look inside that car. We can also see whether or not, from inside Neil Yanni's point of view, whether or not he is struggling there.
In the other classes, as Mike Conway does a 140.6.
That I think is the third fastest lap of the race.
Third or fourth. We've had a few down in the 40.3s, 4s and 5s. Talking about Dunlop coming back into the championship with both Aston Martin, obviously the P2 cars, but a complete new set of tyres in terms of the guys at Dunlop have worked really hard. Pippa from Dunlop has once again provided us with the information that both soft and medium compounds have been in action for the LMP2 teams. Some of the teams have mixed the compounds to compensate for the strong bias of the Silverstone track. It's predominantly a right-handed track, so the left-hand side tyres take the worst of the beating. That's very interesting.
Full list of the Audi R codes been provided by...
I know, it's great, isn't it?
AJ at GTP_AJ. That might be one for another day as we watch the last 63 minutes of this race, or unless we get a full course yellow. I'll keep an eye on that one. But Mike Conway...
Our name was the R8C, was it?
Mike Conway is right with Marcel Fessler.
Yeah.
And at this stage...
But also a pit stop.
Yes, he does, but is catching the Audi.
Well, yes, Marcel's on an out lap. He hasn't done a flying lap now. He's on his first flying lap, actually.
There is... In fact, he's... No, he's not ahead of him.
Fessler goes through now.
There he is. There's Mike. Now it goes past our commentary box.
It's 4.7 seconds and 55 seconds, near enough. Neil Yanni has on Marcel Fessler. Into the pit lane comes the P2 leader.
Indeed. And Philippe Albuquerque is aboard the car and is staying aboard the car. New set of Dunlops. Beautiful sunshine now over Silverstone. And stands beginning to fill up again, as they traditionally do towards the end of these races. People have taken a trip around the track, all three. Mike Conway makes his way by the re-nosed G-Drive car. Albuquerque, Durrani, Lapierre and Rast and Kane, and then Merry and Pansiatici and Petrov. That is a hell of a driver list for an LMP2 class, isn't it?
Yes, the rhinoplastied 36 car, isn't it? 26 car, René Rast. René Rast obviously having to be used sparingly, Graham. You can't just put him in and leave him in because of the driver regulations. That is a Pro-Am car and René is a Platinum driver. So his teammates have to do their minimum. Natalia Berton, the gold. Roman Rusinov, the silver. Well, let's see what Neil Yanni is saying. I should think he'll be asking when he's going to make his last pit stop.
5 to go, Neil. Are you okay to continue?
Steering wheel feels heavy in front of me. Everything okay with that?
Checking, Neil. Stand by.
Steering wheel feels heavy. 1 lap to go, so...
Come on in the pits.
Hey, do you know what? Porsche can't go from there.
No, they've got another stop beyond this. They've got to do their splash beyond this. They have to come in and do a splash. The difference is here that it's the difference in the fueling time.
Well, it depends when you stop, Graham.
It does.
So Audi with Fessler have got to go. A 1:40.303 is the fastest lap of the race for Neil Janney as he goes past us, and Porsche have the fastest 2 laps of the race now. On lap number 159, a 1:40.303. 3
thousandths quicker than Mark Webber's time set really early in the race.
Aussie Grit will be so annoyed.
Oh, that'll be something over the post-race celebrations, commiserations, or whatever happens in the next 60 minutes.
Well, as we head towards the last 60 minutes, it's all hotting up again at the front of the field. Welcome to the final hour of the opening round of the 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship, Silverstone, the now traditional opening venue of our season. And Neil Janney is leading. He's just put the fastest lap of the race in on cue, just to rev it all up. He currently has 57 seconds of a lead, but he will be into the pits at the end of this lap to make his penultimate pit stop. Marcel Fessler in the chasing Audi will resume the lead on the pit stop cycle. In third place, Kamui Kobayashi has just taken over the number 6 Toyota, so he is going to be a little bit further back down the road. Neither, in fact, check that, all 3 of the leading cars will have 1 more pit stop. It will be a slightly longer pit stop for Audi. They will have to put a wee bit more fuel in their diesel-engined car. As to the petrol cars, I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it's all about the balance of, or equalisation of technology, the calorific values of the fuels involved. So it will, I think, depend who jumps first, Graham.
This is going to be, if it runs without trouble at this point for the remaining 58.5 minutes, John, this is going to be unbelievably tight at the end of this race.
I honestly don't know who's going to win this. I do not know who's going to win this. And Toyota are not out of this yet. They're not there on pure pace, but we have seen reliability issues for both of the other cars. Toyota's problem has not been reliability, it's been pace. The car that had the issues, number 5 car, now in the hands of Anthony Davidson, had a puncture which caused some mechanical damage. In fairness, the puncture was caused by contact with another car, not their fault. So they haven't had the pace, but they haven't had the mechanical issues of their 2 German rival marques. Remember that
1 minute is the gap on track between Neil Janney and Marcel Fessler, but of course Janney, who goes quickest again in the first sector, with the purple sector there, has got to pit.
And we still think that 2 car was a bit hobbled earlier on, didn't we? It had to have a reset.
It did.
The number 1 World Championship winning Porsche in the hands of Brendan Hartley took it over in the lead from Mark Webber after a frankly quite sensational stint.
Janney in the pits. Janney in the pits.
Well, I'm afraid that Hartley's car was out of the race in a coming together with Mike Rainwhite in a Porsche. Both of the drivers okay. Lucas de Grassi had a complete systems failure, a stall, everything that could possibly have gone wrong. Stuck in gear. Battery pack had to be iced with a, and the engine had to be iced with a fire extinguisher. So this is. It's close though, isn't it, for Porsche?
Really, really, really close, this race. Closer than at the moment we can see it being because of that longer pit stop.
Well, I'll tell you what else is close. I'll tell you what else is close, Graham. A few laps of full course yellow would really help the Porsche.
The other factor to bear in mind, John, is that the Porsche will not only need less time in the pits, their tyres will be fresher at the end of this race.
Well, a new set of tyres for Porsche. Porsche has traditionally, though, Graham, been a little harder on its tyres.
Indeed. So let's just add this up for a moment. We've got, before the pit stop cycle, there's about 13-14 seconds between the Audi and the Porsche. Very quick stop there. They did take tyres.
Yeah, they did.
They couldn't have taken tyres.
No, they took tyres. Maybe they only took one side. They only took lefts, didn't they? We'll get that confirmed from Louise. I think that was a 2 Michelin tyre stop. Down in the pit lane, the drivers are there. Neil Yanni is staying aboard. So the key question here is, have they only taken 2 tyres, or was that a 4 tyre and a splash of fuel? That was an insanely quick stop, 1:16.
Roman, you're saying you didn't see then how many tyres went on?
No, no, I did not. Sorry, no, it's that I don't want to tell you. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I didn't look.
Okay. We were expecting the unexpected, and we've certainly got that, haven't we, here this weekend so far?
Yeah, for sure. Audi is very strong. And us, I mean, we are close now, but yeah, the spin with the Ford, I was very good on my stint, but the spin with the Ford didn't help me. So for sure, the last pit stop will be the difference between Audi and us. Depends how many fuel they will put. Depends how many fuel we will put. We'll be very close again. But yeah, they are very strong, and we are also strong. It's a good race, and we will see.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't see, we didn't see, unfortunately, but there's no way that car took 4 tyres. There were tyres ready. We didn't see how many. Was it 1? Was it 2? We know that it wasn't 4. The front left is the one that takes the major strain here. We know
you wouldn't put just the front left.
No,
on.
you wouldn't. So the overall order, it's the 7 Audi back into the lead, but under 6 seconds now, the gap to the number 2 Porsche, with 1 short stop to come for each of those cars, and for the Toyota, which the number 6 car, the final surviving factory car without delay, LMP2 led by the 43 RGR racing car, and the AF Corsa 71 Ferrari, which has led from the start of the race, with the 51, the sister car, chasing down the second placed Aston Martin. And then in GT AM, it's the AF Corsa, the 83 car, leads from the chasing KCMG car, and all of a sudden the 88 car is in the pits. It's lots going to happen in the next 53 minutes of this race, John.
It's all about the end. And a bit about the beginning, and it was a good beginning in sunshine. The beginning of the race and the beginning of the 2016 season for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Patrick Dempsey got things underway. His brought on Dempsey team have not had a good day, I'm afraid. Former RAF Tornado giving us the fly past, and then the weaponry was launched down the front straight here, with the Audis looking out the front row. It looked like Mark Webber had lost touch with the cars early on, as the 2 Audis build up a decent lead, but some stellar driving from Aussie Grit. Took third position, second position away, and then in almost copycat manoeuvre, the lead had gone to Porsche. Much happiness in the Porsche garage. Michael Christensen for Porsche GT with a suspension issue, as on the right hand side. Oh, this is super clever for Porsche. They've split the 2 pit stops and splashed the fuel. So they've now, can they go to the end? Oh, there's a full course. Yeah, oh, sorry, that's the other side of the thing, don't worry. Just wanted to panic you. End of the first hour, the big accident, with Brendan Hartley getting involved with a GT car. Ironically, another Porsche. Both Brendan and the driver of the GT, Mike Wainwright, managed to walk away without any issues under their own steam. Not a lot of chat there. Then under that full course yellow, the number 8 Audi came to a halt, stuck in 6th gear, getting service on the track to allow it to be dealt with safely and disarm the hybrid and the battery energy system. So it was in chase mode again for the Audi team, and Ben Trellier did just that and sneaked the lead away from Neil Yanni. Excuse me, it was Mark Lee, wasn't it, at the wheel at that time. Toyota have not had the pace today, and Kamui Kobayashi is in the leading car at the moment in 3rd position. Their team car, I'm afraid, got a puncture after contact. Marino Franchitti getting hit by the number 2 Porsche. Pulling right across the front of the Ford GT, making its debut. Was as high as 3rd position, I think, for a wee while in GTE Pro. It's still, as it has been from the start, the pole-sitting 71 Ferrari, which has not lost the lead other than through pit stops. Felipe Albuquerque for Ligier, and for our GR Motorsport by Morand leads LMP2, and it's Marcel Fessler for Audi leading. Well, that was an interesting tactic that we saw in the pop-out screen on the right-hand side there, Graham. That
Not
Neil
seen that
Janney
before.
came.
Not seen that done before.
Well, Louise is there, and I'm sure someone from Porsche will talk to her. I don't see unless you were burning a bit of fuel.
They didn't do a flying lap, did they?
No. Was it a mistake? Let's hear what Marcel Fessler is being told.
Marcel, for information, the number 2 pitted again to take right-hand side tyres this time.
So our assumption was right that it took one side of tyres the first time and then came back and took the other side the second time. But why would you do that if not just to get a bit more fuel in, Graham?
Because it may be, depending on when they pitted for, under full course caution, that they only needed one extra lap of fuel. We had the safety car period, remember. They've saved some fuel, John. It might be that their calculations are saying they only needed one lap of fuel. Right. If that's the case, that is the very smart way to do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure why you wouldn't have just done 4 tyres, though. I know why. They needed that amount of... No, they hadn't burned that much off. Listen,
answers in a postcard, Sue. We haven't a clue. I'm not going to second guess one of these race engineers. They are way, way cleverer than I am.
The thing that's got to happen now for Audi, though, Graham, that has opened the door just a wee bit. So
the tricky thing for Audi now is they've got to push. They can't push too hard because they can't route those tyres. They've got to stop again. The gap on track is 54 seconds. It is not a full fuel stop. A full fuel stop is not far off 54 seconds, is it? 51 seconds. No, that the delta, it's not. It's about 46, 47 seconds for fuel. Pit lane is 31 seconds to run through, and the delta for a fuel stop for an Audi is around 15 seconds. A clash here between the 78 KCMG car, and that I think is the 98. To Bruno Senna.
Well, Bruno, entering the last hour, and the future's looking bright.
Yeah, it's looking good. Felipe is doing a great job. We have a healthy gap with second place, but it's still 47 minutes to go. A lot can happen. So our strategy is working out for us. We have a very short stop to do, and I think other people have to do a longer stop now. So if everything goes well, we should keep our position, but let's keep our fingers crossed.
And tyres have been working well for you?
Yeah, tyres are working well. Felipe is doing a great job managing the tyres and the traffic. His laps are being very consistent, and I think so far I think we can look forward to the next half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, trying to think through this while taking the opportunity of listening to Bruno, but having a little bit of thinking time. It works like this. The gap at the moment, Marcel Fessler leads Neil Janney by 55.7 seconds. It's not a full fuel stop, so therefore it's going to be around a 45-second pit lane time for the car. Although that's not pure loss of time, is it? Because you're losing some of the time. Audi have the advantage here with one exception. And the one exception they've got is they are going to have to double stint those tyres. They've got to leave those tyres on in the pit stop, which means that the Porsche has got fresher tyres to the end. They've made their final tyre stop. And it's going to be about how hard that Neil Janney can push on those tyres when the Audi tyres start to wear. That's going to be the defining factor. This is going to be ridiculously close if these cars stay on track, stay reliable, and there's no further drama, he said. Realising what he's just said, realising that's never happened in the history of the WEC ever.
In the history of ever. Right, let's have a look and see what happens. 2 seconds taken that time around. Kobayashi, by the way, is going great guns at the moment in third.
Just 30 seconds back from Neil Janney.
I still think he needs a stop, though. I don't think they can go to the end. Albuquerque, Durrani, now just under a lap behind, excuse me, just under 40 seconds behind Albuquerque. But took a small matter of 2.5 seconds out of Felipe last time around. So Pipo Durrani is on a tear. Have we got some more time for Ryan DL to come, or can Pipo take it to the end? Johnny Kane makes what might just be the last pit stop for the Stracker. Let's check in GTE Pro. Davide Rigon coming to the end of his stint. I think Sam Bird's going to take it to the end. Let's find out. Here's Louise.
Well, Sam Davide's putting in a good performance into these last moments of the race now, and it's been fairly uneventful for you so far.
Don't say that.
I know.
Still got 44 minutes to go, but everybody here has done an amazing job. Obviously, the sister car is working their way up now onto a podium position, so really happy.
And everything's working well for you. Everything's going as you hoped.
As we hoped, yeah. We've led every lap, so we can't do any better than that. The pace has been strong. We just need to close it in now.
Thank you.
Can't do any better than that. Pole position.
Both the Alpines get a warning for track limits.
Well, they've been doing everything together, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Really?
Very close. 141.9 for the leader, 142.8 for the second place car. A little bit of cat and mouse, I feel, at play here. And indeed, Neil Janney replies to that point with a 141.6 and takes just a few tenths out. 55 seconds is the gap. 43 minutes remain. This is going to be about how they can use the tyres and how Audi execute that final pit stop.
Well, now that Yanni and Porsche have jumped, Audi now goes far into the race as they can.
In case they get a full course yellow.
Yes, in which case they get a bit of a freebie.
They get a big freebie at that
because
stage.
Also, the further they go in, the less fuel they need to put in.
Correct.
Potentially.
Yes. So it's we're right there. They've got to run it dry at this stage and go as far as they can.
Presumably not quite that dry.
Not quite dry, obviously. Sort of wet dry. Dry, wet.
Damp.
Moist. Slower lap time around for Marcel Fessler. That will ebb and flow with traffic. 42 minutes remain. The number 6 Toyota continues the chase. Can't quite match with that, with the exception of the odd really quick lap we've seen. Track limits a bit there for the number 6. That incident we saw on screen between the 78 KCMG Porsche and the 98 Aston Martin under investigation now. The GTM class leader in the pits, Francois Perrodo, brings the AF Corsa 83 car in. That will hand the lead back to the number 78 KCMG car. And it really has been a 3-car race, this, between the 83 AF Corsa car and the 2 cars that run out of the Proton competition carriage, the 78 KCMG car and the 88 Abu Dhabi Proton car, the pole-sitting car. All 3 of those cars have led this race in GTE AM. Pro, Jimmy Bruni is getting closer and closer to the back of the 95 Aston Martin. That gap now is down to just 6 seconds. And that may well be the next battle to keep an eye on, as we've got the number 7 Audi, the remaining Audi, about to lap again the delayed number 5, Toyota.
There's a fine balance here, and I've just been thinking this through. There's a fine balance here. You said it was 31 seconds to come down the pit lane. You
That's
save
31 seconds without a stop.
Yeah, 31 seconds to come down the pit lane without a stop. You save a little bit on your in-lap because you basically put in your fastest third sector that you've ever put in every time you come into the pits.
Yeah.
And the timekeepers here are very clever to take those out again. And the pits and the lap time doesn't count because you've effectively shortcutted the lap even on the pit lane speed limiter because of the construction of Vale and the 2 club corners, or club as it is.
An in-lap is potentially quick. You lose 6 seconds on an in-lap, roughly.
Right, okay.
Roughly.
And then you have a splash of fuel and then you go back out again. So 31 seconds plus you splash your fuel. The question is, isn't it, how close do you want to cut it when you've got a 56-second lead? And the longer you go, potentially, all right, you're just putting a splash of fuel in, you might even get a full course yellow. What you don't want is a safety car, because that completely ruins it for you. But by the same token, if there's a little fumble and you lose the lead, you've then got less time to catch up the Porsche and repass it.
Absolutely right. And the other thing that will be coming into taken into account, certainly as we get closer to the end of that fuel window, John, is what the traffic situation is. You don't want to lose 3-4 seconds behind, you know, a snapping, snarling group of P2 and GTE cars. And certainly, in the case of the Audi, Lena Gade will be keeping an eye on that when she's deciding where within that narrowing fuel window that she'll be giving herself, she'll call the car in.
Yeah. And my adult brain made a slightly different leap of faith. You don't need any less fuel because you come in later. You need the same amount now as you do when you run the tank dry to do the additional laps. It's just a question of when you do that. What you can't do is get caught the wrong side of a safety car, and we have had a safety car today. Not full course yellow. I know that it's unusual.
That's
here.
long odds, I have to say.
Yeah.
Should say we just had a quick shot of pit lane amongst the cars there. 27 car, the SMP racing car, is doing a drive-through for a pit stop infringement. We'll also have the 30 car, the ESM car in the hands of Jannes van Overbeek. Will have to do the same. They're the latest 2 decisions from the stewards. .57 seconds, lead going out a little, but that can be traffic. It's 141.9 against 142.6. Kobayashi not able to match that pace, or not willing to match that pace at the moment. This is the 71, that is the GT Pro race leader, but the gap that we should be watching here is the gap between the 2nd and 3rd place cars. It's the 95 Aston Martin Nicky Team at the wheel, being caught by Jimmy Bruni.
30 ESM Ligier, 2 pit guns and the tyre change. They have got a pit stop drive-through.
So the ballet around the wheels did not go quite to plan. Too many people over the line, effectively, isn't it? Well, you can see the shot there. It's been a crowded house here. No shortage of takers for an afternoon of viewing pleasure of the FI World Endurance Championship, John.
A crowded house that brought the weather with them as well.
They did.
Fairness.
Always good. Easy all weekend.
Not much more of it. I like the fact that the very end of the grandstand on the International Straight fills up first, because there's a last vestige of sunshine.
I think it's more to do with the fact there's a great view from up there of the complex at the end of the lap.
And you get to see the podium as well, of course.
Audi are ready for the number 7 car.
Which means they're inside the window. 78 and 98 cars, no further action.
That was the clash between the Aston Martin, GTM Aston Martin and the KCMG Porsche.
Did we ever see the 26 and 98 even investigated?
Don't know.
They're living a charmed life. They really are.
Here comes the 7, and this may well be the end lap with the pit crew on the pit road. You would expect that would be the case. these are the kind of moments that will determine.
Fast, brake. Don't lock the tyres, because these have got to go to the end.
They do.
So there's another little consideration as he comes into the pit. You can see how much of the track you miss out by coming into the pit lane.
We're keeping an eye on where on track Neil Janney is. He's not cleared Sector 2 yet. And when he does so, it'll be around 27, 28 seconds before he crosses the line.
New drinks bottle, the progressive pressurised system. The guys, Dave Ward and Howden Haynes from just down the road. Dave Ward making his 24-hour race debut.
Fuel. Still hasn't cleared Sector 2. Still hasn't cleared Sector 2, Neil Janney. The fuel's still going in.
Dave Ward making
Now he goes.
Dave Ward making his 24-hour debut as a driver here at Silverstone the last couple of weeks. I'm sure they'll be watching here.
And almost as he pressed the trigger to start the engine, Janney cleared Sector 2 and therefore is in Sector 3, making his way back towards the start-finish line.
Well, that's the end of Sector 3 is the end of the hangar. Sector 2 is the end of the hangar.
Crosses the line now as he leaves the pit lane.
Very close. Very, very close indeed. There will still be heat in the Audi's tyres. Sunshine on the screen doesn't help me tell me which one of the cars that was, but he's back out ahead.
It's
Marcel Fesler then.
Ahead of Neil Janney in the last 34 minutes of the Swiss International LMP1 Championship.
Yes, very good. So,
fourth place is a Swiss as well.
Yes, Imperatori. Swiss entered cars in 4th and 5th position.
Should say, by the way, fantastic stuff from Berlin Racing this weekend.
Pipo Derani has had his last pit stop, I think, and he stayed in the car. Nico Lapierre has had his last pit stop and stayed in the car. Maybe not. Has Pipo still got his to do? Because Nico he's on his out lap now. That was a fuel-only stop for Lapierre, and he's 13 seconds behind Pipo Derani. I'm not sure that... Well, we'll see. Pipo loves to drive. He's done some extraordinary things.
It's been a very different race to this race last year that turned heads all around the world, John, but no less engaging. Drama, without a shadow of a doubt, has been on the agenda. Some great racing and strategy. Now we're at the strategic part of it. How is this going to turn out? The gap as they cross the line for Sector 2, 6.7 seconds, 33 minutes left to go.
They responded down to 6.7 seconds, the gap between Fesler and race-leading number 7 Audi.
Fabulous stuff yet again. The WEC doling out for us these LMP1 hybrids. If we've got another year of this ahead, I might have to take a comfy chair with me around the world. Sit back and enjoy it. One for the ages again. Traffic for the number 2 car. That's a filthy, dirty race car. We do like a filthy, dirty race car.
7.131 seconds for Fesler back to Neil Janney. 42.3 from Janney last time around.
We need to really be looking at the GT Pro battle at this point, because that's getting very close between the number 95 car and the 51 for second place overall.
And René Rast has caught Nico Lapierre pretty much. It's down to under 5 seconds now in the battle for third and the final podium position in LMP2 in Am. There's half a second between first and second, and the same half a minute between first and second, half a minute between second and third. Ollie Platt and Harry Tinknell are coming home in a Ford photo finish in 5th and 6th in class.
There is the 51. That is the battle as the Porsche comes through. That is the battle for second place. So this is Nicky Thiem doing all he can to fend off the very close attentions now of Jimmy Bruni. Let's not forget, this car started from the back of the grid. In the opening laps, had to stop for a 3-minute stop-go penalty as a result of changing the twin-turbo V8 engine that failed in the car in qualifying. And here we are in the last almost half an hour, a minute and 20 seconds before we get into the final half-hour racing, and it's nose to tail for second position. And if the Ferrari goes through here, it's looking like a AF Corsa and Ferrari 1-2 on the debut for this car in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Yeah. And the youngest.
And he's done it. He's on the inside. Team is trying to defend. I'm not sure that's going to be done. He does so.
Nice. That's great driving. That's great driving, great racing.
Make it tough, make it tough.
It's the youngest car, isn't it, really?
It's the newly renamed Dane and Darren train this year.
The Ferrari 488 is effectively the youngest car.
Leader of the class, meanwhile, is in for what will be their final pit stop. New Michelins for that car.
Oh, and another suspension issue.
It's
for the
identical
88.
corner.
The right corner.
That's Klaus Bachmann, a car that has led the race in GTM, and that car's been off as a result of that.
And Joel Mathias then will go through into second, and Pedro Lamy has a chance to get on the podium for Matthias Lauda.
Will get on the podium.
Yes.
At this stage of the race, certainly not knowing where we stand in terms of pit stops for the Aston Martin. 2
right suspension issues on those 2 Porsches.
Final half hour now.
And having just checked back and also had a stream of social media, Pipo Derani has indeed done his last stop, so is in second place genuinely, and just 12 seconds ahead now.
ATA car pushed back into the garage. They've got half an hour to get that car back out and salvage points for the pole-setting car. Debut pole in the championship for the Abu Dhabi Proton Racing team, and led the race. Second place in GTE Pro has changed, because into the pit lane comes Nicky Team rather. So lots and lots going on up and down the field. Marcel Fessler is eking out an additional advantage, 9 seconds now, but he's going to be on rubber that is clearly been on that car for longer than we've seen the tyres on the Porsche. Full new set over 2 stops. Some clever strategy. Let's see how clever over after about the next 29 minutes. Whereas the Audi left the tyres on after a full stint, and what, 40 minutes? 35 minutes? That might be the telling point. Where is the cliff that Michelin's fall off in these conditions? And further dramas for the 26 car, bit of a lock up there, and was that contact with the Toyota? I think it was very close if it wasn't. 2 Fords still lapping together as the Porsche attempts to negotiate more traffic. This is going to cost more time for Neil Janney. Catches that gaggle of cars at the wrong place. Now gets onto the pit straight in front of us and gets the hammer down. Warp factor 9 engaged. She can take it, Scotty. And gets through and continues the pursuit. 7.6 seconds is the gap. Gets through that gaggle traffic. A little bit of clear air now in front of the Porsche. Battle resumed. 27 minutes now remain. Fazio against Janney. The lead battle. Kobayashi a little way back, but lapping fast and reliably. Imperatori and Prost in the 2 rebellions. 4th and 5th. Waiting for dramas ahead. With Prost pitting now from 5th position. Felipe Albuquerque leads LMP2 from Pipo Derani, a minute and a half behind. Then Nico Lapierre with René Rast closing in, and in close contention with Lapierre. GTE Pro, Davide Rigon. Jimmy Bruni just pitting now from 2nd position in GTE Pro. Very close between the Ferraris, the 2nd place Ferrari and the 95 Aston Martin. And in GTM, Manu Collard leading from Joel Mathias in the 78 Porsche, then the Pedro Lamy pedalled 98 Aston Martin with Paul Klaus Bachler in the pit garage after that suspension failure in the car that had led that race, the 88 Abu Dhabi Proton car. Pushing harder now. The number 7 Audi completes its lap 178. The gap as they cross the line. Neil Janney pushing hard is up to 9.2 seconds, 26 minutes to go. Well, let's hear what's happening in the conversation with Marcel Fessler.
Marcel, gap 7.5.
Yeah, keep me alone now.
Yeah, hearing the gap from Nina Gade. And that was Marcel, leave me alone now. He's concentrating on the task in hand, getting his head down and dealing with, well, what is a balancing act here? Needing to lap consistently quickly, needing to deal with the traffic safely, needing to keep the Porsche at bay, but having to look after those tyres. 9 seconds, the gap, 25 minutes remain. Again, it's come down to this.
Just hearing from the organisers that 51,000 is the...
That's a big increase.
...weekend crowd for Silverstone.
Romain Dumas told French TV that they had a puncture.
Ah, that's why they came back in and did the other side then. That makes perfect sense. And I still think they're going to be tight to get to the end. Don't forget they've got tyre pressure.
Oh, and trouble for the 97 car. That's the 97 car. That is Richie Stanaway in the fourth place car. And that is going to lose him 2 positions at least, with the Fords will both have cruised by. That happened just as the car passed the national pits. Now is that a rear puncture, John? He's off the circuit. We've not seen the other side of the car as to whether or not that's mechanical or a tyre, but he's stopping the car, which would tend to indicate
there's a fire extinguisher going down there. I think that maybe isn't a puncture.
Whatever happened went very suddenly. Bit of goal there, and actually the 2 Fords are in very close contention with each other. Olivier Pla and Harry Tinknell, less than 3/10 apart. They've been, I wouldn't say cruising, fast cruise in formation for a lot of this race, putting miles on that car, learning all they can about that car. So Olivier Pla and Harry Tinknell lapping together, battling together maybe towards the end of this race. I wonder if they'll be let off the leash in the closing laps. Sorry, John?
And that puncture causing the second pit stop confirmed from the pit lane team at radiolemans.com.
So 97 has stopped and is off track.
So
there's not going to be any kind of intervention for that. It's far enough out of the way.
Absolutely, and you know, fair play to Richie Stanaway. That's the...
And he's out the car. That car is done, John.
That's very sensible. He's pulled up where he knows there's a fire point. They're marked around the circuit.
Should mention, by the way, that after that pit stop for Jimmy Bruni, he has taken the second position with a vengeance. 20 seconds to the good now from Nicky Team. I think Nicky has given up that one and is going for the podium. 8.5 seconds now. The gap, 23 minutes remain. Marcel Fessler from Neil Yanni, who is going to have the opportunity, the ability to push in what is going to be the final 20 minutes of this race. Neither are we yet done with the final shape of the podium positions in LMP2. Pipo Derani has Nico Lapierre less than 12 seconds back. And with René Rast less than 5 seconds back from that, and Rast is the quickest of the 3. Trouble now for the 78 car. No. It's not another, it's another front right. It's another front right.
This is the second place car.
This is all 3 of the Proton Porsches. The Proton Run Porsches have had
Lammy's going to second. And Paolo Roberti, we're going to have a Corvette on the podium here.
Well, let's have a look. It looked to me, from that long shot we got, that was another wheel tucked under, John. Well, or is it a simple puncture? We can't see yet. We're going to see in a few moments, I think, that shot. This is a podium position up for grabs in GTEM. Klaus Bachler's car still in the garage. Will not be able to take advantage there.
know what, Graham? The old adage, it ain't over.
It's not over.
till it's over.
Every time it deals something out the last half an hour, then the last 15 minutes, then the last 10, then the last 5, and usually on the last lap.
Well, let's not forget that in the ELMS race here on Saturday...
Last lap.
Well, actually, after the last lap, about 5 minutes after the checkered flag, when everybody was heading to the podium and about to sign off, we had a car come across the finishing line.
And had it not done so, it wouldn't tonight be listed in the official results as second position.
Correct.
After 2 protests, two stewards' inquiries, if you like, one to do with the move that took it out of the race at that point, and the second, the rather unfortunate technical infringement by the winning car in GT, the BMW Motorsport Ferrari.
Yeah, Matt Griffin up to 4th, down to 5th, and then ended up in 3rd.
There you go. So Ferrari back to into 1-2. The 78 goes into the garage. It's a suspension failure. That has to be a batch issue. It has to be.
Or people are hitting a particular curb, and that particular curb is doing the same damage.
20 minutes remain on the clock. The gap 10 seconds. There is time to push. Vesler into the 41s again. Yanni into the 43s this time around. What has he got? What has he got available in terms of additional grip in these final 20 minutes? Tinknell and Plat holding station, 67 ahead of 66. This, by the way, is a battle for position. This is the 35 Alpine, Nelson Panciatici with Roberto Meri tucked in behind in the less delayed. We had delays, I'm afraid, for both of the Manor cars in their debut in the WEC.
You know what? I don't think
that wouldn't
be too disappointed.
No. And on the inside goes Meri, forces Panciatici wide onto the rumble strips on the side, the curbing, and wide and off the circuit there. Meri continues, takes the position. He's got the Fords ahead of him, and that is 11th position and 6th in class. I'm just watching for blue sectors appearing somewhere in those first 2. It's almost, isn't it, as if they're just waiting for that moment. Battling P2s make their way through the battling GTEs. Way off goes the 35 car, and still continues. Still manages to make the pass on the Ford, but Meri has profited from that. Neil Yanni beginning to turn the screw. 8.5 seconds, 18 minutes to go. Should say we've only had 4, by the look of it, retirements in this race so far, John. We'll come to those in a moment.
Thanks to Mark Harrison for doing the research. Over the weekend in 2013 here for the WEC, 35,000. 2014, 43. 2015, 45. This year, 52,000 spectators. And considering we had a huge crowd here yesterday.
That has got damage. It's damaged the front of the Manor car, and it's lost a headlamp.
Is it still lit? Yes, it is.
I'm looking at the 44 car. I may have been looking at the 44 car.
That was a replay from a wee while back.
There was a Manor car lapping with a headlamp missing.
Fabian W asks the, I think, question that at the moment is being shouted across the design office at Weissach. Was there an update to the suspension of the Porsche for the 2016 season? Or is it exactly the same car as 2015? It's not exactly the same because it's got new aero, but that's now 3 uprights.
Yes, indeed, on the same corner.
Yeah.
On 3 separate cars. Gap last time around under 8 seconds for the first time in a wee while.
Confirmation of the retirement of the 97 Aston Martin from their Twitter account.
So the 97 Aston has gone. We lost also the number 1 Porsche and the 86 Gulf Racing UK Porsche in that dramatic accident for Brendan Hartley and Mike Wainwright, and also at the same time the systems failure that accounted for the number 8 Audi R18.
I think your theory about when that car came down to full course yellow speed, the 80 km speed,
jammed in gear,
something went wrong. They couldn't change it down, and whilst it was running, it was probably all right, but you're not going to run a race car that in 6th gear does 200 miles an hour, near enough, at 80 kilometres an hour, which is what, 60 not even 60, is it? It's about 45, 50 miles an hour. So, you know, it's going to stall eventually, and when it stalled, it wouldn't restart.
Absolutely right. And we then saw smoke in the cockpit, and then it was game over. Incident involving car 2 and 45 at turn 8 is no further action. Not sure we saw that one. If we're going to get a push, if we're going to get a cliff in terms of tyre performance, it's going to be now 2 cars way off again. It's one of the Alpines. Is that? That's the 30. It's both the Alpines, I think. Difficult with the sun going down.
How you can see anything on that screen, Graham, I've no idea. Having a light-coloured commentary box doesn't seem such a good idea now, does it?
It's one. It's both Alpines. It is both Alpines that went way off. Oh, both on a wiggle. And I think the second car went off in sympathy, rather.
Is that the Alpine way, then, do you think? Well, Fessler,
he's doing a great job here of fending off Neil Yanni.
Yeah.
Neither of the cars appear to have ultimate pace yet.
He's pulled out a couple of seconds since he rejoined. It was 7.1, and it's got it up to 9.3 at the moment.
It's had it over 10 seconds briefly, and it's been as low as 7.
But Kobayashi's interesting, isn't he? Because he's just chipping away 51 seconds now. It's been around about that time for a wee while. The ebb and flow, of course, of traffic will take its toll. Quarter of an hour to go.
We should say, before we forget this, a very impressive debut from the Toyota TS050.
Yes, yes.
That's a big gap closed.
I'll reserve judgment on that till Spa, if you don't mind. I don't disagree. Sorry, I'm starting to sound like Trustwell now, aren't I? But I really will reserve judgment on that, and I'll tell you why after we've heard from that nice D. Ulrich guy. First name Doctor.
Dr. Ulrich, how are your nerves right now? How are your nerves?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think it was really thrilling until now, and it keeps on to the very end. We have seen with our car number 8 how quick it can happen. It's tight. I hope that Marcel can go the pace to the end, and that nothing unpredictable is going to happen. I think the fans, again, have seen a very, very tight race here in Silverstone, because it was open completely to the very end. And yeah, it's still going to be a race for more than 12 minutes.
And can you just tell us what happened with the number 8? What was the problem?
The car number 8 had a hybrid problem, and the hybrid didn't work anymore, and then the electricity was not available more for the car, and so he had to stop.
And you could expect that at this stage. It's still early days with the new car, so you're still learning.
I mean, for sure, it's a completely new car, and we are ongoing testing. We have learned this weekend again a lot. Unfortunately, the car number 8 was suffering from a problem that we thought that would have been solved. We look forward, and there is quite some work to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We get to look again at the onboard with Lucas Di Grassi. The smoke in the cockpit as effectively, I'm afraid, the number 8's expired. And as the mechanic arrived, the extinguisher fired in sympathy almost. It's almost like a one-gun salute, wasn't it, for the arriving technician? 12.5 minutes remain, 9 seconds is the gap. It's pretty stable, John. The clock is ticking down. If there's going to be an attack, it's going to have to be soon. And we've got Porsche ready for a pit stop.
And that's because I think they had to come in when they did because of the puncture. And I still said at that time, that's tight.
Now, but if they're tight, Audi have to come in as well.
I don't think so.
Well, it have to be. On fuel, they come in twice, had opportunity to fuel twice. Audi fueled once. If they have to fuel, they either put all the fuel in or they didn't.
Yeah, okay.
Unless they had a problem with the fueling rig.
Well, Dr. Ulrich said it will be a race over the last 12 minutes, so maybe he's expecting a stop.
Should say as well, by the way, that figure for the crowd here this weekend is doubly impressive because, of course, we've got a British touring car meeting on in the UK this weekend.
Well, not just in the UK, 45 minutes up the road.
And that, I think, is very impressive indeed. Be interested to find out what kind of crowd that's drawn this weekend for comparison.
Well, I think it'll have been fine.
I'm sure it will have been fine. And hopefully what this is doing is growing the audience for motorsport.
Generally, yeah. Here comes the Porsche. I had to look carefully there. So, in comes Neil Yanni. No time for tyres here.
Next question.
Yeah.
Does Kobayashi have to stop?
I don't think so.
And where is he?
No, I don't think so.
He's not cleared Sector 2 yet.
I don't think he has to stop. I think they were the last one to stop. Wow, that was just a splash, wasn't it?
This is going to be tight with Kobayashi. Kobayashi is going to be within 10 seconds the back of this car.
Well, Kobayashi, as Right Turn Lover points out, is Toyota's problem the bad laps rather than the good laps.
Definitely not, unfortunately. Kobayashi pits now, that's why.
So let's go down to the pit lane. Louise Beckett, we've seen the third car pit, we've seen the second car pit. Audi pitted for their fuel before both of those, so presumably they have to stop again.
Apparently not. The team are not expecting another stop.
Just left that hanging there for a moment.
I'm struggling to explain that, but I'll offer this. We concentrate, don't we, all the time on ultimate performance. What have we missed? Is that car just a lot more efficient? We'd have to look. This is going to be one for the data crunchers. I guarantee you that Paul Trustwell would be crunching those numbers post-race and around the web. But that is incredibly interesting. Have Audi pulled an absolute blinder here? So on board with the number 6 Toyota, back out, still in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi. Marcel Fesler leads from Neil Yanni from Kamui Kobayashi. 8.5 minutes remain. And the battles still joined in LMP2. Felipe Albuquerque about 36 seconds ahead of Pipo Derani, who is 10 seconds ahead of René Rast, who is, I think, about 7 seconds ahead of Nico Lapierre. It's only going to take a minor stumble. It is 7 seconds.
You forgot, Graham, that Audi pitted after Porsche, after the Porsche second stop, and came out 7 seconds ahead. That was 31 minutes to go, wasn't
You're completely correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something very odd happened in that double stop, other than just a puncture. I'm tending to edge towards either they've had an equipment problem or somebody definitely got the thumbs wrong here. Something's not right with the way that that's actually turned out.
Well, they had no choice to put the pit when they did because of the puncture. So, but you're right. Porsche have now done one more stop than Audi. They've had a pit. They've had an enforced stop for a puncture. That would make 7. Audi have done 7. Toyota have done 7. So Audi.
Which car pitted under full course yellow?
Both the Toyotas.
Of the two leading cars?
Neither.
So the advantage in terms of pit stop time and fuel stops should be with Porsche, but it's not. The gap, by the way, is 46 seconds. Yeah. 6 minutes to go. And Yanni going quicker now. But that gap is going to be too much. And the Audi closing in on one of the two Toyotas.
we've been in this position before, dear viewer, where Audi have been quote-unquote the underdog. Not sure they were as much the underdog this year as they have been in the past. But last year, let's not forget, they went to Le Mans leading the championship, Graham. And look how the second half of the season panned out.
71 car has been faultless throughout this race. However, driver of the race in GT Pro has certainly come from the 51 car. That gap is a minute and a half. So to put that in perspective, the 51 car has passed the remainder of the GTE field and taken an additional enforced stop. So they've picked up a minute and a half plus, in fact 2 minutes, plus however long it took them past the rest of the GTE field on their teammate.
The event feels a whole lot bigger than last year, says Fran Bleasdale. Hello, Fran. Glad to hear that you've been. I think Fran's been here all 3 days, actually.
Well, why wouldn't you be?
Well, yes. I mean,
lovers of sports cars and snow.
This is becoming a little mini festival of endurance racing.
This is the plan, isn't it? This is what do you call it? Calendar equity.
Date equity.
And that's because it's becoming part of that family tradition for very many people. This is when they come motor racing to watch the sports cars.
Yeah.
And look at that stand filling up again as we get towards the last 5, in fact, within the last 5 minutes now of the 6 Hours of Silverstone 2016.
Pedro Lami's had to come in for a splash in the second place GTE Aston Martin, but he's got out ahead of Paolo Roberti. So 83, 98 and 50. So Ferrari, Aston and Chevrolet are the top 3 in AM at the moment.
It's Ferrari, Aston Martin in the GTE Pro class, with the Fords still almost nose to tail, 4th and 5th.
A lap, 2 laps off the lead and a lap off the podium. But I think that's a much better result than they had at Daytona or Sebring, honestly. But they'll be making headlines, they'll be shouting about that.
So rather rude for Brendan Hartley with Mark Webber and Timo Bernhard not there, Dave, that's why.
Just over an hour into the race, Brendan Hartley taking over from Mark Webber, and he and Mike Wainwright in the Gulf UK. Look at the speed of closing. Before anybody says anything about, were we criticising Brendan? No, not at all.
No, it's a racing incident.
It's a racing incident. I think he could have made a better decision, but then let's mitigate that by look at the closing speed and the picosecond that he had to make the decision whilst he's probably pulling 3 Gs, whether he goes to the right or to the left of the car.
3 minutes now remain, 46 seconds is still the gap, and at the moment, dare I say it, with 3 minutes to go, this has been a fantastic run from the number 7 Audi. A fantastic run.
Sorry, didn't hear what you were saying. And Eva Maria Becker, Martin Pass,
will be
Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, all coming up with large pieces of suspension to hit you with.
That's how they broke the Porsche suspension.
Yes. This is I tell you what, it's been a very good drive by Vesna.
That, by the way, was the Tota being lapped for the first time in the race by the Audi on the just before they come onto the hangar straight.
Yes,
that is the 6 car.
That is significant. That the Toyota stayed on the pace right to the last couple of minutes. Let's just remind ourselves: longer braking, smoother. Ben Treluet passing on the keys to driving this Audi quickly to Marcel Fessler in his last stint. There is Ben Treluet on the left-hand side, and I'm not sure that is a fully fit Audi. I'm positive that the number 2 Porsche isn't fully fit.
He's not been able to push, has he?
Which is why I have cautioned against reading too much into Toyota in 3rd, because I think that is fully fit. I just don't think it's up to speed yet.
2 laps remain, including the one that we're on at the moment for the number 7 Audi. Pole sitting car, remember. And that sounds terribly simple, doesn't it? Pole to a race win. But it's not been like that at all. This race has had more twists and turns than a twisty-turny thing.
If Audi are going to challenge this year on a consistent basis throughout the whole of the 9-race season that we have this year, and by the way, great team spirit to see the number 1 crew of Timo Bernhard, Mark Webber and Brendan Hartley in their team gear, watching to see the number 2 car come home, and whether the 45-second gap, as it has just become after that final pit stop, whether that is going to be enough for Audi. But if Audi are going to be competitive all season long, they have to capitalise when their car is good. It was good in qualifying, they locked out the front row, and for an hour, near enough, it looked like they were going to be all right, but they didn't have the pace of the Porsche.
On to the final lap now for race leader Marcel Fessler. A pretty faultless run from the Swiss driver. And he'll start the final lap with, well, just under half a lap's advantage over Neil Jani.
It's back-to-back wins for the 7 car here at Silverstone.
It is indeed, and about a minute back from that to Kamui Kobayashi.
All right, let's quickly run down the classes. I'll just pause for a moment because it's not a car that I'm going to mention here. 3rd in GT-Am, Corvette number 50. 2nd in GT-Am, Aston Martin number 98. And leading GT-Am, Ferrari number 83. 3rd in GTE Pro, and no challenges here either, 95 Aston. 2nd, 51 Ferrari, from the back of the grid, and a 3-minute stop for an engine change.
For an engine change overnight.
Yes, indeed. Not a 3-minute stop for an engine change.
Hell of a quick engine change.
Yes, and leading GT Pro, Davide Rigon in the 71 Ferrari. It's going to be the 26 car in 3rd place.
It is.
For G-Drive, it's going to be ESM in 2nd. What a start of the season they've had. Pipo Derani doing his stuff again, and Felipe Albuquerque will bring the 43 of RGR Sport Racing home.
30 seconds from the end of the race for the number 7 car.
In 3rd position at the moment, Toyota, the number 6 car. In 2nd, Porsche, the number 2 car. And this is your leader. The last 2 corners of the opening round of the 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship, and it's back-to-back wins for Audi. They did it here last year and took a lead to Le Mans.
P1, 46 seconds ahead of the Porsche.
And
well done everyone from Audi Sport, and thank you to both car crews for the work during the pit stop. Okay, Marcel, collect pickup please, collect pickup.
Lena Gear doing our job.
Thank you guys, that's all for you. Thanks for the fantastic work, unbelievable. Really, really nice.
So the
enjoying to drive that car. Amazing work for you. Thanks.
I've got to tell you, he sounds completely bushed
and relieved. That is a win on the debut for the brand new Audi R18. 2nd position now for Neil Jani in the number 2 Porsche. Audi therefore 26 points on the board in the World Endurance Championship. That will matter. Kamui Kobayashi, of course, having been lapped, has finished the race too.
Now where's the LMPs? There's Felipe Albuquerque going through in P2. Another Nissan powered win.
Great run from that team.
Faultless.
Shouldn't forget
debut win for those guys.
Absolutely right. Also, the 71 car, as good a run in a GT car as you'll ever see.
And the first World Championship win for the new 488. That's the dawning of a new era.
First, I think that's right. Am I right? The first win for both Davide Rigon and for Sam Bird in GT Pro. Rigon, I think, has had a win in GTM.
Waiting for Pipo Derani. There he comes. Just half a minute at the end of the race. Has
Manu Collard makes it a Ferrari double. And that, I think, means that Ferrari become... I think that's right, that Ferrari now have won more class wins in the FIA WEC than any other make. Overtakes Aston Martin with that double. Let's not forget either, John, the class that sometimes gets a little forgotten and shouldn't be today, because faultless stuff from Rebellion Racing with the number 13 car.
From the back of the grid. Let's hear Marcel Fessler.
Thank you guys, that's all for you. Thanks for the fantastic work, unbelievable. Really, really nice. Enjoying to drive that car. Amazing work for you. Thanks.
Okay, Marcel, collect pickup please. DMS off.
No, I have no clue either. I know what collect pickup means. Two Rebellions with
Daily Mail Sunday Supplement. Could be, DMS.
Two Rebellions with marker lights in the front windscreen. Great idea. Well, Graham, it's been a good one.
Should confirm it is. That will be the 23rd and 24th class wins for Ferrari in the World Endurance Championship. That means they overtake Aston Martin by a single race. Puts Porsche, by the way, onto 22. So Porsche, Aston Martin and Ferrari, the three grand marks, if you like.
Thank you to all of you for tuning in around the world. We move to Spa for the next round, of course. In some ways, a similar challenge in terms of the aerodynamics. A compromised circuit between fast sweepers and the twisty bit in the middle. And then it's Le Mans, of course.
In some ways, remember Interlagos a couple of years ago, we talked about a dream podium. It's not quite at that level here, but a return to race-winning form from Audi. Back onto the podium for Toyota. I think that's 2 consecutive podiums, isn't it, for Toyota? They finished on the podium at Bahrain last year, and a competitive performance too from Porsche.
Oh, careful. I did like the fact that Kamui Kobayashi was trying to unlap himself at the end there, by the way. I want to be on the lead lap.
But all three LMP1 manufacturers on the overall podium is a very good result indeed for the ethos behind the World Endurance Championship. Happy, 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 and well, they might be.
Let's just enjoy these moments and the respect between competitors as well, Graham.
The two Swiss giants in endurance racing, Marcel Fessler, long-time Audi factory driver, and Corvette driver, of course, this year as well. But,
he's going to do some more, aren't you? He's going to do some more Corvette racing.
And let's say this: one of the nicest guys in this pit lane is
Marcel.
Marcel is just great fun.
Marcel at the
always a smile.
Marcel at the prologue was very funny. The 7 car drivers didn't have a car there; it was only the 8, if you remember. So they were sort of tasked to do other things, and they were sitting in the lounge. I stuck my head in and said, "Anybody free for an interview?" Marcel, "Yes, me. I'll do it.
You too. Hang on a minute. I've just seen cars stopping on the pit road, are they?
Cars are being pulled up on Parc Fermé on the international straight.
Well, that will make for a nice photograph from the stands. Wonderful stuff. Timing screens pop up with "Thanks for a wonderful 6 hours of Silverstone. See you in Spa." Well, I hope actually we get some of the UK race fans to come to that one.
Yeah, Spa's an easy drive, isn't it? Well, the media scrum has been pushed away for a moment so that Louise Becker can get the first interview with Marcel Fessler.
I seem to think we were here this time last year. That was hard work though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I felt like it was just unbelievable for us. Just got the new car here. First time racing this kind of car, the new RP6. And yeah, we did pole position yesterday, and this win today. I think it's a great achievement from Audi Sport, and I think a big reward on our mechanics and engineers at home who did a lot of effort into that car. And yeah, it's competitive, it looks like, and we're really happy. It's an amazing day for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a happy boy.
Yes.
And selfies.
We won.
Benoit Traillouet and Andre Lotre there, joining the celebrations.
There's the confirmation, Graham. 194 laps. I think slightly fewer than we've done here in the past. I seem to remember 201 is a number that sticks out. 46 seconds at the end. Toyota Gazoo Racing just dropping off the lead lap. Rebellion Racing 11 and 13 laps behind after a pretty clean race for them. It's just, you know, it's just not right, is it? The 43, 31 and 26s. So RGR Racing, 31 is ESM and 26G Drive in LMP2 in Pro. 71AF Corsa Ferrari from 51AF Corsa Ferrari from 95 Aston Martin. 83 Ferrari AF Corsa. The AM in the AM class from, well, Pedro Lamy brings home the 90, and great to see Labour competition on that podium as well.
Some of the key moments of a dramatic 2015 6 Hours of Silverstone. Correct, by the way, John, it was 201 laps last year here. Obviously, that safety car, highly unusual safety car for the FIA WEC to help to clear up after the shredded Toyota bodywork from Kazuki Nakajima's broken rear deck. But still a highly impressive pace set by the front runners.
Debut victory for the RP6 designation of the R18. There is the confirmation that Lotterer, Trelliway and Fessler lead the points standings from the Porsche drivers in second and Toyota in third place.
Rebellion fourth.
Yes.
And nil point, remember, for the world champions. But that's...
Yeah, but this is exactly how they started off last year, if you remember. Gearbox issues, wasn't it, last year?
It was indeed.
Mike Conway.
Great drive today from Mike.
I thought he was sparkling today. In fact, all of those guys were, but I wonder if there was a bit of pressure on Mike. He laps that up, to be honest.
Is Ralphie Yuttner going to get to go on the podium this time?
I think he is, yeah. The voice of Nick Damon ringing across on these podium duties today. So it's going to be Toyota first.
In second place, car number 2 from Porsche, it's Romain Dumas, Neil Yanni and Mark Lee.
He's building his part, isn't he, already?
And the winners of the 6 Hours of Silverstone, it's a number 7 Audi Sport Team Yost with Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Droyer and their team manager Ralph Yuttner.
And it is Ralph Yuttner who steps up. Ralph Yuttner have been with Audi forever. Straight with the German national anthem ringing out over Silverstone, exactly as it did 1 year ago. The ACO president, Pierre Fillon, will be presenting the trophies, as we had a premature evacuation of champagne there.
Extends that trio's record of overall wins to 11 in the WEC.
And our winners, the number 7 Audi Sport Team Yost of Marcel Fasler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Troyer, and of course Ralph Juttner, the team manager. Now we have 2 special trophy presentations, and the first we have Peter Reid, the chairman of the RAC Motoring Committee, to present the Tourist Trophy to the number 7 Audi Sport Team Yost of Marcel Fasler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Troyer.
The oldest continuously competed for trophy in motorsport history. It goes back to 1903 or something like that.
Racing Drivers Club, who will present the Richard Lloyd Trophy to the top finishing Commonwealth driver, which is Mike Conway.
And the Richard Lloyd Trophy goes to Mike Conway for the top finishing Commonwealth driver.
Tightly for photographs, please.
1905.
1905, thank you. Truist Trophy has been competed for by a number of different championships down the years. I think it's entirely appropriate that the World Endurance Championship is the latest recipient of that grand and beautiful old trophy.
It's been since 2013.
Yes, since the WEC came here. Ah, now you see, champagne selection, clearly very impressive. The bottle that popped its cork was in the middle, and immediately Marcel Fasler grabbed that so he could get his teammates before they got the corks out. Did a really good job there. Oh, nice champagne spraying by Ralphie.
He's had plenty of practice down the years.
So, confirmation then of the wins. Just over 1,000, just over 1,100 kilometres actually. Back in the old days of this, I would have got double points. Used to talk about how, just think about, Graham, how the racing has changed. We used to talk about 1,000 kilometres or 6 hours, whichever came first.
Absolutely.
If we'd done 1,000 kilometres today, we would have finished 140 clicks ago.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
An asphalt wall as a unique challenge.
Okay, quick 30 seconds, car on. 30 seconds, car on, right?
Stronger.
And we're racing immediately the 7 Audi and the Toyota spread out to 2.
Forests.
Oh, this is dictating.
Team spirit.
Because endurance matters. The WEC 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps on 6th and 7th May. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Belgium.
Oh, Belgium, we're coming.
Yes.
And it's going to be good. It's going to be great.
Step back from the edges of the circuit now. We need all the space you have.
Now, we're going to see something different for all the remaining podium ceremonies, John. There's going to be an additional colour added. Yellow. Because we talked a little earlier in the broadcast about the changes with the tyre war in the WEC, and it never happened before, I don't think. There is some yellow, because Aston Martin Racing, with their new technical partnership with Dunlop, make the podium in both classes, in both GTE classes.
Spec tyre in GTE Am, Altman tyre in GTE Pro.
It's the 71 day, of course, of David Rivard and Sam Bird.
Now here's the question. Sam Bird got a pole position in his third of 4 classes in this championship. Is that, has he won in the other 2 classes as well?
I'd have to check.
Well, he's definitely
won in P2.
He's definitely won in P2. Did he win in GTE?
He had 2 races, didn't he? I'll double check that. I have those facts at my disposal.
That's a popular win, isn't it?
It is indeed. The answer is no, he hasn't. He matches the achievements of several others. Ramon Dumas and Mike Conway amongst them, who've won in 2 classes in the FIA WEC.
This is Silenzion Jones, who is the representative on the endurance committee of the FIA Motorsport Council.
No mean endurance racer himself, of course, back in the day with his McLaren F1.
And fluent in French as well, and an absolute enthusiast for this type of racing.
And our winners of the GTE Pro class here at the 2016 6 Hours of Silverstone is the 71 AF Corsa team of Davide Rigon and Sam Bird. And I'm going to ask you all to gather together, raise your trophies for our photographers.
Very, very happy set of guys. Of 8 classes we raced at the weekend, I think AF Corsa are the only one who've won more than one.
Lest we forget, it's also Davide Rigon's win in the 2nd class. He's won in GTM as well.
Yeah. Yeah, good champagne style again from the Ferrari guys. The 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship, its traditional season opener at Silverstone under sunny skies in the centre of the UK. Still quite chilly. Patrick Dempsey wrapped up against the spring weather as he waved the green flag. Tornado fly past and a 52,000 crowd over the weekend to see Audi lock out the front row and start the season. Mark Webber in 3rd position couldn't keep pace with the Audis in the early part of the first stint, but schemed and planned his way back towards the rear of the Audis. Just about everyone making it through the first few corners. Webber in 3rd, Webber in 2nd, as he used the traffic to good effect to go past the first of the 2 Audis. And a few laps later, carbon copy move, but that one's for the lead. GT racing always exciting. Proton competition not having a good day. The first of 3 suspension failures for their 3 cars. But Michael Christensen into the pits, and then Brendan Hartley having taken over the leading Porsche, coming to grief as he tried to go around the outside of Mike Wainwright in the Gulf UK Porsche. A full course yellow, the only option. Safety features keeping the car from turning over, and both drivers walked away unaided. In the full course caution that ensued, the number 8 Audi came to grief with a total hybrid electrical failure. And when racing got back underway, it was Porsche number 2 that was leading. But Ben Treluer had other ideas. The rebellion being lapped by the 2 leaders of the race, and Treluer went to position number 1. Then drama for Toyota, a slight tap against a GT Porsche, a rear puncture, and the unusual sight of a safety car as the marshals, more than 400 of them here this weekend, went to work on clean-up. More drama for Porsche as the number 2 tagged the front of Marino Franchitti, innocent bystander who spun around as well. LMP2 won by the 43 RGR team in the Pro category. Davide Rigon and Sam Bird winning for AF Corsa in the 488 Ferrari on its debut. In AM, the number 83 Ferrari for AF Corsa. And as last year, it's a 2nd victory at Silverstone for Marcel Fessler and his teammates in the number 7 Audi.
Nelson Piquet Jr. and Nick Heidfeld.
This is the LMP1 Privateer podium, won by the number 13 Rebellion crew, Alexander Imperatori, Matteo Tuscia and Dominic Kreihammer. with the second Rebellion, finishing the 1-2 for the Rebellion AER effort. Great runs from then to 4th and 5th overall, and a troubled run.
And you guys all shuffle up and
Finished on the less for the number 4 car. Great early stint from James Roster, Oliver Webb and Simon Trimmer. And all Dunlop runners, of course, this year.
And now, the champagne!
The confirmation of the points in the privateer standings. The number 13 crew ahead of the 12, Nelson Piquet Jr., Nick Heidfeld, Nico Prost, Roster, Webb and Trummer, third on 15 points. No point for pole in that class, of course.
Yeah, indeed. That's the FIA Endurance Trophy. Not strictly speaking a world championship, that.
It isn't, no, but a title worth winning.
You know, it's a world championship,
There's
isn't it?
the
Let's
team
be honest.
standings, Rebellion 1 and 2, the 13 from the 12, and then the 4 by Collis.
And a good point there that the Rebellion team doesn't have an advantage of having 2 cars. The cars are scored separately as opposed to certain other championships. So it is the 13 and the 12 car that lead. No.
Ultimate rehearsal before the main act. Winding roads through the trees.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
An asphalt wall as a unique challenge.
Okay, quick 30 seconds, car on ground. 30 seconds, car on ground.
Stronger.
Out, and we're racing in a major in the 7 Audi and the Toyota spread out to
Forests.
Oh, this is Nick Tanner.
Team spirit.
Because endurance matters. The WEC 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps on 6th and 7th May. The Spirit of Le Mans is coming to Belgium.
6 hours of Silverstone.
The podium continues here with Nick Tierman bringing out
P2,
the LMP2 categories. These are the Pro-Am categories. If you're wondering why the GTE came first, that is a Pro category, these are Pro-Am.
Defending champion Roman Rusinov and defending championship team G-Drive Racing, although with a different support team behind them.
Are they a bit lucky today?
They look like they're unlucky, but certainly they had a bit of a problem or two, didn't they? Bit of contact they shouldn't have had. Rennie Rast with
Italian Berton. Absolutely ridiculous piece of contact. Broke the nose of the car, of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, you could say that they were penalised in that respect. However,
hats off.
What a maiden victory!
After traumas for the man who ran this team last year, Morand Engineering, Benoit Morand. You cannot really say enough about the way in which Felipe Albuquerque, Bruno Senna and Ricardo Gonzalez went about the task.
And the first time ever we've heard the Mexican national anthem in the WEC.
Well, there you go, Ricardo Gonzalez. That is promotion for the 6 hours of Mexico. You cannot buy, you've got to earn it, and you did today.
Quite agree.
That will be making some headlines back at home.
That is the additional round to the FIA World Endurance Championship this weekend, this season, excuse me. Is that the back of Derek Warwick?
I think it is. A fair few people have seen that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ryan DL, Luis Felipe Terrani and Chris
Turn round.
I think he should be very proud of the way that this venue has evolved in the last year or two, John. Infinitely nicer place to come to work and to watch motorsport than it perhaps was even a handful of years ago.
Didn't hear who that was.
It looks like Derek Warwick.
It's either Derek Warwick or Stuart Pringle, isn't it?
So please gather together, drivers, and wave your trophies high in the air like you just don't care.
It's not Stuart, because Stuart's just tapped me on the back. Who did that presentation there, Stuart?
Hang on.
Was it Patrick Allen? It was Patrick Allen. Of course it was. Thank you. So it's Patrick Allen. See, being in the Silverstone wing and
that's pretty spirited. That's Felipe Albuquerque getting some practice in.
Well, a cracking event. 52,000 across the weekend. Up again on last year against a championship up the road that draws big numbers.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, by the way, great day for Audi. The 2 Audi factory drivers on that podium, including a winner.
And look at that, the LMP2s did over 1,000 kilometres in 6 hours. That is how much endurance. 6 hours was the classic distance, 6 hours or 1,000 kilometres, whichever came first. And now we're doing 1,100 plus kilometres in 6 hours for the big cars, 1,150 odd for the little ones.
You know what? The GTE Pros were not far off that.
No, I know. I didn't see that stat for the pros. Did the GTs would have just been a bit short?
So the 43 crew, 25 points, lead the championship at the moment, ahead of the 31 ESM crew, and then the 26 G-Drive Racing, and 36 Cygnus Alpine running fourth at the moment. Good result for Straka this weekend.
Yes, agreed.
After struggling,
and they looked competitive as well, all the way through.
They did. Great run from the 2 pro drivers. A much more assured run from Nick Leventis this weekend.
Well, to the point where Nick Leventis was in the car, did his laps and got out. I actually never noticed he'd been in there because the pace of the car barely changed.
He stuck with it. He stuck with the programme.
Yeah, agreed.
Excellent stuff from the local team. But that's the winning car for the weekend, and a great start to their World Championship campaign, and a great start to the campaign to draw friends to the 6 Hours of Mexico.
Stuart Pringle just standing in behind us there, the man at the head of Silverstone Circuits, and the commercial side of it, Patrick Allen, the CEO, if you will. And Corvette are on the podium in GTE ARM.
Yutaka Yamagishi on the left there.
Pierre Rag and Paolo Roberti.
Paul Delanano will be delighted
now
with that finish.
That is a C7R, isn't it?
That's a C7R.
Yeah, last year's, the final year from the factory car of the C7.
In fact, raced as a factory car, this car, of course, in the races after Le Mans, after the damage to the factory car on Jan Magnussen's qualifying crash.
Good point, yes. And then was refurbed and sent back before the Nürburgring. So that's the same car as these guys raced last year.
Correct. Now let's mark, though, the second win in their WC careers for the 83 crew. Well, Delighted. Second WEC race win for Francois Perraudot and for Manu Kala. The fourth for Rui Aguas, all in GTM.
Yeah, that's good. Jacques Lecomte will be delighted with that.
He might even crack a smile. He might.
I don't think he felt he got the best rub of the green last year.
But he didn't. It was...
and that's Patrick Allen again.
From
here at Silverstone. Not, by the way, the Patrick Allen who was the voiceover artist.
No. There's two reasons for that. It's not the same person, and that Patrick Allen is no longer with us.
Well, I very much doubted he is, considering he was in his pomp in the mid-60s and 70s.
I think he actually left us quite recently.
Oh, really? That's magnificent to see those guys up there.
2006, Patrick Allen.
Not that Patrick Allen,
together. Wave your trophies. Take the adulation of the photographers.
So the final bottles of champagne are about to be sprayed after the 6 hours of Silverstone. My thanks to Louise Beckett down in the pits, to Graham Goodwin alongside me, John Hynhoff, and of course to all of the hard-working members of our team that you never get to see or hear, particularly our camera operators on Saturday when it was snowing. We're off to Spa next, and as ever in the FIA WEC, anything can happen. See you then. Bye-bye.
Ultimate rehearsal before the main act. Winding roads through the trees.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
An asphalt wall as a unique challenge.
Okay, quick 30 seconds, car on ground. 30 seconds, car on ground.
Stronger.
Out, and we're racing in a Major League 7 Audi and the Toyota spread out to
Forests.
This is Nick Tanner.
Team spirit.
Because endurance matters. The WEC 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps on 6th and 7th May. The Spirit of Le Mans is coming to Belgium.
And then maybe next year be back in the car. We'll see.
Trying to get into formation, waiting for lights to go green. And a great start from Andre Lottery, timed it absolutely right in the pole position. Now has Mark Webber managed to get past Oliver Jarvis in second place? No, he has not. Out of comps that he maybe ought to give chase to Oliver Jarvis to the second. Time out, gently over the cut, and takes the checkered flag. So great
P1,
we have
46 seconds ahead of the Porsche. Well done everyone from Audi Sport, and thank you.
I seem to think we were here this time last year. That was hard work though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I felt like it was just unbelievable for us. Just got the new car here. First time racing this kind of car, the new RP6. And yeah, we did pole position yesterday, and this win today. I think it's a great achievement from Audi Sport, and I think a big reward on our mechanics and engineers at home who did a lot of effort into that car. And yeah, it's competitive, it looks like, and we are really happy. It's an amazing day for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
good luck, guys. And then maybe next year be back in the car. We'll see.
Trying to get into formation, waiting for lights to go green, and a great start from Andre Lottery, timed it absolutely right from pole position. Now has Mark Webber managed to get past Oliver Jarvis in second place? No, he has not. Out of comps than he maybe ought to give chase to Oliver Jarvis. 2 of the 17. checkered flags, a great delight.
P1,
We have
46 seconds ahead of the Porsche. Well done everyone from Audi Sport.
I seem to think we were here this time last year. That was hard work though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I felt like it was just unbelievable for us. Just got the new car here. First time racing this kind of car, the new RP6. And yeah, we did pole position yesterday and this win today. I think it's a great achievement from Audi Sport, and I think a big reward on our mechanics and engineers at home who did a lot of effort into that car. And yeah, it's competitive, it looks like, and we are really happy. It's an amazing day for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And